Oh, jeez. The lights aren't on. So unprofessional. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome. We are going to be taking a look at a brand new... Oh, God, my shirt's not buttoned. I definitely was not shirtless because I just worked out or anything. Jesus Christ. Showing so much skin. We're gonna be taking a look at a brand new video game showcase called New Game Plus. Now, this is actually created by content creators. It is kind of like a community-made thing specifically to showcase developers that don't want to pay millions of dollars in order to show up, you know, on the Video Game Awards or Summer Game Fest, because that's actually what it costs to get your game in any of those showcases. Unfortunately, it costs millions of dollars just to get, you know, your little 90-second spotlight or whatever. So you can see some of the content creators that were involved here. I think probably the biggest one that people are gonna know is Luke Stevens right there. But this is a long showcase. Apparently, this is also Jake Lucky. He's pretty big as well. At least over on like Twitter and stuff. I think this is Lunity, her name is. I have no idea who that guy is. But yeah, essentially a bunch of content creators got together and they wanted to showcase not only small games but also AA games that just don't really have the money in their budgeting to afford the $1 million+ to get shown at, you know, Jeff Keighley's award show. So we're gonna be taking a look at this, reacting. They have released like a little baby trailer with like 1 or 2 seconds of every game that they're showing. I think they're showing 40 games, roughly. Some of them are updates to existing games, like one of the ones they've confirmed is like Where Winds Meet or whatever the Chinese slop game is. So some of them are going to be updates to existing games. They're also going to do interviews with a lot of the developers to get like more in-depth information about what the game is. Whereas obviously like Video Game Awards and Summer Games Fest and stuff like that, all they really do in those is like show the trailer of the game and then maybe Jeff Keighley is like, yo, it's a single player RPG, right? They don't usually go into the nitty-gritty. So that's going to be kind of cool, is that they're going to be going into more detail about the games. But this is a long showcase, man. This is like 3 or 3.5 hours. I did see that they confirmed this is a very rough iteration of what they want it to be, and at the next one, which I guess would be, you know, 2027's, at the very beginning of 2027, they're gonna go ahead and cut it down a ton. So, but yeah, this one's gonna be long, so buckle in. We're gonna be taking a look at a lot of video games. I think Crimson Desert might be here as well. But, yeah, we're just gonna be kind of hanging out. Hopefully everybody's having a good week. Obviously, I've not been streaming very much recently. Just because totally overdid it in December, you know, streaming every single day. Oh, that's a toughie, dude. Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33? That's a toughie. Baldur's Gate 3, for sure. Don't even, yeah. Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk? Witcher 3. Come on, bro. What are we talking about here? Apparently, also, speaking of Witcher 3, apparently Witcher 3 is getting a DLC this year. Like fucking 13 years after the game came out or something. I don't remember when it was that The Witcher 3 came out. I feel like it was like 2015. So like 11 years? I think it was 2015. 11 years though later is pretty crazy to be getting the DLC. Obviously Witcher 4 is set to come out next year. But yeah, I'm gonna be probably doing a playthrough of Witcher 3 as a result, because I've actually not played any of the DLC. Destiny or Warframe? Bro, you guys better all say Warframe.
Warpath, Exile.
Path of Exile. Diablo.
No, you can.
Exile.
For Mario.
Bro, if anybody says Destiny,
Warframe. Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo, Warpath.
what, ew, you cannot trust that guy. He just said Destiny over Warframe. Mods, kill that guy with hammers. Oh my god. I have never had such a visceral reaction. Okay, listen, I'm normally a person that respects all opinions and all viewpoints. And I don't get into wrong think, okay? If you say Destiny is better than Warframe, bro,
Only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole.
that's insane. That's actually insane. What the fuck? Nah, that guy, put him on a list, bro. There's something wrong with him. Keep an eye on him. He's not right in the head, dude. He's a fucking serial killer or something. I don't buy it. I don't buy any human being would choose that. By the way, hi, Jude. But one piece of fun news. I actually did want to check this on my PC. The stream that I did just the other day. Okay, maybe it's just a mobile thing. But the stream I did the other day was processing for like basically 24 hours. And I had a sneaking suspicion it's because we talked about some political stuff in that stream. And I don't think YouTube liked it very much. PC or console? PC. Come on now. What are we talking about? All right, let's see.
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard or control.
Mouse
M and K.
keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player.
Who is this guy?
Single player.
Single player. Come on.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive
Go.
or casual.
Casual.
Competitive.
Casual.
W. W.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield.
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 What are we talking about here?
Battlefield.
Call of
How do
Duty.
you have to think about that?
Ugh.
Counter Strike or Valorant.
Base.
Valorant.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike. Are you
Counter-Strike.
crazy?
Apex or Fortnite.
Apex.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so
What?
Fortnite.
What is happening?
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals.
Ooh, that's a toughie, actually.
Marvel Rivals.
You say neither or neither? I'm from Iowa.
Either.
Neither?
I can't pick on that one, I'll be honest. I might go Overwatch.
Marvel Rivals.
Back in the day.
That's a good one. Mmm. Like release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov.
Arc Raiders.
Tarkov. Come on, bro.
Raiders.
Yeah,
Arc
okay.
Raiders.
I'm sorry.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto.
Escape from
or Red Dead
Tarkov.
Redemption.
Base.
Red
Red
Dead
Dead.
Redemption.
What are we talking about?
Red Dead Redemption.
Red
It's
Dead
not,
Redemption.
it's not even close.
Red Dead.
Elden
That's not
Ring
even
or
close. Sekiro.
Elden Ring.
Nah.
Elden Ring.
Wrong.
I haven't
Wrong.
played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go Elden Ring.
Wrong.
Both.
Sekiro. Dark Souls or Bloodborne.
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 Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
L. L.
Dark Souls.
L.
No, I'm sorry. Bloodborne. Change my mind.
W.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Arcade
Tactical
shooters.
shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Jesus
Arcade
Christ.
shooters.
W.
Battle
All right,
Royale,
never mind. He has some W takes.
Battle
TDM, bro.
Battle Royale.
Battle
Ah.
Royale.
That's crazy.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
BG3. We saw this one. Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
That's crazy.
Baldur's
Nah.
Gate 3.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3.
Witcher.
Witcher.
Come on,
The
bro.
greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Yes.
That's a little bold. I don't know about that,
Witcher.
but
Skyrim or Fallout?
Fallout. Come on.
Fallout.
It's just fall. It doesn't, bro. It's only Skyrim. They don't even say what Fallout.
Morrowind and Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect?
New Vegas?
Mass Effect.
What the fuck is a
Dragon Age.
Vegas Max
Mass
Effect?
Effect.
Come on. What are you talking
Mass
about?
Effect.
Power World
It's not even
or
close.
Pal World.
Power
World.
World. Just because
I
it's
don't
not
wanna get a cease and
Nintendo.
desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power World.
Bug.
Defense. Vaporeon? No, don't
What?
put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario
What?
or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super Mario Bros.
I don't
Super Mario.
care. They're both
Sonic.
for
Destiny
children.
or Warframe?
Dude, this one is the craziest one.
Warframe.
Oh,
Diablo or Path of Exile?
pisses me off.
Path of Exile. Diablo.
That's
You
tough.
can't do that to me. What the hell?
That's tough.
Oh man.
I'm a both.
Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
of the
Ocarina,
Wild.
bro. What are you talking about?
I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
What are you
Roguelikes
talking
or
about?
Roguelikes.
Roguelike.
Roguelites.
Come on.
Metroidvanias.
That's
Love
crazy.
Both.
That's crazy.
Roguelike? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
Playthrough. Oh. Multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
Neither.
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole.
W.
Sorry.
W. If you're like a gamer score dweeb, bro,
Multiple playthroughs.
it's a red flag. Like I feel like you don't enjoy things. Like you're the type of dude that needs a trophy for fucking everything instead of just like genuinely enjoying something. All right, let's get into the showcase. Let's see what they got here. Hopefully they got some bangers. There's a showcase today. Yeah, this is a brand new creator-made showcase specifically for AA's and big indies that don't want to spend $1 million+ to show up for Jeff Keighley. Yeah, there's some big games gonna be shown here. It's also like a 3-hour showcase. It's like 3 or 3.5 hours. They said they're gonna cut it down in the future, but this is the first one that they're doing. Hey, yo, they got Far Far West W game. And they're going to be going more in depth with all of the games. They're actually going to be like interviewing the devs and having them talk about the games and stuff like that. Instead of just doing the old, here's a trailer, bye-bye. They are going to be talking about some games that are already out. Obviously, that's Chinese slop game. I am totally spacing on what it's called. Gone Wild? I don't remember. I don't remember what the hell it is. Oh, dude, the dinosaur fighting game. Yo, when does that come out? I want to play that shit. Is that the fucking Division? What the hell is that? That game looks sick. Avowed? What the hell are they showing for Avowed? Is there an expansion? I thought they weren't doing DLC. Yeah, Where Wins Me? That's the Chinese slot game. That's right. Dino Blade, yeah. Oh, I did not know they started a new thing. New playtest. Far Far West is great.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted.
W.
First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of
I don't know
games.
this guy, but I know
Favorite games of all
Jake
time would
Lucky
probably be
and I
RuneScape,
know
Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green,
Lunity,
Black Ops 2, and
I think
Star
her
Wars
name
Battlefront
is.
2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming,
And
esports,
Luke
and
Stevens is
streamers
kind of the
collide.
big
If you look at him for too long,
guy,
you'll start to wonder
I
why
think.
his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite,
W.
Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CS:GO.
Halo Infinite, did he just say?
A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3,
I know this
Cyberpunk
chick from
2077,
clips.
XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic.
I
with
follow
the
Luke
heart of a
Stevens.
fan,
I like his
who breaks down
content.
games to their
This is how
DNA and
he's how I
really
found
looks at
out about the
everything that
showcase.
game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2,
W.
Last of Us, Witcher 3, and
W.
Batman Arkham City.
All
The
W
fifth and final
games.
in-person member
Honestly.
this year is I Am Rob. Rob
I don't know
came
this
from
guy.
the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other
But
hell
this
of
guy just
platinum
said that
games.
Destiny 2 is better than Warframe, so I don't trust
Halo
him.
3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Okay, he has some good games,
Call of
but
Duty, Modern Warfare 2,
absolutely
or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
biggest L
Remastered.
take I've ever
Then our
seen.
final
Destiny
member is
over
Blue
fucking
Venom, the man
Warframe.
who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming.
Don't know
He
this
just had
guy
a
either.
beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person, but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us,
A lot
and
of
Metal Gear
Elden
Solid 2.
Ring, bro.
Together,
Elden
we're
Ring is
pressing
your
how we think
favorite game of all
showcases
time?
should feel. Conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no
Okay,
paid
I don't
placements,
wanna
no
sound
marketing
mean.
scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in games.
But that
You can
girl
expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh
looks like
gameplay,
a doll.
developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some
like a
updates
creepy
to your
doll
favorite
in a
games.
horror
So sit
movie.
back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth your
That's
attention.
talking.
This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name again?
New Game Plus shows the
New
showcase.
plus
of-
the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
that's
already
most of
got
it.
the cup.
Sick name.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I don't know.
And it's great.
All right, see what they got. I like that they're gonna take their time though and actually talk
All
about.
right, guys. So first up, we have 3 awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat.
Oh, the Blood of
Deep Dish
Dawnwalker.
Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Dawnwalker creative director.
Dawnwalker W. I'm excited for that one. Okay, thank God they're not just gonna go through 3 games. I was worried. Another survival game. We've never seen one of these before. Hi, animal. Okay, wait. It's got powers, though. So that's kind of cool. Got some telekinesis and shit. Okay. Little powers. Raw Fury, they publish good games. What is this? Goo pile. This is an old-timey aesthetic, dude. I thought this was a survival game, but it doesn't look like one, actually. I don't know what this is. Oh, God. Deep Dish Dungeon. Grounded 2. Oh, Grounded 3. Yo, Blood of the Dawnwalker. I think this is going to be a really big hit or a really big flop this year. I think it's going to either be one or the other. I don't think it's
like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique.
What's a perk to being human?
Is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare.
Sounds good, Chris.
Vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are
is it like For Honor combat?
You know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences.
Walking in the sun? Who wants to do that?
Human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used a specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might.
But combat is definitely jank. But do keep in mind, none of these games are AAA.
Actually, it doesn't sound as a
This whole showcase is about AA, if anything, and indie games.
The religious beliefs in order to install himself as
so they're not going to be the most like polished games ever.
In the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Francis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on.
22 days left to rescue your family. You know my ass is going to be waiting till the last day.
Himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Francis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image, and these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Francis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of
it has janky Witcher vibes.
Defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign. You do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Francis react to your actions as you complete different.
I like for their interviews, they're not talking over the devs.
And so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically, the way you can think about it is like the
I say that as she interjects, but
if you undermine Francis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Francis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right?
That's kind of cool.
In some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Francis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plotline just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version.
If you don't drink blood, your dude can go wacky mode and kill NPCs that are quest givers. That's kind of cool.
Attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity.
So it's like Dark Urge with Baldur's Gate 3.
We do have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep.
She's asking the real questions. Are there romances?
I'll leave that for the future.
Of course, the woman is
However,
interested
yes,
in the
you can
romance
expect to build relationships
part
with
of being a
characters.
cool
Like I said,
fucking
there isn't, like,
vampire in
one
medieval
goal,
times.
Very varying ways to get to
Of
it.
course.
These different ways that you pick will impact.
Bitches can never shut up about romance. You ever talk to a woman about fucking Baldur's Gate or Stardew Valley or something? The first thing a bitch talks about is who she wants to bang in the game.
Martian survival.
Every
co-op
time,
adventure.
without fail.
Gives me Subnautica vibes. And in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land
I don't talk
exploration,
to women.
which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation wise and definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful.
Is
that
there
a
a
lot of them do
point
it
since
right.
fucking
This is like going
Minecraft
underneath
survival
Mars
games
and
have
has
not been
aliens.
popular,
Looks
bro?
interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's what I wonder.
2018?
Goes like how far
Nah,
down can you go?
2018 survival
How many
games were
rounds are you
popping
experiencing
too.
as you continue to go down. And like you said, with survivals, we
Just
see,
they've
like, a
always
lot of the
been
same loops. So how can they?
at least on
Trees
PC.
you can cut.
Yeah, like again,
I
we're gonna
can't talk
a lot,
about
but if you can cut a
console,
tree
but
down,
on
I'm good.
PC, there had every single year since Minecraft, there's been a good like
Then we have
3 or
Deep Dish,
4
Deep Dish
kind of
co-op,
big
dungeon crawling, a
survival
game,
games.
handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party.
And they're
party
always
up with
fucking
friends.
early access
I'm excited
every
for it.
single time, and most of them never came out.
Vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my
Kind of
veins.
retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very
Voxel's a
basic. I'm like,
big
that's gotta be
word?
some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. And so
2018 had Subnautica,
remove the pixels from
Yeah, we were watching
The
the trailer together,
Forest,
and the first
State
thing
of
she was
Decay
saying was
2,
like, hey,
and The
how do I
Long
kill
Dark.
those I'm with?
Subnautica, literally one of the biggest survival games of all time.
In the dungeon,
So yeah,
surely you're gonna be able
2018
to accidentally poison yourself.
was also
You can have,
popping
like, bad
for
ingredients
survival
on purpose
games.
To murder your.
I bet you're.
my
are gonna have to, I bet you're gonna have to fall
Why are
down.
you going there?
So I wonder though, with it being like
This is what I mean. Like every
dungeons,
year has had
like, if they're gonna have
several
an in-game
big
proximity chat kind of
survival
thing. It's one of
games,
my
at
favorite
least
things
on
in games like this,
PC.
when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The Lethal Company
Yeah.
effects, where they're like,
It looks
Especially
like
you
a
can
game
hear
that's
them
meant to
screaming.
be
Like
enjoyed
screaming,
with
running.
friends, for sure.
Yeah, like at
Me
least
and Jake gonna be in there dishing in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
The Long Dark
I'm
was pretty
dishing,
big,
baby.
yeah.
I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
Making
Can you
dinner.
bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawn Walker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day
Hi,
system
Pickle.
is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man, and even though like all of that
Blade.
sounds great by itself, there's even another
Blade.
layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he
Yes.
doesn't get to use during the daytime. His
That is a
combat's
cool
different.
mechanic.
He's not using a sword; he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around, and there's maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night. But then there's different ones at night. So
Yeah, I think
Usually
Blood of the
it's magic, 'cause
Dawnwalker
you
is going to
can
be
use
one of
magic.
those games
and
that
basically what they're
it
trying to
either
do
really
is to not
pops
just have
off
the
and
time
people
being
love
element of
it,
certain
or
actions
it's
to take
just
it forward, but
ass.
also, whether
I
you're
think
playing
maybe
in
there's a
game or
middle
night,
ground
quest lines play out
to where it's a
completely
cult
differently.
classic type of game,
Different,
almost like the
some
Elix
behaviors are different.
games,
This
where
person may
like
be
they're very
asleep, you can't
janky,
talk to
but
them,
Have different
somebody else is there.
abilities.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all time.
Talking about Dawn Walker. Yeah, they just went over. They just showed like brand new gameplay for Dawn Walker. Had a full interview with the dev and stuff like that.
Short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I got to wait to make this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles.
It gives me Witcher 2 vibes. Like it doesn't look nearly as polished as like a Witcher 3. It looks more janky like a Witcher 2.
You're eating people, or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people. I don't know, maybe it's that way. But whatever you want. The dark run through versus like the light run through.
But I like what they're talking about with the factions in the game, and you can kind of play to various factions depending on your actions that you do, and it seems like there's actual player agency in your decisions. And the world state changes depending on what you do, which is pretty cool. I really like that in RPGs.
Trying to find your information, you can side with different people.
Witcher 2 is good. I like Witcher 2 more than Witcher 3. Yeah, I'm not saying Witcher 2 is bad. It's just like very obvious they had lower budget, you know?
To stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil, doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to, you know, get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices
perspective, and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where
it's way better than the first game. Yeah.
That means
The first game is like a the first game isn't bad until you do the combat. The combat is like a weird rhythm game. It's terrible.
So even though
I think when they do this showcase in the future, I like them interviewing the devs. I like them talking about the games and stuff.
For the next section, we have.
But I think they should talk about them a little bit less.
Say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep World,
from Player Unknown,
Shadow Glass from Starhelm Studios.
Like PUBG. The PUBG creators making what, a survival game?
It's just an infinite map generator with.
Yep, that's Player Unknown.
So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself.
Another survival game.
The decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite.
There is a massive monsoon going on right now, so if the stream goes down, it's because my internet or power went down. There's a massive monsoon now.
And I can share stuff.
So hopefully nothing goes down, but we'll see.
Right, so it's kind of. Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But
interesting.
It's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first because you have the same conditions.
Is it co-op or
multiplayer? Yeah, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a
of course, the Player Unknown guy is thinking about streamers. It's kind of an interesting concept, though. Randomly generated seed. You start in a cabin and you have to get to a weather tower. So it's not like a just survive and build whatever you want type of game.
Except when you find a new map in the world.
He said it wasn't multiplayer? Oh, I guess he's just talking about multiple people streaming then.
So you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content,
that's kind of cool.
The worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense.
So he's
Like,
just talking
I
about
want to have
multiple people
pathing.
playing
I want
single
to have,
player
like,
at the same time?
infrastructure,
That's
like,
interesting.
telephone lines, this kind of stuff. So the cabins aren't
Devs
just
don't usually talk
random
about that
cabins
type
in
of
the
shit.
forest, that there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world. And once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the...
I'm just
the
happy this guy
substations
isn't
to,
attached to fucking
bring towers
crafting
to other
anymore.
towers so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems.
So it is
We'll build
multiplayer.
maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game. But again, that's just
This is
one
just
layer of the world. Like, I
the
want you to be able to
start
just
of what
jump
he's
around the
trying
world
to
and
do,
see
I
what's
guess.
happening, because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer of survival you have to do, or a layer of gameplay in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
I've never been more confused. Yeah, the one time I wish they would ask questions. He started talking about something called preface or preface.
We got your location report. We are monitoring you in the operation zone. Good luck. Over.
He literally just was talking about 5v5s and 10v10s and shit. New extraction shooter. It sucks that the bitrate is so low on this stream. I wish it was higher. Or they were at least streaming like 1440 60 or 4K 60. The animations for the guns look good. And at least they're like showing gameplay, which that's another thing I'll say. They've only shown gameplay for all of these games, which is a big W. No CG trailers. Maybe it's not an extraction shooter. Very stalkery. They've got anomalies and it's like Stalker mixed with GTFO. No, that was definitely a player, I think. You're shooting at flashlights. I'm gonna guess it's an extraction shooter. A Stalker E extraction shooter. We're kind of in the extraction shooter boom right now. Like everyone is trying to do fucking extraction shooters. Enter, secure, extract. Oh, that's Beautiful Light. Oh, this game's been on my Steam wishlist for forever.
Pixels were once only 2D. Now they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no
It's a stealth
assets
game.
will be
Eewee.
generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
Stealth game. Gross. It's called Project Shadow Glass. Is that it's basically Thief?
I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadow Glass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change.
Yes, we've had this in games before. Yeah. This is not exactly new technology.
And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening.
The ray traced audio reflections. Famously not buggy at all technology that a certain massive multiplayer shooter definitely didn't try and use, and everybody fucking hated it. Ray traced audio. Not finicky tech. 100% works. I miss anything good? They went in detail with Blood of the Dawnwalker. Talked more about it. Showed some more stuff with like the RPG mechanics.
Thank you so much.
They showed Player Unknown's new game, which is like a randomly generated survival game where your goal is to like get to this tower, but it randomizes the terrain and weather effects.
Go way back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking. It's a
They're about to
bare-bones
talk about
survival
it.
game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements.
They
where you just
showed
have to
Beautiful
try and
Light,
survive and make it
which
to
is
that. So if you guys don't know,
traction
Brendan Green,
shooter.
he not only was behind the battle royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play.
Yeah, so he's like making this survival game
from us talking about a survival game
that is
like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games and they're going to be branching out in this game for
one
the
where
next
you
few
play
years
as the
until they have
monsters.
multiplayer,
It
until they
looked
have
like there
weapons
was
and
a
they
scene
have,
where you were playing as a
PvE
monster.
and animals to fight against, but it's also part of a much
Also, a
bigger
story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
Things to
world.
do, yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy.
Just want to
It's
fall
like-
back.
He's like, yeah, I want
1 million in one server.
playing together
Yeah.
on a gigantic map, but you know,
Basically, this survival game is like the foundation for Player Unknown to like add multiplayer and more people on servers and stuff.
PvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw. In it.
6 3
Looks
people
like I'm gonna
squads.
be scared.
It looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one down. Write that one down.
That word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI.
What's the
popping up
game
like,
about?
"Ooh,
Pretty
it's back
empty from the
incoming."
preview.
Just
What,
know
for Beautiful
you are
Light?
in the moment. You're in the game.
Or
listen around
Project
you, look at the thing on the
Shadow
character, it's
Glass.
like,
Project Shadow
you can
Glass, they
play
said it's
as
not
a
even
monster,
alpha yet.
Or
That was
as
just like
someone,
assets that
or
they've
as the,
designed.
You know, soldier. Is there controllers?
Oh yeah, you can.
I don't know. Great question.
You can play as the monster there, just confirmed. So Beautiful Light is the one where you can play as the monster.
I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards, and he believes there's a right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better than mouse and keyboard is better for that, but not for him.
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller. if
Yeah,
I
he
could.
said that
That's
earlier.
That's how passionate.
Which is a
That's
patently
crazy.
insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it
Play an
went
extraction
viral
game
from
where I don't have to worry about
that
extracting
AI
shit,
post.
and
There's
instead
an
of
AI
just
post
mess
that
with
looked
other
just
people.
like
They
it,
had
and
one
he was
like that.
I'm making it
Actually, one
because
of
it's
them
not AI.
offered
I looked
to
up the
sponsor
video,
a couple
'cause he has a YouTube
streams.
channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip,
I don't
of the
remember what it
AI
was called.
generated art went
Maybe
viral,
somebody in the
we saw it
YouTube
and
chat
thought, like,
remembers. It was an extraction shooter though, where you could play as people, but you could also
then
play as the
He
monsters.
saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real. But we talked about
Unfortunately,
earlier,
it
you know, There's a
died.
desire for stuff like that. The more simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It
But I
feels
remember they
like,
offered
the
to,
game is
to
still, like,
sponsor a few streams.
learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop
And
itself
Google
into.
it.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadowglass, and it's going to eventually become like a video game. But right now, it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy.
It was called Level Zero Extraction.
It can grow to a game, but it's certainly very.
I'm pretty sure it's dead now.
Yeah, he seems like a.
Because it
But
seems
yeah,
like I just love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart.
they offered. I think they offered me like $2,000
I got attached
to do
that same
like
artwork,
3
but then
streams of the
further
game or
explains, it shows
something.
you some concepts that you weren't
And I looked
expecting
at it and I was like,
game with that artwork or
I'm
that
good.
design. And showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And you,
Oh yeah, that threw me off.
It was
The
a little like.
I was like, is that a Rainbow Six
you threw, that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design. As
The
well.
alien looked funny
I
though.
remember seeing that clip that went
You just
viral.
like
I
were
remember
beating
seeing
the
it. That
shit out
vibe
of people
was
that were
incredible, like walking up to the castle.
had all this gear for your. The
Section,
Expanse?
we have
Oh
three
shit!
What I would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Athelion from Don't Nod, which
Who's
we have
Don't
an
Nod?
incredible look behind the
That
scenes
sounds
of the
very
music, the
familiar.
composer themselves, as well as the Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with the Expanse,
W.
super
I'm excited for
and
that.
also Distant
Oh, that's the
Shores.
Life is
Great.
Strange guys. Okay. Bro turned 2K down because he could. Bradley, I don't think you understand how much money I am regularly offered to play shitty games on stream. Raid Shadow Legends has offered me so much money, dude.
I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game.
Yeah, I don't play garbage.
Saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to
This looks very different from Life is Strange.
It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story.
Remember Me. Oh, I do remember that game. That was a 360 game, right?
Conveys this emotional relationship between them, and then
Yeah, The Expanse is Owlcat's, I think, their first take at something that's not a CRPG. It's like a third person.
to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice.
No, Prey was
It's an
arcade.
instrument that had been invented by the Bashir
Are they gonna
brothers
talk about
in
the gameplay or just the music?
For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it, cannot even.
Hey yo, what's he doing to that instrument, dude?
Instruments. To play the instrument, you need to
Stroking
get your
it.
hands in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure could convey.
Oh, we're seeing a little bit of video gamey.
Identity of the score, and the same time having.
This does look very different from what they normally make.
Magical sense of in the score.
Jesus. No gameplay, never show gameplay? No, actually, every single game in this showcase has shown gameplay. It's literally one of the main things that they sold the showcase on. Is they said there's not going to be any CG trailers, and they're going to only show gameplay for every game that they show.
Intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very.
I mean, they're showing
how to
gameplay.
say, very dangerous and very.
Here we
sacred
go.
At the same time, so I thought that the organ could be this. Give this
Could they
like
just
distance.
like not get any of the actual devs? They only got the sound guy, maybe?
I'm so happy to write the music for a fellow, and it's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
I wish I knew what this game was, because I have not played a Don't Nod game since Life is Strange 1. None of them have really interested me. But this actually looks interesting. Aphelion 2026. Huh. Okay. Oh, here we go. Lock in. Owlcat, The Expanse. Owlcat, obviously known for amazing CRPGs. They did Rogue Trader.
We had some discussions at the early stages.
Pathfinder games.
To be honest, whether to go fully class system or
Homies with Larian.
something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper.
Have they shown gameplay of this?
Something else.
I feel like we've mostly seen CG.
We thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how
it's more grounded than I thought.
Why not to give him the possibility to do that?
Oh, it's like a cover-based shooter. It is Mass Effect. They're not beating the Mass Effect allegations.
Kind of gently guides you towards.
Are there no aliens in this world? I mean, I guess that's kind of like, that's like a husk right there.
At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So
very grounded sci-fi.
Of the choices system, you know, if you just can.
I know nothing about The Expanse.
That kind of
it looks cool.
Makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three.
I hate RPGs that let you do everything.
So it will be either
it's my biggest pet peeve in RPGs.
Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same,
that what she said?
Identical one. They will look a little bit different.
Not a gray warden, guys, a pink warden.
They have their own personality.
Completely different.
Events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Eris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in.
I'm very interested.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their affection and their acquaintance. They some background
affection,
story, their own
romancing.
All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situation.
Don't ask the Expanse guys what their near light speed engine is called. Oh no.
They will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice.
I wish we could like just get some unedited gameplay or something.
They will have their own stories, their own struggles, and
I want to see what the dialogue looks like.
Choose to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular.
This game isn't 2026 though, right? I thought they said they're only showing 2026 games here.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our back.
Romances, there you go, women.
We cannot say who is going to have romance, but they will definitely.
Hey, they all look caught though. W.
It's a small crew on the small ship. You know.
Black nerdy girl. I'm so in. Tell me she's romanceable.
In very tight spaces for a very long time.
You know
So
what?
there
It's
is a
giving
dynamics
Star
in
Citizen.
the crew as well.
It's very Star
Let's say a few
Citizen-y.
layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay. A few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do
The
it from
creation of the
covers. So it's a
Epstein
cover-based,
drive, a
gunplay,
fusion engine capable of
and
producing
the second layer of the combat system
ain't
is,
no way.
that's your
It's called the
abilities.
Epstein
That
drive. That's
they
crazy.
Might be more like offensive ones, maybe
Hey,
something
yo.
like a grenade or a
What is the expanse about?
or maybe something more defensive like a shield or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style.
That's
and,
so funny.
As Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly
Wanted to lower
focused
my
on using your
expectations.
gadgets rather
That
than
would make
using
sense if
your
Alcat
weapons.
has
Third
ever
layer
released a
is,
bad
but,
game.
still very important. That's,
These guys have
obviously
literally
the
never
games.
released a
They
bad
have their
game.
impact on the,
They're basically like
combat.
Obsidian.
They have
Like,
what we
they've
call,
only released
combat
bangers
opportunities.
and
That's
like
a particular situations when you can order your
very
component,
above
use
average
and
games.
exploit in the arena and the environment to,
Like, yeah, they've only really
gain
done
a certain advantage
CRPGs.
in combat. We decided against, you know, the
But at the
management,
very
the
least, you
gameplay
know,
part of the-
you've
of
never
the
heard of them. You've never heard
so
of
you won't be
Warhammer
counting
Rogue
your,
Trader. You've
gallons
never heard of
reaction
any of the
mass or how much water you need to
Pathfinder
recycle
games.
before it dries out. Nothing like that.
They're
But, still,
massive.
The expansion universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will
At
be a
the
lot of
very,
survival, in
very
terms of,
least,
gameplay
you know that the
experience, just
writing
not
and the
as a
characters are going to be
you'll
immaculate in the
be able
game.
to fly around the solar system. You will be able to visit
You'll be able to fly around.
We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar.
Yeah, anybody that's into
shop,
CRPGs knows
for better
Alcat,
equipment
and they
stuff
know
like
that
So
Alcat is
you'll
like
have
one of the
plenty
goats.
places to go
Alcat
and
has more
visit
bangers
to
than
look at.
Larian.
The expansion
To put it
universe is
into
cruel,
perspective.
and, some characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for
Larian
more.
has a
We'll
more
show
spotty
more,
track
very
record than
soon.
Alcat
Have
does.
Something cooking. I hope you will like it.
I'd say Larian has released some games that are like kind of mid. Alcat, all of their games have been like really, really good.
Stay alert.
Dragon Commander, my beloved. There's a dragon game. I don't think it's Dragon Commander.
Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother.
Another survival game.
Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Okay. Wait. Wait a minute. Let him cook. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Wait a sec. That's cool.
Under the ocean, a distant shore, waiting to.
Okay. Wait a sec. This is kind of sick. Giving me fucking Half-Life vibes, dude. Yo. Wait, this actually looks kind of sick. Magneto over here. If anyone has seen the Chinese animated movie, The Legend of Hay, it's really good. It's a banger. Highly recommend it. But a lot of this shit, the main character has like magnetic powers. A lot of the shit is like straight out of that. It's really cool. I like that it kind of uses like Portal ideas, right? Where you're like setting up these two colored things. Makes it very readable. This actually looks sick. I don't know what the goal of the game is. If it's like Portal, it's just a puzzle game or something, but this looks... I would play this. 100% I'd play this. This looks really cool. Very puzzly. Which, you know, normally I'm not a puzzle game enjoyer, but when you have cool mechanics like this, I can get down with some puzzles. Like, I love Portal. Cool. This is actually fire. This is cool. Meaning to watch it? I would definitely recommend it. But yeah, the main character in that uses magnetism in very similar ways. Like attaching a little bit of metal to their raft and then sending a piece of like metal that's magnetized to it out. Stuff like that, like they just showed. Looks like there's some combat too. Oh, and the opposition with how the cloud is moving. Some aliens. This looks neat. And I'm copyrighted. I have seen Nope, yes. Distant Shore, Britannia. I'm adding that to the wish list, actually.
With Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional.
First wish listed game.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that
We were actually talking about that earlier today, music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
It changes
game
everything.
from a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you.
Yeah, it's in the same as the Expanse TV series and the books.
Like Life is Strange, or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire.
Never even heard of Larian
Try
until
different stuff, weird stuff.
Baldur's Gate 3 was announced for the bear sex scene. Brother, you need to play more good games.
What was it called?
You need to spend less of your brain devoted to fucking Fallout and more playing good games.
I want to try it, honestly. I mean, how do you discover that?
That's crazy.
That this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes.
I think more and more people are getting into CRPGs now, though. There was definitely a period of time where CRPGs were really niche. Other than like a few, like probably like Wasteland 2 was pretty big.
Like a lot of time you don't think about it.
Wasteland 3 was pretty big.
You don't really think about it, but then when it's exceptional, like
Obviously, like the older Fallout games were pretty big.
Then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good. You know.
Ironically, my Spotify Wrapped this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though. Whenever a developer does take the music very seriously in a game, it often reflects.
I'm sure they're taking other parts.
It reflects in every other. I mean, think about it. All the games that have, like, you think about the games with the best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it
Mass Effect.
It correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG. obviously set in the
Yeah,
Expanse
kind of
universe.
the
Expanse is a book and it's a show, so they're
the
taking
only
inspiration
question
from
here is if
both,
they nail
but
the
at the same time, it
combat.
doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment.
Yeah, they were super
and
popular in the
you get to make your own
90s and the
choices.
2000s.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave. And so seeing them go
Lore
into
as
this,
well.
which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many RPG mechanics. It's a different road. And I asked them about that in our interview and was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing. And they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled. And they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like
gameplay
Mass
wise.
Effect,
It did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change because your companions.
Dead
they
Space
told us,
meets
will
Gears of
disagree with some
War,
the stuff you do.
brother.
They'll get upset or.
They will have their own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their
Every time this
opinions,
guy
and they
opens
also,
his
what
mouth, I
interesting
just
to
think
me
about
they
him
mentioned
saying
was that when
Destiny
you
was
are
better
making
than
choices in the
Warframe.
game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that
I
was
just
a big
can't.
moment. If that what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here.
Maybe
it
they'll make
will,
an action
but that's
game
all
with the
behind
Rogue
scenes.
Trader
Their
license.
game was Distant Shore.
Would
Brittany.
be
This
interesting.
is
I'd
what
be down
went
for
viral as almost
even
a
Pathfinder,
total with
dude.
magnets.
Pathfinder
I think it
or
looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept. I could see it being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
really
one of those
is.
games like you didn't know you wanted, but then you see it, you're like, oh, that looks like it tickles a part of my brain. Yeah.
Like we've seen versions
Magnets,
of it before, but with
bitch.
everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
In other
I thought
puzzle,
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
well. Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah,
not happening.
Well, and I think it's also really
I want
cool
to play
that
it.
they
It looks
have
cool.
boss mechanics because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch with these boss fights that are organic in the space and
It also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game, so there is more to it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build
Yeah, I
on
hope
that
the
with
Expanse is
story,
good.
boss
If
fights,
it's
all
still
sorts of stuff.
pre-alpha, I don't
not
think
just
it's
reach a
coming out this
destination or
year
do a
though.
final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said. That's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
I think worst case scenario, the Expanse is like a
Next up, we have two
Grounded
very
2
exciting
and
updates
Avowed?
coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
What is Avowed getting? I didn't know they were doing DLC for Avowed. Avowed, probably one of the most controversial games of last year.
First-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of.
I thought this game was great, by the way.
To investigate a mysterious.
I streamed a lot of it. I stopped streaming it because people in the chat were so fucking annoying. That I played the rest off stream.
Positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways. You know, it's
Grounded 2 isn't out yet. It's in early access.
things we've been supporting on it. You know, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the wizard
Oh,
tree.
okay.
About it that are like arachnophobia mode. That was like a big community requested feature.
Yeah, that would have been nice when I played the game.
Improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
The Amauin, Orlins.
Oh.
Are now playable.
Oh, shit. That's actually pretty big.
Around the player community.
For free?
You know, really closely with our community management team. You know, we get like a.
I wonder if they added dialogue and stuff as a result of being able to play as the other races. That's actually a really big change.
We wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time.
Are
and
these
what
all
the
free
community wants,
updates?
and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role play their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character. You know,
The
to kinda
fucking
have this
furries.
fantasy in this world. As they journey through the story, we just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can.
That's cool.
To really make the
That's a W.
character they want to
For
make,
free as well.
and
It's really
just
cool.
Make it just their own stuff like all the playable races. We discussed it early on and Avowed. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. So it was something like new to wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original.
Obviously, this was one of the big things that people complained about compared to Elder Scrolls, right?
In the world.
This game sadly like was killed basically because everybody was comparing it to Elder Scrolls. Also, I think it was overpriced. It was a $70 release, which is just like,
New Game Plus allows the
oh, they have New Game
players
Plus.
to bring over all their abilities,
That's cool.
all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically, but you know, you'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies that kind of, you know, either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or, you know, modifiers that make them more resistance to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in.
The game looks so derpy in third.
That New Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take
6 hours in the game. I think I put in about 50 hours.
Get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character.
This game really struggled because it was too expensive at launch, and it
some scary shots
just got torn apart because of the art director said some dumb shit about like Elon Musk and conservatives.
You know, keep an eye out on our socials.
Oh, that's why they're doing it. It's coming to PS5 finally. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was an Xbox exclusive. Actually, I had no idea about that. Grounded. Thank God they're not showing any spiders.
Grounded 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park.
Yo, I'm an Obsidian Glazer. Okay, obviously I got the Fallout New Vegas poster in the background. I love Obsidian. They're probably like my favorite devs out there.
And figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and
so
weapons.
Yeah, I thought Avowed was pretty good, dude.
Initial survival challenges, you can sort
I
of
didn't think
get
it was like
into
game
the
of the year or
story of
anything.
What has really happened
Like
in this park?
I think I'd probably give it like a 7.5 to an 8.
Big content update that we have. We've been calling it the winter update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot.
Anything
of
about
things that are very, very
Spyro?
exciting.
No.
With this winter update,
No, this is only
community
AA
garden
games
attached right to that
and
early
indies.
area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entails.
Got asked to
You've got,
officiate a wedding?
vegetable garden,
Oh,
you've got a
shit.
greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there.
Oh, that thing's kind of cute.
I love to say, all of these insects, you know, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack
Gonna
you.
get ordained.
And regardless, You fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully
One of
lean
these
into
days,
what
I'm
makes
gonna
the
do
park
my
from the backyard. And for us,
I'll
that
do a
means
grounded
that
playthrough
mixture
on
of
stream.
really organic structures as well as that man-made touch.
See you,
that
Jordan.
this was designed by humans. That
What was up with the Avowed stuff? It's about to come out on PS5. So they're doing like a big free update. They added a bunch of skills to multiple different like
are also coming back too.
character
And, like,
types.
with both of those, you get
Namely the
sets of armor
rogue and the mage and the fighter. And then they also are adding the ability to play as the other races in the game instead of just human, which is a pretty big W.
The cricket is pretty big.
That was one of the complaints people had with the game.
With a large bus, probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun.
Ugh.
Also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft.
Wait until this
based
update
on
comes
it.
out
And
to
then
start my
same
run
thing
then.
for,
Yeah,
earwig. You
yeah,
actually
it sounds
have
like it.
two different types of earwig. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their
Oh my god, dude. This is gonna be the scariest game I've ever streamed in my life.
armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them.
This
into
is gonna be
weapons.
so scary.
And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We could probably do Grounded after we finish Riftbreaker.
Excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted.
Like
by
we're gonna
the
finish
changes.
Riftbreaker.
Just like we did in the picnic
That's funny.
area. We've revamped the combat, so that means even looking at the old legacy creatures.
I wouldn't recommend a Grounded stream if you hate spiders. That's the whole point, man.
In this new dance, how can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And
That's the whole point.
hopefully there's a couple
It's
of
to
twists
see
coming,
me
even with
fucking
old
terrified.
favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy.
Calvin said that I should charge people. I should play with arachnophobia mode and I should charge people. And if we hit a certain donation goal, then for that stream, it'll be arachnophobia mode off.
Just really well.
I think.
But I think I'm just gonna do arachnophobia mode off, and I'll see how fucking terrifying it is.
Transport them around, and
It'll be
we
prime
often joke that
prime
that was the
content.
original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the Ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it.
He's so
that it felt like an
cute.
inevitability for us. But what's
He's so
important
cute.
for us?
He has a
was
fucking
to
cannon on it.
introduce new buggies. We don't want it to just be another one or
What the
just
shit?
you know. And so it really boiled down to what can the Ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player?
Dude, you turn a ladybug into a fucking like
her own little niche in the game.
tank.
She's the tank. She's, you know, the one who can.
That's
get into those
amazing.
Really tough fights and withstand.
So this
those
is not in the first game, right?
Swarms of insects, and that's where the idea of
The bugs
water
is
cannon
bouncing
onto her
too.
back, and
That's
you know,
cool.
players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up, you know, providing a ton of gameplay opportunities.
What are you pelting them with? Just water?
Being able to shoot
Oh,
down
dude, they got
the aerial,
bees.
insects that are
They got
often a bit
wasps.
more challenging and a bit more frustrating. for
Oh,
players when
I
you
don't
have
like
this
wasps
ranged weapon that
either.
can take you down.
Yellow
It feels
jackets.
super
Ooh,
satisfying, almost like an
I do not
anti-hero.
like
For us,
those.
as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche, and now it's just about bringing that experience to life. And
I want a ladybug. That's cute, man. I want a little baby ladybug.
highlight that and let that shine for the player.
Those stream, I will probably
So we saw
peek.
about great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming. There's a photo.
Oh yeah,
mode,
New Game
new
Plus
weapon
as well.
type,
I love
changing
all the
appearance. There's new
personalizations they
character
can do.
presets. You got new races, which I'm sure,
species,
yeah, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very
Busy this year.
busy, yeah, and they're doing these free updates now, and so they also are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
We got another one.
We got
the Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go. Yeah, the thing. Yeah, but it's coming, and it's available for pre-order as of
Right
this
now?
show going live. So right now, so check it out.
Oh,
When
Pickle,
talked to
I
them,
have
they
several
were,
people that want to
saying how
fucking
important the community is to them.
be
how
in on it.
They've listened to a lot
They
of their
want to
feedback, like adding arachnophobia
laugh
mode
at
on
my
Grounded.
pain.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared
in
of
real
spiders,
time.
what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But they like that's kind of their driving force is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options.
That'll be me peaking
Okay,
though.
we'll do that. And
I'll never do streams better than
do that. They could put
being
it in
terrified to
package, but they're
spiders in
not. They're
games.
just, it's a labor of love, and that's.
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your
That's
character
cool.
looks, or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Dwarf Master
Besides that, we
Race.
also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy. A
lady buggy.
For those of you watching, it's a play on word.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug E because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they
Wow,
also
thank
take a
you
lot
for
of
that.
feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy?
It's
Should an
actually
insect
crazy how
be what
much
they call,
Obsidian released
is
last
it
year.
docile or docile?
It's actually insane.
Whatever you prefer.
They started off the year with Avowed,
insects can be friendly, some
which
can
was
be
like a
enemies,
really
and of course
good
they also
game, like
treat them now as
7.5, 8 game. Then they did Grounded 2, which is obviously in early access.
They're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline.
And
they're
then
going to give you a lot of these big updates.
they
and you're gonna
finished
be kinda
off the year with
surprised,
Outer
like,
Worlds
when it first
2,
released early
which was a
access, there was still
banger.
plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still going to have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seems like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of
Yo,
Fallout.
that is big.
And he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of a legend of the industry. He, in 2020, went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired.
Yo, they do
He's
be
actually gone back
cooking.
to Obsidian to work full-time
Fallout
in
New Vegas
office,
2,
moved to
baby.
the studio on some
We're so
project that's
back.
unannounced, and he said, don't bother guessing, you will not guess it. So, new IP. Something.
We're
crazy,
so
who
back.
knows, But they are
Or he's
busy.
trying to throw us off.
It's hard to not see like hope at least for Fallout stuff because
What's
the
Luke
TV
doing
show
there?
being
This is
excellent
his
and,
showcase.
everyone itching for more Fallout, so
Didn't catch his name on the New Game Plus site. Yeah,
Next
this
up, we
is
have 3
oh
fantasy
Outward
RPG
2.
games that are looking very cool.
What the
as I would
dragon?
say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Night Dot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward. Obviously, we have Varen's Call by Titan.
Yeah,
Rock,
he's
and we
one
also
of the
have Dragon
big
2
guys with.
by
It's
Draconic
basically like him and Jake Lucky were behind this, to my understanding. Outward 1 is one of those games that it's like
Outward is an open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special.
It's like
superhero
Elix.
Or the last child from a
if you can get
prophecy,
past the jank, it's
or just
amazing.
a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before. And that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that.
Aren't we
It should
supposed to
be
get a
like
new
that in
Fable
design as
game?
well.
Don't let Oscar hear
one
you say that.
gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like we had
That shit's
very
not
ugly
happening.
protagonists.
We're
And
never
we didn't
getting
have
a new
process. We
Fable.
had, like,
I don't
three
care what
colors,
Microsoft
back
says.
faces.
I don't care what leaks say.
That was it feels like really throwing yourself into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to modify and customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one.
No, they're not. Fable doesn't exist.
Starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer? Well, we have 3 different quests, depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person. You're desperate.
Also, like Dragon Age Origins, different beginnings.
A miner, and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know, and very mundane situations, like you're not special or anything.
If you missed it, you missed it, Bradley.
And then you
Don't
have to
worry
live
about it.
up to the situation. We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's gonna be winter, and then it's
Cool.
spring, and then summer, and does change. Like what
I
kind of
really hope they
stuff
cleaned
you
up.
found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic, so now you can combine.
I really hope they
anything that
improve the
goes in one hand,
combat, because
and
like
that opens up a lot of possibilities. And
Outward One was, it was such a cool game, but it was just so fucking jank. It was so jank.
I don't recommend, but you can. Of course, like just visually, and the fact that it is much more lush, it's more filled, it's more.
I could never get through it all the way. It was just so fucking janky. The combat felt so bad.
And all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other. And
The multiplayer was cool though, like playing the game split screen, which is how I played it, was really
3
cool.
skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, when you have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats, so strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those.
Yeah, cool
Or
game,
in
jank
fact,
gameplay.
A lot of different things. that
Yeah.
they're all gonna have like.
At least Elix has like RPG, like storytelling and stuff, like very in-depth stories
You unlock a note
and decisions.
that will give you a passive trait and increase.
Outward is a very like gameplay focused video game.
We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the.
You
very
know
start
that your
to
game's
unlock all
combat
these
is
features
bad
because you have
when one of the strongest skills in the game is just making traps.
practice the life of danger in Ori to be able to
Like
understand.
literally,
get
so
to the
you
next
don't have
level.
to engage in the gameplay
Other
at
than
all.
that,
You
well, I
just
think it's
walk
important to note that
backwards
all
and you
4
just
regions
place
are new
traps.
regions, so it's really just completely new environment to explore.
And it was like the strongest fucking play style because you didn't have to actually engage.
Taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call. The
Is
world
it
of Ada is entirely
ARPG?
shrouded by
Okay.
darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other.
It's this type of
These incredibly
RPG.
hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting.
Okay.
First steps within the Forsaken Realms
Not a survival
will take you to the
game.
Vale of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the midst of a lone
Peacekeeper
mercenary,
Toilet?
seeking
Her
to
name
answer
is
Varen's
Toilet.
call for aid,
That's
and
crazy.
maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear
Okay.
that Varen needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to
Combat
cater to a
looks like
wide range
fucking
of
Lords of the
playstyles,
Fallen, bro.
offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes.
It's cool that you can swap between them fast like that.
Whirlwind of death. The choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter.
Ooh, you can light your swords on fire. That's neat.
Midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenaries' core.
This looks
stats
very
while gaining
early.
character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons.
Like the
armor,
UI
and
looks like it's stock UI.
some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The
This is
local
like
hamlet of
pre-alpha.
South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop your character.
It's a cute map.
Use the forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the dismantling bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spellcrafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force.
Honestly, the magic looks kind of neat.
Gadgets. A nice compliment to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity
Oh no, it's
to catch
outward.
enemies off guard. And finally, the alchemy cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures.
I love alchemy in games.
Curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey.
Oh,
Okay, great. So
what
you've
the fuck?
equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes
Pet
need
the
breaks too.
bison.
Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life.
This is definitely giving outward vibes.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death.
Almost Fable vibes, actually.
Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varin of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city.
The Gnomi scourge.
Guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
This is very Fable-y.
Maybe we should stick to the main task.
This is the closest you guys are getting to Fable this year.
Varin's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date.
Wow, it actually is coming out this
Inspired by
year.
Classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls. So if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist.
You know, it doesn't look bad.
Until then, we'll see you mercenaries soon.
Forsaken Realms Varin's Call. It doesn't look bad. It looks early. Apparently Fable's getting a showcase on the 22nd. I don't believe it. The Fable doesn't exist. It's not real. Yo, lock in. This is the Dragon Commander game. Lock in. The goal is to create the ultimate Dragon Rider experience. Create your dragon, take to the skies, ride into battle, and command armies from the back of your fiery flying friend. Yo. This shit looks sick. The focus at this stage is on the tech and systems needed to bring the concept to life at an unprecedented level of fidelity. Oh no, that means it's far away. You could grab and drag. Full scope of the game will become more clear over time as it depends on the future funding and the shifting nature of game development. Damn, so this is like early. Grand Vision is a M&B inspired kingdom builder, but the core concept can easily be adapted to smaller scope variants to fit the project needs. An early access demo is available to Patreon supporters. Okay, so they're literally just here to get funding. Oh, Mountain Blade, is that what M&B is? The current version focuses on the flight system, with more features being added in the future as they get ready for testing. Huh. So this shit early. Next release will focus on an extensive dragon creator. That's pretty neat. If you're one of those people that likes that shit. Dude, I wish I could customize my wiener like that. You know what I'm saying? I could customize that neck. Next release will focus... Oh, wait, that's the same thing. Truly an autistic game? I don't... if it goes full Mountain Blade, then yeah, it'll be an autistic game for
First
sure.
question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad. Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system.
So it's still
you
fucking
can camp,
really hard.
Like, right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like
Yeah, that
your
game is super
weapons
early.
and everything to wreck the enemy. Because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival. And when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if
Game
you
freezing?
die, it is likely
sorry.
your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding. And they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and,
Wouldn't be
play out
outward
this
if it
game.
was
Like
easy.
you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super close.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Like you can sprain your ankle.
Her mic isn't on.
You can perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all these ailments like take.
Yeah, I'm gonna
different
keep it
lengths of time
real,
to-
bro.
I got a concussion.
These types of games are not for me.
As well.
I'm too old for this shit, bro.
It was kind it was just kind of like a play.
I'm too old for these turbo hard games.
Brain damage in game. A lot of people.
I'm sure it'll be like Outward 1 though, and modders will make it like much easier for us boomers.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yes,
and it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split
Oh,
screen.
W! They got
and,
split screen
it's really
again.
nice.
That's how I played the first
Especially
one.
because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, so and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Next up, we have for
Yeah, I'm too old to be losing all my fucking
It looks sick.
progress.
Most importantly, controllers. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games
Fable.
like Fable.
Yeah.
They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just
Yeah.
want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about
I ain't got the time like people like Bradley, you know.
When the flute started
I ain't got the time to be
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game
grinding
looks
out
really nice, looks really
Warframe
well
free to play.
detailed, and I can't wait to
Take
try
my
it.
money. Let me speed through that
like,
shit.
You can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story. But
I
this
ain't
is
got
also
the
an expansive
time.
world where
Too
there
many
are a bunch of little side
games,
stories
too
where you
little
go to
time.
these individual side
Let me
characters and,
fly
help them catch
through.
their chicken.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
murder mystery or whatever it is, and I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know if we're.
Let's ride.
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck?
Women in the
customizer?
character
It was like-
creators.
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragon Flight, and as they mentioned in the trailer,
Some of us
it's still
work
work in
50
progress.
hours a
They're, like,
week.
finding the game
Bing,
and
bing,
what it's
bing,
going to
bing,
be
bing.
based on
Yep.
funding, Patreon support, things like that. But
And I've been going
I just,
extra hard this
imagining the
so
vision
far.
of a kingdom
I mean, we're
builder
only
where, like, you're in command
8
of
days
dragons,
into the year,
like
but I'm
Khaleesi.
trying to go much harder
Like,
on
inject
working
that
out
into my
too,
veins. It's another
like
one of those
strength
games I
training
didn't
and
know I
stuff,
needed
getting
or
way better
Never even
in
came
like
across
way
your
better
mind.
shape.
Wait a second.
I'm just so fucking tired.
Of course I need that.
I can't wait to see how it progresses because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. Like we saw some battle scenes.
She's too
we
hyped
saw
for the tech
some
demo,
light with other
bro.
dragons maybe fighting and how
It's
that's gonna
just
come into play.
it's a woman thing, dude. Women are obsessed with character creators.
Cinematic shots you're gonna get with that dragon is gonna be crazy.
I don't know what it is.
Next
The
up, we have some exclusive
cube.
content coming from Munfish, a comparison.
No,
of the
dude,
twins
they're
from
not
Atomic
showing
Heart
ill.
now
They got
in the cube. A very
Munfish.
exciting game. I think we're all looking forward to.
Wait,
And
what
for
is the
Atomic
cube?
Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4.
What is the
On top of
cube?
that, there is also
They're making a
Immortal
game
Gates of
other than
Fire
ill?
that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it.
50
and
hours is
RTS.
normal? No, 40 is normal. People complain about just doing 40. What the fuck is the cube? I can't believe they have Munfish on and they're not talking about ill. I'll say it. Atomic Heart was overly hated on. I thought the game was actually really, really good. I really liked the game. What the fuck is this, though? Oh, it's another DLC. Okay. I can't believe they're not showing ill. I'm so sad.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube.
The cube.
I can still barely believe it myself.
I remember they showed this before, and we were all like, what the fuck is
I was
this?
in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know, I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness.
People experiencing their first bad dub. Crispy critters. I thought it was funny, man. What the? Hamana hamana?
And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see
What
it?
is with these outfits, bro? Wait, what is this? Are they making a third game? You're just playing as a little spider. It's Granny. Jesus Christ. Well, at least they're not announcing it. Or they're not hiding it. The cube. So what is this? Just like a battle royale? Whoa. Atomic Universe. What the fuck is it though? An RTS in this economy?
So
Immortal Gates of Pyre
is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre.
Okay,
while
that's what I need.
keeping all of the complexity and
I need my accessibility.
the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular.
New
over the years.
StarCraft.
So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard style RTS. The fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid fire chess. We realized that
Zerg
RTS,
Rush.
in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities, and found that
I'd
they
like the
really
Zerg-like
loved the
faction.
fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right. Because you get
Well, you're
individual
also
unit
like building
control, it can be
bases and
very
shit though.
overwhelming, and because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the micro.
Oh, are they saying that
simultaneously,
there's no
for
base
most players,
building?
It just gets overwhelming and complicated, and so we worked through it kind of line by line.
Oh my god, that map is taking me back, bro.
That are not really decisions.
That is
that are
taking
more
me
just
back.
chores, right?
So
And-
many
and
hours
how
in
do we
RTSs
make
back in the
more
day.
and more of
Holy
the
shit.
complexity in the game,
Oh, you
but
have the options to automate
opt-in.
stuff.
We refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then
Hmm.
simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy. They want
The
this
genre isn't dead.
a lot of it
Guys,
has to do
trust
with,
us. It's not
things
dead.
like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for
Trust
example,
us.
in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy, and you're screwed. The
I
correct
blame
move,
Korea.
with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we
Korea
made that
killed
automated,
RTSs,
but have a
bro.
toggle.
The
If you
Asians games are
want to
just
turn it
too
off,
good.
You can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually
that's how I always played Command and
support
Conquer,
gameplay
Supreme
mode,
Commander, StarCraft.
and, players, including pro players,
If
have
you
actually
count
really
Age of
enjoyed doing
Mythology,
2v2
like how I always
but the
played them
ultimate
was
goal
LAN
is to
parties.
destroy the enemy's town centers, and so
It'd
it's
be
kind of a
me,
tactical
my
back and
dad,
forth with
my
counters
uncle, and then all my
strategic
dad's
sniping,
D&D
using mortal
friends.
abilities in clever
They'd all
ways.
come
So
over.
it's
We'd all
great
just
for
have like a fucking
mastery,
big ass
laddering,
LAN party,
and skill gain.
playing
Ultimately, at least the
like
goal
Command and
is to
Conquer
have
matches or
other
StarCraft
PvP
matches
modes
and
that
stuff
are
like
more
that.
casual or more playful, kind of some
I've
chaos modes,
it's kind of like
auto
fighting
battler
games for
modes, things
me,
like that, where if you just have
where
10
fighting
minutes
games are
and
really
you
fun
wanna
when you play
have a
with your
beer while doing
friends.
it, and you wanna
The moment
do
you have to
something that's a bit
play
strategic,
against a
but
dude
you
whose
don't wanna
name
get
is a
that
bunch
sweaty,
of fucking
we wanna have those
katakana,
experiences
you
too.
go,
That's
okay,
a big part of the target market that we're looking
I'm
at
not
is
having
people
fun
that
anymore.
like to be
Oh, I got
challenged
hit
mentally,
once.
but don't necessarily
I've
wanna
been
try to do
promoted to
crazy
playing
APM
spectator instead of
don't
playing the
wanna get too
game.
invested in the competition. We
Let
want
me
to do
watch him do a
full grand
1,000
campaign.
hit combo
The
on my
inspiration
ass.
for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions.
That's interesting.
And conquering territory.
The
and
last
building new and
RTS I
unique
played,
stories.
I mean, I guess like Total War has like RTS when you're fighting, but the last actual dedicated RTS I played was Planetary
It's very cool to see
Annihilation,
the twins for the first time in this universe.
and
if you
I
like
played that
Atomic
because it
Heart,
had some
but
really
the
cool
trailer
stuff.
itself for the cube,
So
nothing
unique.
new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is a
They're
crazy
so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes.
But what is the game?
It
But
like
what is
breaks
it?
my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah.
But
They
what
show that
is
sliding
it?
clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And
by,
they've
like,
taken
rockets,
so
you
many
know?
gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that
But
short trailer.
what
You saw
is
wall
it?
Running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is
PvPvE?
set in a universe that people have already
MMO?
A very,
Wait,
the world of Atomic
what
Heart
is
very
it?
interesting
Can you
as well.
explain it a little
It's
bit?
kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
vibe.
that's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original
That's why I
game,
liked
Atomic
it.
Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights and then like
Yeah.
the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube.
I thought
And
it
then
was
they're
funny.
adding in this multiplayer component as well.
What is the multiplayer
PvE
component?
elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates.
PvE?
I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Munfish is like, we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying
Yeah.
to pinpoint like what game
I was
looking
hoping
at
you guys would tell
because
me.
We are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly, I saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released.
No,
There was
I
something
haven't
about that aesthetic
played
that I also saw, and I was
RTS in a
like, okay,
long
now I'm
time,
instantly
man.
locked back into this.
For
The
me,
DLCs people love.
RTS,
There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their fourth and
it's
final
something I
DLC
played
for
so
Atomic
much
Heart.
of growing
And,
up
when we saw the
that
trailer,
I
we saw the
just have never
screenshots,
had the
and it adds new
desire to do it
environments.
again.
It looks good.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been playing Total War Warhammer 3, and that's like scratched a bit of an itch for RTS when it comes to like the really big combat. But obviously, it's not really real time because you can
Talk
pause.
about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5. Is what
Well,
they
I've
would
been
tell you.
playing. I have 3
And they really
campaigns
wanna try and
going. I have
as we all
the
know, like,
Clan
the RTS genre is
Eshin
really hard to
guy,
get into because
the Ninja Rat for
I
Skaven.
agree, because it's like you
I have,
see
I think
these
his name
games,
is
you know, RTS
Torox
games,
of
you're
the
like, I don't want
Beastmen.
to do that. I don't want to work on
And then I have,
and,
I
all
don't
those
know
movements
what
per second
guy
and
for
whatnot.
Nurgle.
And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established
the
themselves
plague
in the RTS
guy.
genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and
Tempest
survive,
Rising is
branch
goated.
out, and be
I might
somewhat
enjoy
unique to
Iron
what we already
Harvest.
have kind of attached to.
I've seen Tempest Rising before. It does look very like
Because I think it is
classic.
pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to.
I've never heard of Iron
At least
Harvest.
you have a good strategy.
RTS is just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because like I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe who's been playing this his entire life.
Yeah, fuck Sweaty Joe.
I live for micro macro
This
movements,
is
bro.
cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I think like if RTS could really nail,
But I do want to really support them, and you know, when it comes to cracking through.
if RTS could really nail what Street Fighter has managed to nail for fighting games, where each character has their own ranked, and the ranked is like very strict, and it can tell if you're smurfing like instantly, and as a result, like Street Fighter 6 is actually really fun to play online because you're almost always fighting people your level.
Next up, we have
If RTS can nail that, I think it could be really fun. Like if I was fighting people as retarded as me, I think it would be fun.
Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
What is this? This looks cool. Kind of cyberpunky.
Welcome to the world of Execular. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is gameplay overview.
That was literally cyberpunk.
Execular is
It has a dedicated
adventure game that
kick. Where's
encourages
Calvin?
exploration,
Where's
reward
Calvin?
curiosity.
We have a dedicated kick. Dark Messiah's back, baby. We're back.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular.
Wait, this game actually looks sick.
Corporate bounty hunter.
Bounty Hunter
Executors
game!
hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
Adding it to the wish list
One
right
of the
now.
game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade
Add
your
to wish
gear,
list.
and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the tower.
This game looks sick.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and
Huh, kind of like
radiation.
Pacific Drive in a way.
Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
It looks open worldy, but they said it's chapters. The ragdolls look very satisfying. Use the kick. That shotgun needs some work. Not a very beefy shotgun, but it has a dedicated kick and ragdolls, so I'm in. Explosion didn't look too bad. Oh.
Survival is a part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited.
Oh.
Every item matters. Forcing
Oh.
players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what
Survival horror inventory management?
Allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment.
Wait, this looks fire. This looks really cool. I like the UI on the revolver as well. Very Dead Spacey. It shows the ammo.
There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth,
So it's Deus Exy.
dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
In Exekiller, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Yo, that actually looks sick.
On Steam.
That's probably the biggest standout.
Robert here from
This game is really good.
I am the senior product manager.
I've played like 10 hours of this game, I think. This game is really, really good. Far, Far West.
Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world.
Very fun. It has cum magic.
And cleanse the lands of the evil enemy.
What more do you need to know?
Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West home.
They better show the cum Oh, he has the cum bubble. He has the cum thrower. He has the cum rain. Oh, yeah. Wait till you see the cum magic. You'll buy the game right away.
Ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game.
This game is sick.
Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with
Yo, the music is also a banger in this game. Oh, he has the minigun. I didn't get to use the minigun.
Firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also be comboed.
Look at that, he's got the cum.
Powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells.
Yeah, you can mix the cum with all the different magic.
To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy
That guy
attacks.
sucks at the
Right now,
game.
we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While
It's just like what happened with Calvin.
enemy hordes who will try and stop.
That's exactly what happened with Calvin. We were all just throwing dynamite at his fucking face and he wasn't grabbing it.
Let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this.
There's
party
also a
started.
bunch of like side objectives and stuff that you can do in the level. There's currency to gather to unlock stuff in between missions. There's a lot of like extra stuff that they're kind of quickly going through. But there's like full boss mechanics and everything for all of the bounties. There's only one that's like kind of lame, I think, which is the train. The train was like kind of lame.
Dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town.
Oh, he has a sniper. I wanted the sniper.
Which is easier said than done when the whole of the Far West wants you dead.
Oh, he's got the cum arrows.
Well, some of us.
W.
Which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters.
These guys
even more and be
suck.
Stronger for the next bounty.
They left
This
two
is just one
behind.
simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Good game. I highly advise playing it with friends. It's very fun.
As a parent, you've got one job. Protect your family.
What is this? This looks interesting.
Whatever
Roguelike?
happens, you do it or die trying.
I don't think I've ever seen this art style from an isometric. It's
Even if you kick the bucket,
almost like Minecraft Dungeons. But it's very interesting. Every choice counts. Huh. The shooting doesn't look incredibly readable to me. But like the combat doesn't look very readable to me, but that might just be my dumb brain. It looks a little bit busy for me to like know what the fuck is happening. Like I would have definitely died there. What the fuck is happening? Was that a DDR mat? It's got a lot of guns though. Gungeon vibes for sure. What the fuck? It's like a roguelike with a city management aspect to it. To save her. Was there like a story to it? Like Hades? Erosion. Huh.
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio.
X Killer looks really cool.
The vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No, I just see it. I just see it.
The animation work was crazy good. Like the
that game looks really good.
I think the way it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer
Bounty Hunter Deus Ex is how I would like explain that, and
so,
W.
I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new kind of like staple in those types of games, to me at least.
Yeah,
We need more Bounty Hunter games, bro. What's the last Bounty Hunter game we got? The shitty
Yeah, done.
is that a Warhammer game? I think that was a Warhammer game. The Hired Gun or whatever. Is that Warhammer?
Shooter project. You know, the way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but
It's
also with
not
specific
like Sea of Thieves
hunts
at all.
and like bounties, we're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on the ground, and one of them was up top, and he.
Prey 2, I still think about you. Yeah, so do I. The youngins have no idea what you even
On
mean.
this list, another Western. This game is pretty.
Yeah, the one with the
mind-blowing. I
dog.
think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see this one being like.
This is gonna be a big one. This
Yeah,
is
a big one.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that
Necromunda.
you're exploring, but also like literally
That's
your
right,
daughter.
yeah.
She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a decade goes
yeah.
past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like
It's like
she's not gonna
Sifu.
be there when you get there. You're
It's
gonna
a cool
be talking to
concept.
a
I
gravestone,
like
but it's
Sifu a
It's
lot.
just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run.
the true ending or something.
There's a happy ending, but I imagine that most other endings are not going to be so happy, or at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that game.
For sure.
That's like the last Bounty Hunter game. The Division 2. What
Next
the
up, we have
fuck
a
is
very
that doing
exciting
here?
section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We also have Alpha Response. a
Yo
game
guys,
coming
I'm gonna
from
be
the
back.
Original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as.
You guys can enjoy the
Pixel
Division
Pizza and
2
Sand, Raiders
section.
of Sophie by Polygriff.
This is what paid for the show. This is how they paid for it. Ubisoft paid them to talk about their... Isn't this game like fucking 7 years old or something?
A real world location. The most important city in the United States, Washington,
DC?
completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest,
Ravaged by a
worst blizzard
pandemic.
of all time. And
That's
you
crazy.
are going to have to survive.
I could never imagine all of our entire society being uprooted by a pandemic.
Survivors. So what are we doing? Like,
That's insane.
We can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival.
Yeah,
So
we have to join
we're-
ICE. Oh wait, what?
bringing
What?
this snowstorm, this
Finish the
weather
fight.
change to Washington D.C. That's something that you never see in Washington D.C.
No, I don't want to get this stream banned like the last one. We talked too much politics in the last
Very
stream.
different way with innovations
YouTube did
that
not
haven't
like
been
us
seen
talking
yet.
about
There's
politics
a,
last stream.
focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the core
They
Division 2
did not like the
experience. I think we've got something super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original.
Is this a new
Division 1
game
creative
or
director.
DLC
So
or
this
what
is
is
a guy
this?
who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types.
You know
in
what's
mind.
kind of crazy to
And I
think
here
about is that
we
one
have
of
to
the first
acknowledge
big
that,
extraction shooters was
Division
actually the
2
Division.
has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the things that we want to do
Division
is
2 has a
really
large
lean
player
into
base. Can we fact check that?
the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People
Division
are happy to jump
2
in, know
Steve
their way
chart.
around it. The controller know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert
I
it a little
mean,
bit and change the map. and
24
make
hour
sure that
peak of 4,100 people.
weather has an
That's
impact
actually a lot higher than I
which it
thought.
doesn't
I'm not
have
gonna
in
lie.
Division 2. So there are
Average
lots
players
of
is
little things that we're
3,700.
doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations.
It's actually way
that they
higher
know
than I
by
thought. I'll be
heart,
honest.
They're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret.
Oh,
It's
the
being
Division
announced.
3's in
It's
production.
shaping up to be a monster. I can
A monster because it's so bad.
but this is within these walls.
It will give you nightmares how fucking terrible this game is. I'm sorry.
I think will be
Apparently people like this.
as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this.
WG gave WOT an update. I don't know what the fuck those things are.
So, Division 1, New York, and
But yeah, they did get hacked.
This is
Twice.
a brand new story with mechanics that are really fine-tuned.
Dude, look how big these numbers are. Like, at what point are the fucking numbers just too big?
You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal. Really good. It plays really good. And it has
They have
innovations.
34,500 HP,
It is
bro.
an area where, much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another raid.
Ubisoft had to have fucking paid for that. I mean, I know that the whole point of this conference is like, it's for people to not like pay and be able to show their game. But you cannot convince me that Luke Stevens wanted to show you fucking this mobile Division 2. There's no way.
PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game.
War Gaming and World of Tanks. Oh. That exists. Is this another mobile game? Oh no, this is the not ready or not. This is like we have ready or not at home. I forgot about this. They showed this at one of the conferences. Civilians bring the world to life. Okay, maybe this is not the ready or not game. They're shooting a lot. Oh my god. Is this Ice Simulator? You don't understand. She was driving her car aggressively. I had to. You, unlike Ready or Not, where you fail the mission and your team turns against you if you kill too many civvies, this is actually how you get the S rank in the mission. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's just a suicide bomber. Okay. I don't know what this game is, bro. I swear they advertised this fucking game as a Ready or Not game. Did they totally pivot into whatever the fuck this is? Like, what is this? Is this like the opposite of Payday? You're the cops shooting up dudes? Looks like a mobile game ad. It's insane. I see their body cam off of this. Why does it look like PUBG Mobile? I might have to look at the Steam page just to see what the fuck that is. Last Man Standing. No way. It's a battle royale where it's like fucking musical chairs where you have to be the last one in your chair. There is no way. Last man sitting. That is a funny concept of a game that will absolutely flop. All of these like joke BR games just fucking flop so hard.
Where you blast through the environment.
They say originality's
so you're
dead.
always on an office chair, and you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago,
This game better be free, bro.
It was a battle royale game, and it sort of went viral and got a lot of followings based on some short videos of the game. But then as we developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually the game became more like more of a
roguelike
chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Bros., which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps, there's different modes also. We worked on
A shooter version of
PvP
Super
mode.
Smash
We also
Bros?
made a PvE
What are you
mode,
saying?
Which is more like maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies coming that become more numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses, there's main bosses, and you level up, you get power-ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
Then you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair. So you can
questions. So
we looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic.
What the
Which
fuck?
we thought was like really cool, especially.
Oh,
like,
Alpha
when we
Response
started,
is
like,
already
user
out and it has
interface,
31 current
what if the whole
players.
user interface
Yep.
felt like
That's more than I
Windows
would have
Millennium
guessed.
Edition or Windows XP.
That didn't look like
and you
hot
you
ass.
have, you know, that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office. So that's definitely something that I think has had its imprint on the game as well. Imagine
What are
it's
you
2002
talking
and
about?
You're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows.
You're saying
XP
it's Super
computer.
Smash Bros.
That's sort of the feeling that
And
we
it's
want
got
on the game.
Counter-Strike shit, but you're flying around in a chair. What do you mean? What is this? Ship warfare? Co-op ship warfare? Guns of Icarus, but you're weird tanks. Oh shit, we might have a game to get the boys on. Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Tell me this is co-op. Oh wait, loot. Aw. Oh, it's like Wildgate, where you like loot around. What the fuck? Oh, there's... What the... Huh? It is like Wildgate. It's Wildgate where you make your own ship? Wait, this looks cool. Sand Raiders of Sophie? Ah?
I say
played
first
the
up, we're gonna
test
talk
a while
about the
ago?
Division interview.
Oh.
Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right
Looks
now.
I don't know if I've
cool.
ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was, I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survivor.
So,
and so it's a
is it,
snowstorm
it's
impacted
co-op?
weather hit Washington D.C. and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really shaping up, and also original players.
Oh, it's
of
an
Survival
extraction
are
game.
going to experience. He couldn't tell me everything,
Oh.
but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that
Huh.
are updated from the original.
Like Wildgate Extraction?
that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was. Besides that, it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play
Huh.
Division or Division 2.
Wildgate's a good comparison? Okay.
I think with this,
But it's more in depth.
obviously, of games like
Huh.
Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that. It's an interesting conversation around: do you try to chase those things and copy stuff?
Everyone is
Copy and take
chasing and
inspiration from it,
copying
or
fucking...
Are you having to come up
yeah.
with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or
Everyone
however
is
long?
doing that.
It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting
Bruh.
to breathe that.
I can tell I'm getting old because I'm already over extraction shooters.
When I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote.
happy.
He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, "I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much."
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about. But
Is
we were
it
excited
highly
just to hear that
anticipated?
It's a monster, as much as people.
But
love
yeah,
to say
I can tell I'm getting
Next up, we
old
had Alpha Response,
because
coming from
like
Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of
I
Counter-Strike,
was
love this guy. We
really
had the chance to meet him on a
in
couple occasions, also sit down and talk
to
with him. He
battle
went to his first
royales
Counter-Strike
when
major
that
this
trend
past
was
year.
happening, and I
It was
played a lot of them,
incredibly
and
rare experience to
I
see,
was
like,
really
such
into them for a
notorious
while.
dev get to
It took
see
me a
what his
while to
game
get
has
burned
truly
out from
become, and he
BRs.
was there since the very beginning, and then to see,
And
like,
I can even like
esports
play
develop out of it
BRs
was
still. Like I could still
Not to
boot
go
up
into too much of a
Apex and like
tangent,
have
but
fun
he
with
still
it,
has
you
that
know, or
shooter
like Fortnite
DNA
no
in
build
him.
or whatever.
And so this is kind of a
Or even PUBG.
mission-based shooter, might you? And you also play
Extraction shooters, bro. I feel like the wave just started, and I'm already over it.
And yeah, it definitely remains true to the whole shooter.
I'm already so
Gooseman
over it.
DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who
Completely
was highly
unrelated. Can't wait for
inspired by
Marathon to
Counter-Strike, which
flop.
is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So like, we had the OG who made this game, and we
Yeah,
had the guy who's inspired
I don't see Marathon being
this was
successful. I
Last
think it's
Man
$40 too,
It's so
which is
ridiculous,
rough.
and I love it.
We need games like
I think if it was
feels like a
$20, it would
mixture of, like, Tony
maybe even
Hawk's Splinter
25.
Pro, but replace the
It would really
skins
have a
with players,
chance.
and then
give 'em all
But
weapons.
40?
and give them some guns. Why not?
I don't know. But honestly, I think it'll probably still do well because console players are just like
People are gonna be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to
drones.
PvP versus PvE.
I
but
feel
the
like-
core base of it, they want it to be
like
PvP
console
based.
players,
It's gonna be a round-based
they're
game,
just gonna
and so
buy
I
it.
believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies. But I think you can
It's also a chaotic shoot.
very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds But if you lose a round, you get a power up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all going to be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round. You're going to have to beat some
The chair
pretty
game
high-powered
seems
people.
My favorite part of the
interesting.
interview is hearing him say, you know, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out
In
of
an
it.
office
chair.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, "Oh, that looks like Counter-Strike," and he'll say, "Yep, that was kind of." We're all big
You just
Counter-Strike
know he
fans.
grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like. They're
Yeah,
sitting
I don't know. I mean, I think what Marathon has showed
Well, what's our unique
with their new stuff looks more interesting.
Guys, get in here.
It definitely looks like it's better than what it looked like before.
You might want to sit down.
But even then, like,
Then
I
finally,
don't
in that
know.
section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holly Griff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game, but this. My favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship. That you're then like traversing the desert
It's
and
kind of like a
fighting
base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're like, yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah. It's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too, as well, though, which I found. At first, I was like, "Oh, it looks cool," but then I saw there were like normal guns too. So.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like
Is
where
it?
they were probably
Wildgate
I assume
exists.
Fans of Rust or fans of different types.
Wildgate definitely exists, bro, and it's the exact same game as that, except you're in space.
Bases, or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
Like jump
base.
off of
No,
their-
that's crazy. Imagine if there was a game like that where you could raid their ships and like destroy shit.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is
RuneScape?
the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time. A lot of people have heard of.
I think
I've never seen a more perfect time to walk away. I don't give a shit about RuneScape. I never have. I've never liked it. I never will.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
How Hunter has like a side.
I'm gonna make a sandwich.
Really? I didn't know that.
I'll take my phone so I know when it ends.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew that's why.
Dragon Wilds, yeah, that's the survival RuneScape third-person one. I've seen it.
They've done a lot of very
It's
impressive
not.
things over the past year, I would say.
It's
They
not
did
for me.
Barlamore with Jake's favorite.
I'm gonna make a
Gemstone
sandwich.
Crab, just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added sailing most recently, which
Set
is
me off.
the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season. So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah,
most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible
game. We are big fans of those types of games.
Yep.
Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah.
They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming to the game that RuneScape players will recognize. New skills come out at each time, so fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year coming with the 1.0 update, like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
he's not gonna make it
from
to this.
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old. And the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises, where we're getting more info at the Winter Summit, the finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline, but personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have League 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6 demonic pacts. All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with
This guy's still fucking yapping about RuneScape, bro. Jesus Christ.
I have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds,
how do people like this
it's not
game?
Even fully released. When I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done. When you can start
A
a new character,
masterpiece.
go through Ashen Vale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth,
A
whatever
masterpiece?
level of
Come
different
on.
realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can
Fucking
play the
masterpiece
expansions
my
as
ass.
they release. Right now, we have Ashen Vale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill.
You've said the same
Jagex,
thing like 3
25-year
times.
Anniversary, the game, the company, everything. It's looking good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of
No.
all time.
Next
Make
up,
sure
we
to
have a group
stay
of
on to
4 games,
chopping
that being
trees
Darklight
for
Survivor
fucking
coming from Mirai
dozens of
Co.,
hours of your life.
8.1 coming from Subversa, and Unawake
Wow.
from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Horde.
We're back. We're back. Wait. We're looking at real games now. What the fuck? Looks kind of neat. It's like a Mega Bonk, maybe? Mega Bonk, but more like less memey, more shooty. Looks very Vampire Survivors-y. What the fuck? Like you can play it isometric if you want. Huh. It's co-op? Or are those classes? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, there's like way more to this game. It is just an AK-74, yeah. Dark Light Survivor. That's a wish list for me. Looks interesting. Bring out your dead. Oh, it has a demo as well. Oh, this is an autism game. Oh yeah.
Smell like shite.
You smell like shite. We have Kingdom Come Deliverance at home, guys. Those people playing RuneScape are our age. Oh, I know. They're also unemployed. They're 30-year-old unemployed men that grew up playing it. And they'll spend fucking 100 hours chopping down trees in a video game to level their skill, but they won't hit the fucking gym and level up their strength IRL. Bring out your dead. Nested Lands. That is a video game. Another Backrooms game? We already have like 2 big ones. I played one of these games on stream. It was very fun. Don't do it again. What, in the Silent Hill? That wasn't a back room. That was just Silent Hill. I really need to get it. Tape 101. Is it co-op? That's what I need to know. Push this now and play a demo.
For eternity.
I think this is the one from the trailer that looked fucking sick. It's like first person hack and slash. You're sending enemies flying with shield charges and stuff. I think it was this one. Maybe want to watch the entire showcase because it looked so cool. Sauron, what are you doing here?
Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
Oh! Yeah, it is this one. Yeah, I don't know what this game is, but it looks cool. Alpha version, not final. The stream compression is really not doing this game any favors. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, we were just looking at a backrooms game. How fast it is? Yeah, there's clearly some mechanics going on. Okay, I thought he was gonna do a ground pound or something. Seems quite early. What's it called though? Oh no, Wake. That's a wish list for me. I will watch with great interest. I will follow your career with great interest.
First up, we saw Darklight Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top down, you had
the sandwich, by the way,
and something else.
it is spinach,
the instantaneous switch, of course,
Cholula,
between top down and third person, but then the pixel art,
Nope,
being
we're good,
able to
we're fine.
instantaneously
Cholula,
Yeah.
chipotle sauce,
It's really, really sick.
Yeah, combining both those
cheddar
features, 'cause you
cheese,
said it and I was like,
pepper
wait, is
jack
that what it's
cheese,
doing? I had to,
Yeah, you can
and
just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy.
roast
feature.
beef,
So it's a game,
Meat?
like a roguelike game.
salt and pepper.
And
Oh no!
a little bit kind of like
I dropped the spinach
Survivors in the style of Megabonk. So you can either have the top-down view, first
It
person
is like
view, whatever
Megabonk.
you prefer, and you
I knew it.
all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Maybe some
Maybe if
bosses
you're
it's
seeing a
useful
boss,
to
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like
Yeah.
if you're in a
Yeah.
certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Yeah, like in Megabonk, you can pick up the sniper rifle.
Late quarter one.
And you could do manual aiming with the
the
sniper in Megabonk, and that can actually be very
We've
useful.
said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super
Ew.
important, especially for a game that looks as good as this,
I
because
don't like
it can
pickle.
be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
I do not fuck with acetic acid.
what I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological, mind melty, unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
You know the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game. No,
I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in, that's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing that.
That would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's cool little twist to the background too,
It kind
right?
of feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Well, it's
angle.
like video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management in survival type of game, where obviously very medieval. A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire.
Autism
Without
game.
your dad, I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village
Autism
management sim
games.
games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show you the burning bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, we lost some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the blend of like, obviously you're playing as this person and you have to survive. And he was like hunting stuff and
No, I don't fuck
like
with
that, but
pickles.
I imagine you're also recruiting people for your settlement as like the king, and then you.
I'll
have to,
take
like,
a
just
cucumber.
recruit and
They show
build
grown
out a
out.
village.
I fuck with the cucumber. The moment that you pickle something, though,
can assign villagers to go
the moment that you add that acetic acid,
World, how your pulse become your.
I've learned not to say the other term for it, the
Then finally we
V
had
word.
Underage, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of
That
a little bit of fantasy.
can sound like
You're
something
battling
else.
Hordes, with melee.
The
ranged
moment you
weapons,
add that
attack and
acetic
slash,
acid,
it's
bro,
roguelike.
I don't like
Looks
it.
like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like, it just looked really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Very dark version of Mordor, but lighting
The atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
That's like
A bummer version of hell.
Some notes they gave us: expected to launch early access late 2026 as well. They are designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central
I could
skill
say
and
Brian.
stat tree that is
I could.
similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So, it's not going to break
expect
it.
a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be a game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
Oh,
That's
dude,
cool.
I'm doing
I did
this
not-
all day. Just
Did you know that the.
Do that for me one more time. Just show me the
and then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would
Okay.
love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that if you wanted. Like, lots of potential.
I think it's. The world is too dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance,
Love
it wouldn't be
can
so dark.
Love can exist anywhere.
Pickle
A mod
juice.
could brighten the world up a little bit.
It is not pickle juice.
Next up, we have a
though.
very exciting
Oh.
segment where we actually got to sit down with the
Lock
executive
in.
producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series.
Lock
as I
in.
understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
Owlcat, baby.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without. By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys
This is
who
XCOM, right?
can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how.
No,
I
this isn't the
describe it.
Warhammer
Just imagine
XCOM?
The
Where is this?
true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good.
Another
but you
CRPG?
don't have an option to go away.
Detective
You
story.
need to get your hands dirty.
Warhammer Disco
and
Elysium?
It's just a matter of how precisely you
Oh?
will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the rogue trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would
Oh,
be
that's why I thought it was
more playing around
XCOM.
the environment.
It's because of the
We
cover and
abandoned
like
the step-up mechanics.
line
so
of
if
sight.
You're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall.
That's why I thought it was
there won't be,
XCOM.
one circle around
It is
you
the one
that
I was thinking
allows
of.
you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll
What the fuck are
something,
those
so
aliens?
It's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill, it's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all the combats in the game will have
fuck is a Kroot?
Alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire,
Pre-alpha.
your design
So
of
this
how
is like
to proceed with
a
the
ways
combat.
out.
And of course there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some.
It's definitely got some Disco Elysium type vibes.
Because you're not playing in a vacuum
Kinda
and you
cool.
need to struggle for power. But
They're not
most
showing
of
any of the
time,
combat, really.
you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and the person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence
This is
of
cool.
the story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste, and the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But
The
if you're
artwork is
going
really
there
cool.
late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around, and there will be changes in the geometry, and changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you decided how you approach this.
Interesting. Okay.
Forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void.
Now this is Rogue Variant.
All must be cleansed in his name.
I still have to play this.
Is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k?
This is like a 100+ hour
Experience,
game.
I don't know, most iconic thing that you
Without
can
DLC.
name and encounter as a rogue trader, as a treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new systems, like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty, even further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on
Just
how
got flashbanged.
dangerous wildlife can be. Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things.
Yeah, I
being
think I own the
delivered by
season
this,
pass for all the DLC for it.
Of course, this is a
I've heard each
trader
DLC is like
story,
20
and the
hours.
trader
It's
is
fucking
kind of part
insane.
of his void ship. So there would be
On top of the
some,
100+ hour normal
expanding
game.
of the void ship, some new places to visit, some
I just don't know when I could ever find the time to get through this game.
with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it.
Dog.
It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the limbs of the Heinrichs with some like pretty adamant ones, you will have such an option. Not just Iron Hands from the Biomonsi, but the real Iron Hands.
That guy looks fucking cool.
It's the first DLC that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader. And expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100% of the different aspects of the game.
Yeah, I am way too thorough
for Rogue Trader.
for those
I'm gonna interrupt
games.
you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40k as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
There's a new companion, and there's also this companion has unique mechanics. And
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like new environments. They're
I have
revisiting
no idea
previous
where I
environments
could
and
fit a
then allowing them
140-hour game that I
altering
can't
and
stream in.
They're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things.
I
about
just
the
don't
late
think it's
game
possible
to
for me.
Extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
So I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said that, yes, this game is going to be fully voice acted. And I'm really excited because it helps people to, have like this depth and this, to understand how the characters really
Full
feel,
voice acted
especially
is
in
good.
the world that's so heavy and
That's been a big problem with Owlcat games for a lot of people playing them.
Dark Heresy is not, it's not like a sequel to Rogue Trader. It's
Yes,
a
it's
separate
a
system.
separate-
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central component.
one of the things that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target any enemy's specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I'd seen.
So it's really nice because if they have like a they're very fast. So you want to target their legs to cripple them and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get into a very awkward situation where you're crushing the
Yeah,
combat.
no, Rogue Trader is not full VA. That would be
All his
crazy.
friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still
Dark
trying to-
Heresy is.
That's not going to be really a thing. Enemies can
Because it's way more
surrender,
focused on the
they can
story
run
than
away,
the combat, which I was guessing because they didn't really show much combat at all for Dark Heresy.
and
So
it's up to you to decide what happens.
Yeah, hearing all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target, but you can also make them blind.
yeah,
And
but
there's
Wasteland
so many
3 was a
different
streamable
unique features
game.
to the combat, where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like
Rogue
this.
Trader is just not
And it
streamable.
was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how
It's like
the
trying
team
to
wanted
stream
revisit some of those
Total
things that are
War
taken for granted in
Warhammer, you know? It's
RPGs,
like
the
to
concept
the
of just an
turbo
enemy, well, you
dweebs,
fight until all the enemies
it's
are dead, and that's it. But the
they'll
team went
be
back
able
and
to
was like,
watch it.
That doesn't like necessarily make
But
sense.
like if you're just
sometimes the
somebody
guy would be
doom
like, "You just
scrolling
blew
and you
his head
see
off, you
fucking
just
it,
exploded his
there's
head
no
off,
way,
covered in
right, that you would ever give it like more than a second of your
And that
time.
just makes sense.
I love that description he gave. Yeah, I love that one.
It's lovely.
So, question for the group that I want to spin off of this.
That's what's hard for me is
How
like
do you
playing
play
these games that are
okay,
not.
Now we know this critical system. You could blow their arm off. You can maim them, and they will surrender. Maybe
Like not streamable. It's really hard for me to actually play these games because most of my free time is either like playing games with friends or streaming. It's very rare for me to play a game, not stream it, and not be playing with friends. Like that almost never happens, unless I'm like at work. You know, I'm like playing a game a little bit. during
are as
work.
excited as I am for this one.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah. I still need to play
Next
Disco
up, games
Elysium,
I
man.
would consider kind of couch co-op games that I would have fun sitting and playing with people, like at a party or with my family. This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox Game Studios. We have Sprint City from Double Dutch Games. These are the creators of Speedrunner, and Dinch Attack, coming from Undercoders.
But yeah, Wasteland 3 was pretty streamable because it did the whole like zoom in on dialogue, you know? The whole zoom in and like full character
action RPG
model and stuff when you're talking. So like that game was pretty streamable actually.
So I have a lot of
And the combat was pretty readable as well from like a viewer perspective because it was very XCOM-y.
How do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings? Early on, I was able to.
I wish I liked
compensate for
these-
that by finding nice little gear and little
these
pieces
games.
to put together to eventually build my brawler skill set in. And I find myself kind of going back and forth as we play test.
I'm gonna get radicalized by Disco Elysium.
What can I do with my gear set in order to tweak things, or like
That's
is there any
funny.
different skills that I
Like
should
I'm
pick
not
up for
already
this particular encounter,
radicalized.
and then be
That's a
able
good
to
one.
dive right back in. The player is an ace, which is a deathless defender of humanity.
The reason
which is
YouTube
currently,
is
sequestered
taking
away
down my
on the
last
Belfry.
stream.
My partner's background over there.
We started talking
It's a tower that
politics.
was set up for mysterious purposes, but
They didn't like
turned out to be a pretty
that.
good haven for folks after the fall of their stronghold, the City of Numbers. The player is helping humanity as they can, getting refugees.
A lot
to
beefier and a
safety,
lot of text.
uh,
Yeah, a
battling,
lot of the
the
text is
beast skin that
tough.
have risen,
It's really hard to
and become
stream.
incredibly aggressive, while ultimately
It's really hard to
find out
stream games
why
like that
did numbers fall
because it's usually like just
what
the whole
conspiracy is
stream is
still brewing
talking.
there.
Which
We want
hahaha,
players
Zach is
to
always talking anyway. He's always
experience a
yapping anyway.
brawler-type
But like
combat inside
just recently, right? We played No, I'm Not a Human,
system, and so
and that's
we
not voice
spent
acted. That's a lot of that's all
time
reading.
over the last
Dude,
6
my voice
months
was
or so taking a ton
killing me at the end of
feedback
those
from our players
streams.
to really kind of hone
It's
that
rough.
particular system. So players should be able to
Playing
come in,
any like
pick
reading
one of the
heavy
4 classes
games.
that we have.
It's been the same when
they'll
I've
see a
played any of
whole
the
new
Final
set of
Fantasies
skills, they'll
that
find a whole
haven't
bunch of
been
new
fully voice
equipment.
acted.
And the idea should be that they should feel like one of several heroes going in and just beating up a bunch of like awesome monsters. We've tried to add new enemies, new lieutenants, and new bosses. I think people are gonna.
I think
feel
Rogue Trader is like
quite
one
the
of those games I'll
as
be able to play once I finish up this
Stoic has
degree.
always tried to be player first.
I
When we
think
decided
that's
to
when
do
I'll be
early
able
access for
to do it.
Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something bigger, something that hadn't really been done before. You can see other.
But yeah,
games
you just have to
taking different routes. You know,
dedicate so much of your life to those games.
Some stayed into the traditional. We wanted to kind of expand it to more like the true action.
I mean, Jesus did. Me and the boys have been doing our fucking Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode playthrough for like over a year now or something.
Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in early.
Maybe it hasn't been
access
over a
limbo,
year.
right? Like, I'm sure this is the kind of
It's
thing
been
that
at least like
you
9
will talk
months.
about.
I don't know
always
how
talk
long.
about them
I don't
too.
remember
mean,
when we
not staying
started
in early
it, but
access for
it's been a
7 years.
long
Our
time.
intent and purpose was we need to come out of early access solid, and there is a certain point where you just collect everything. Most of the feedback that's coming in either kind of falls into an existing category. Hey, a lot of people have said this
It's a
thing.
nice looking
you know,
tower
maybe you
over
might
there.
get something new, but you look at it and you're like, yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the kind of urgency that some of these other things
But
are.
also,
We
just
have
to
a
be
good list
honest,
of things now. This
I
is
don't
kind of what the players have told us.
usually
We
put
need to
100
really
hours
deliver
into
on
a
that. The best way
game.
we can deliver on that is just put your
Especially
head
not
down,
like a story-based
focus,
game, dude.
and create an experience that I believe
Outer
is
Worlds
worthy
2,
of putting out
I
early
I
access.
really
People should
liked.
look
I
at
think
it and
that took me like
"Oh, okay, I see
76
why you did it."
hours.
Absolutely,
I
was worth it.
love
I
that
can see a
game.
clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces
But,
was
like,
that folks were big fans.
Other than that, dude,
certain pieces of actual gear that you would.
I think Witcher 3 is gonna be
but there was no
the
cosmetic
next
version of
game
that,
that I
and
play
so
on
you
stream
had to
that's
make
gonna
the
be
choice of,
like really
do I wanna
long.
look good
because there's supposed to be a Witcher 3 DLC coming out this year. And I've never played any of the DLC for Witcher 3. And I haven't played Witcher 3 since literally launch day when it came out. So I think I'm going to play through Witcher 3 and all the DLC.
With a light story in the background, we weren't really going to lean into kind of
And
stoic,
that'll probably be like
strength
over
we
100
have, and we
hours.
just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we expected
Baldur's Gate
perhaps
3 is
incorrectly,
shorter than Rogue
that
Trader,
the
even without
community would
DLC.
see it for what
With the
it is
DLC, it's
and-
way
and be
longer.
okay with it, but it turned out a lot of people were like, "Wait, you have something very interesting in the background here." You know,
Obviously, though, Baldur's
we
Gate 3 is
actually really wanna
designed
know what's
for
going
multiple
on. We really would like
playthroughs
something, more
in a different
clearly
way,
leading us through, and so we
right? Because like you're probably gonna
spent a
play through
very
not Dark
significant amount of
Urge
time and
your first
resource to
playthrough,
put a narrative from the
and then it's
jump.
kind of designed
And
for you to
so
play it
there's
again as
there's
Dark
an arc
Urge.
now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand.
So
that
it's a little bit
antagonist, you will
different.
confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution. And so there's probably a 12 to 20-ish hour story arc now in the game that
I just
says,
have never liked
look
these
forward
brawler
to
games,
and
man. These
feel
side-scroll
like there's
brawlers.
a
Literally, the
resolution
only one
to
I've ever
the
liked was Castle Crashers. That was it. I've tried so many of them. Even I remember playing them at arcades and stuff as a kid, and I've never been able to get into them other than Castle Crashers. What the fuck is this?
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in Barcelona. Recently, we've been focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And Dense Attack is our dream project.
Huh?
A step forward for the studio, combining everything we love.
Wait, show the hot chick again.
In Dense Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up points by chaining tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story as you travel through Japan, taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore.
I've been
and we're always
there!
captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the
I went to
same
that
cultural
exact
rhythm.
temple.
It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy.
This shit is
throughout all the
wild.
years and has now materialized.
This
in
shit's crazy.
On your
Shinkansen.
adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward. From trip pack arenas to compete for high scores, to objective-based exploration levels, and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Denshi attacker and further add to the chaos.
Bro, even Brazil
Handcrafted
has
and designed from the
weebs?
ground up. Pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast. But if
The
you look
logical
closely,
conclusion
you'll
of the
catch
trolley
references
problem.
to every corner of
Multi-track
Japanese culture.
drifting.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned. These are always full of surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rival hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown made game.
Alright, I wasn't sure about it, but fighting the giant Gundam and grinding up its arm sold me.
If you like Jet
This
Set
is
Radio,
going
Tony
on the
Hawk,
wish
or Danger to
list.
Go, you can't miss this train.
Okay.
Intended.
Wish list now. We
I
can't wait to show
will.
you more.
I will. What's it called? Denshi Attack.
Hey, what's up?
What the
Welcome to
fuck?
Denshi Attack. It's the best game in the world.
Yes. Hello, we're Undercoders. Hello, Mr. Hello.
Why does it look good?
Wishlist now. We can Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
8-player racing. Oh, this looks exactly like that Speed Racer game. I never did play that, but I remember watching people play it. Content creators. Speed Runner. Is that what it was called? Each year I pray they show a new Metro game. Just hope it's more open world than Metro Exodus. That sounds awful. We just had a new Metro game last year. What do you mean?
To McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game. And
We
for all
had
good reasons.
Awakening.
They were an early access game. It's they want to focus more on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to be
like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, that is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access
Yeah,
game,
but
now
Pickle,
going to full release.
from my understanding,
So
Rogue
this is their
Trader,
big
it doesn't
update to
have like
justify the full
a
release, but it was already
turbo
definitely
different
justified.
playthrough like Darker
Upon
Edge
full
does
release,
with
we're looking at
Baldur's Gate.
170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content, and they also
Like
wanna
it is a
focus on
pretty
these builds, which lead to an
fundamentally
ultimate
different game
replayability. So
playing
there's also
Baldur's
a
Gate 3
difficulty,
Darker
bar they're
versus
gonna be adding to all of this.
any
They have
of
a
the
level
other
that is going to be
ways
called,
to play
I
the
believe,
game.
Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what builds you actually want as you play through it all.
Metro is great, but I like Metro because of its linearity. I think if Metro were to go more open world, it would suffer. It would start to blur.
I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original,
It would just kind of blur with Stalker, I
introducing
think.
a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early
How long have we been
access.
streaming?
Heavily
3 hours?
focused. Again, we've said it many a time.
I think they said the showcase is going to be 3 to 3.5 hours, so
and they have definitely done
should be wrapping up
Next up, we
soon.
had Dinch Attack.
I like Train.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these
doesn't
guys.
like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple...
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X, like TikTok.
Yeah, you see it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this
Do
kind of
not-
format because you see a different
do
side
not
of those games.
denigrate
Like they went out of their way to
Dench
send us that
Attack
stuff,
to
and we get to see a different
fucking
side of them, and to
TikTok
see
brain
actual
rot.
faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make
Oh
a fun
my
game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha train
The mecha
thing.
train
and, like,
boss
But
is
when I
sick.
heard there's going to be a boss fight in the train acrobatics game, I was like,
At first
But it
glance,
works.
you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I
You're
can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to this.
storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
okay.
bosses
and real inspirations. Like
So
they,
it's a
they
Souls-
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint City. That is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch game that people have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming out, but this is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
This
I wonder if they're holding on to something big for the end.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships. I like it.
You know, I'm surprised we haven't seen anything for Crimson Desert, right? I mean, that comes out in 2 months. It's set to be one of the biggest releases of 2026, if not the biggest release of 2026, because GTA will probably be delayed.
you are.
And
over
it wasn't at the Game
party.
Awards.
You know, it's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes.
And it's coming
like
out
we
before like Summer
played
Game
a round of
Fest.
Pong or something, and now we want to play.
I'm
video
really
games
surprised
together.
at their
We're
lack
gonna
of
go play
marketing.
this, and people were gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like.
He doesn't want that. And who do you think is going to win that fist fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate,
think
right?
would win that? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've watched people and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like
It can. It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive.
Hey, I'm more of a plate-up guy. I love running up the pizzeria.
it's momentum based. It's
Me and the
Sprint City,
boys,
literally,
we
in,
still
like,
a familia. Even though we yell about the gabagoo on the ground, we get a mad. Hey, give me a double the pep on the pizza. We still la familia, you know.
Okay, now we have a set of
Core
beautiful
Keeper.
games, in
I've
my
heard of
opinion.
that.
This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga in Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Core Keeper.
I've heard of Core Keeper. I've seen people playing it. I thought that game was out. Metroidvania. Cool art. Very cool art. Unfortunately, I hate these types of games.
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have... did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find
the
his
fuck?
body?
Mom!
Okay, okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
The art is really cool. Like, if you like these types of games, dude, this looks sick. Unfortunately, like I said, I suffer from a very common disease. It's called skill issue. It affects millions every year, and oh my god, Pugstorm is so cute. And it makes it so I just don't enjoy Metroidvanias. What the fuck is this? Why are you a chicken? Wait, you're a hot, dark-skinned anime girl. What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, that's Core Keeper. That game is Core Keeper. Oh, and it's out and it's a DLC. Okay, 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 okay. Looks kind of cool. I've seen people playing it like on my Steam. I just... Damn! Why is he so cheeked up? I've just never actually seen the game. Aw, you suck. See, this guy also suffers from skill issue. Told you, very common. This looks like a video game. You know, still better than Lords of the Fallen. Oh my god. The little black bars on the top and bottom when you do that? That is so like PS2 era video game. Holy nostalgia. Why did all of the old games do that weird like black bars on the top and bottom back in the day?
You can't turn back time, my star. It'll be different, but you'll both be okay.
Yeah, Stalker 2 is one of the greatest scams we've seen in our lifetime. It's actually crazy more people didn't talk about it. Devs using the Ukraine war as a scapegoat for their full price early access game marked as a finished game when they weren't even in the Ukraine war. It's crazy. It's actually amazing how little controversy that whole thing sparked. Honestly, if they would have shown this, it would have had me way more into the game than that like kind of shitty, somewhat Souls-like
First, we had
boss fight
Eternal
at the
Life
beginning.
of Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks so
Art
good.
style is crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh,
Huge Hollow Knight,
It looks like those
huge Hollow
classic.
Knight vibes.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
it gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative,
Yes.
the narration went from like comforting,
Happy, and then it got
time
really
to like dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the murder
lighter-hearted,
vibes.
but like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game
Yes.
that like people are gonna get tied to. Like you said, Hollow Knight. What was it? Celeste, sort of,
Yes.
maybe a little bit. I mean, game of the year. I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February actually, so people can actually try it.
I love the narration, and I can't wait to see more.
That game does
because-
look cool. If that's your type of game, that might actually be the best game so far.
Platformer, side-scroller type game, and then you're gonna be sobbing by the end of it.
Yeah,
I
it just
get that
seems
vibe.
very like they tell you just enough to pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer,
And then they're gonna emotionally destroy.
Yeah, and it seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you never know.
God, I'm so tired.
As well, hand drawn.
I didn't go to sleep last night.
How do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See, hopefully next year we have
People more talented.
I was up playing Deadlock.
This is why we're sitting here. And
I'm like, where are the frames?
My schedule is so fucked. I should just stay up
It'd be really cool to go do a dive on in the studio.
till
Like, I
normal
wanna-
sleepy
to
time,
see, I want
but
to see what
Call
how you did
us.
this.
We
Yes.
want to come and see.
We'll go.
We will fly there, I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially are very familiar with. We have an update coming where you're going to be able to have a massive update with the Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss. There's next-gen weapons and armor, whole new
Flamethrower.
stuff.
Yeah. I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like
My
one
wife.
of our couple games, and I love it. And so seeing new content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my base. It
Yeah,
was
I thought I was doing well. I mentioned it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And then she's like, "Yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this." I'm like, "Okay, I'll just leave."
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start and suddenly you spend
That chick is a gamer,
You
bro.
lose yourself. The other night,
That
we
chick
stayed
is
up
a
to 1 a.m. playing it,
gamer.
and we meant to
She has
play
like
till 11.
thousands of hours in Baldur's Gate, I think.
Yeah, it's just one more run.
She
through
is a
mine, so
gamer.
we
She's a
went
little
to-
fucking psycho, she seems like,
this
but
game to someone who
she's a
hasn't seen it?
gamer.
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with all of your friends, unless you have way more friends than me. And it's just every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character
God.
for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so good.
Stardew Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights.
Is
have
there
different
fishing
mechanics.
in
The boss
Core Keeper?
system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update, for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally
There's
in that section,
fishing.
we had Dusk Fade from Weird Beluga and
That's the
Fireshine.
one right there. That's the one.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D action platforming like Jak and Daxter in Ratchet
That's
and Clank.
exactly that whole era. Like
It
the
has
PS1
fishing?
PS2 era. That's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, the Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights.
I might be keeping some cores.
Health bar, so therefore.
Oh
And we
shit!
saw so many different environments too.
Well, you know, like some games, you see the gameplay.
I might be
it's
keeping some cores.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you see
I'm
some
cooked.
gameplay, and you just like, you know, it's gonna feel good in the
Yeah,
hand.
you can tell by watching somebody else play that feels so.
Yeah,
There's so
some
much
of-
dopamine being.
It looks very
actually
Kingdom
play it, you get
Hearts-y.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not that good, but I will get there. You know? It looks very, very good.
It's like cute. It looks like a fun game. Like you would, like,
This should be ending
Is it like a good combination of all that?
soon.
It's all like a little
I'm not
bit
yawning because I'm bored.
Yeah, definitely a good mix.
I'm yawning because I'm tired.
Yeah, the sword. Yeah.
When the devs describe
And
a
bored.
game as a love letter to a certain genre or to
I
other
I
games,
I
they're not
definitely
afraid
think
to embrace that.
Luke Stevens, he's the guy on the left. He said like, you know, make sure you give feedback. I'm definitely gonna leave the feedback through like the comments and stuff. That they need to shorten the yapping in between.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well, with Another Angle Games being the dev. There is Starfinder from Epic Tellers.
There's
as
just
well
a
as
little
with the
too
lead from
much
Black
yap.
Room Games.
You know, I like the interview. Like, leave the yapping to the interviews. What the fuck is this?
Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny. But
What the fuck?
technology will protect.
Wait, what the fuck? That took a turn.
Demands the sacrifice of those that stand in the way of progress.
What type of game is
For
this?
your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito, we will bring light where there is darkness.
The CRPG? What the hell? There's magic ghost girls too?
Brighter tomorrow.
Big Shadowrun vibes of like just like very contrasting technology and magic and like weirdness. Nippon will fall. Shadow of the Road. It's published by Owlcat.
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Tellers Entertainment. I'm here to tell you about our first game, Starfinder Afterlight, licensed from Paizo.
Colonizer Simulator's crazy.
At its core, Starfinder Afterlight is a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic.
Party-based
We focus on creating great storytelling
RPG.
inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly.
Firefly mentioned in 2026? Oh my god.
While in the game you will create your own character, in
Okay,
the demo you play
this
as
is
one of our
Shadowrun.
companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
And he said it's magic meets tech.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The
W,
dialogue system
actually.
is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
Okay, yeah, we're playing Shadowrun. Okay. Yep. Yep. Alright. I thought you just said it's fully voice acted. Where the fuck's the voice acting? That wasn't voice acted, you fucking liar. Hello.
If you have the sudden weird feeling of being naked, it's
Arthur?
her gaze is like an X-ray machine. By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke or it's her favorite song playing.
Arthur Morgan? What the fuck is Arthur Morgan doing in Shadowrun?
Clark, known from the Red Dead Redemption series, giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
That's where the budget went.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry, I promise not to say I told you so.
Luke here is referring to Tycho and Cole, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong, should meet us here. Lou seems to know something about them.
It's so hard
If
to
you
sell
push Lou
these
about the
games
information
in
she's
like
skipping,
showcases like
she's going to
this.
be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
Oh, there's romancing. What's this game called?
Hold on, hotshot. I own the info. I choose how to deliver it. All right.
It's got Arthur Morgan
we
and
were
romancing.
Ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
Yeah, it is like a Persona character card. It's like it's got a lot going on.
We start the combat right away.
Oh, there is
Security
combat.
robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
This is like a pretty far along video game.
Close-up.
I've never heard of this,
The
whatever
game
it is.
uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions per turn. Lou
Pathfinder.
already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character, and then shoot again.
This looks pretty good.
Now, for Sterling, what makes more sense is to close our distance and use our
I'm not gonna
energy.
lie. Game has a weird contrast of having super stylized bits and then also looking weirdly jank. Just like Persona, yep. Yep.
We decided to stay away
That's
from the
Persona.
system that gave the feeling of a typical
You see the cutscenes, you're like, oh my god, this shit's amazing. Full like anime hand drawn. You see the UI and the artwork, and then you like go in a palace and run around. You're like, oh, this shit looks like ass. What the hell happened?
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer.
First
next
10
year.
hours.
We cannot wait to show you more. Thanks for watching.
What's it called? You motherfucker. It's okay, they'll say it again when the yappers start yapping. What is this? Gallipoli.
is a hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War One. It features authentic weapons.
Am I crazy, or do we have
factions
like
that you play with,
so many of
multiplayer,
these
servers. How we approach it is we
realistic
have a unique blend of
big FPS
arcades,
games?
where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles.
I feel like we have so many of these
The ones
games.
that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets
Like
us apart
we
there.
have
We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're
Hell
more
Let
accessible
Loose,
than,
I think,
say,
is
some of the
one.
military simulators. It's easy to jump
All
into.
the like
it's a
Rising
bit more,
Tide
approachable.
games.
So in that way, it sets it apart
There's so
from
many.
another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team within 1 second. So it's especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything is built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals. But these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as
I don't
accurate
know
as
anything
possible.
about where the
Model them.
fuck a
Locations we
Gallipoli
picked,
even is.
Using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how.
I just feel like we have so many of these big multiplayer FPS historical shooter games where you like die in one shot or two shots and
it's quite elaborate.
have no HUD.
If at all, do this where it's really dynamic based on what happens and still fair. in a way that the rules are predictable. It's not a random jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that
it has
you can now
weapon
build stuff together.
jams.
Part of the game mode
L.
will be that you were able to construct
L.
objectives and machine guns,
Game design.
and other things together.
Fuck
It's
weapon
kind of like a
jams.
evolution of the game mode we had in
Tarkov
Isonzo,
PTSD.
taken to 11, where it's really, you fight over a certain area. Once it's captured, you have to construct things together and then to consolidate your position to secure it.
Me and
Guys, first we
Jose
looked
played a
at
game
Shadow of the
exactly
Road
like that,
there.
I swear.
Story tactical driven RPG in
Maybe it was
Japan, but
World
also
War
some like
II.
supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know, give the demo a go and fun stuff if you like the kind of like XCOM tactical, maybe even a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type. Definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say, to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just think the storyline, or not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking certain settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure if I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some
I don't
realistic
think
stuff.
I'm making
There
it,
was a lot of
bro.
exploration, and the exploration
Ugh.
is actually quite
I don't
cool.
think
You
I'm
can-
making it to
you can,
stay
like,
up
change
late
things.
tonight. Oh, these guys
Then we
have
had
put me to
Starfinder coming from
sleep.
Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026.
Starfinder
As of right now,
Afterlight,
the
that's
demo
what it's
is actually
called.
gonna be
Per
available
Bona
soon
game.
during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be
Starfinder
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were
Afterlight.
very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting.
Party-based
I can't wait to hear more about it.
RPG. I wonder if this will be
built off of
co-op.
Pathfinder, I think you said second edition.
Yes.
You know, there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited. I can just certainly see.
But to me, what I can already appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the Persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think it's really cool, and as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have
Jesus.
a couple of notable names.
Sombra from
Gallipoli was a disastrous
so they
campaign
put a lot of
for the
detail into those, which I can appreciate. Even
in
as
World
someone
War
who
One. I know
funnily
what that
enough, with this
is.
character that I mentioned,
Resounding
this
victory
larvae
for the
with,
Ottomans.
this grub-like character with
I know who those
a
are.
grub is actually voiced by the same VA as Asterion. So,
Oh goodness.
Breach is also voice acted by
And
Young Bone, and he's
Tante
also
was
the director of
basically
the
the
voice
World War
acting.
One equivalent of
in
the
this game.
Allies in World War Two.
Then we had
Oh.
World War One Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with
Pirate
someone
version
who, I
of the
remember
World
you
War
saying during
II
the interview, it
games,
felt like a
ocean
high
wave,
school
ship
lesson for
battles,
you
shipboarding,
listening.
It was
etc.
awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get. the
I
name of the
think
game
every
right because
pirate
being
game
from
ends up
Iowa,
being
I said,
ass.
Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll
Like,
find with Black Mill
Sea of
games
Thieves,
is
I
they
don't
always
know.
have
If
realistic
that's your
weaponry,
type of game,
for the
then
side
like
they're covering, and for the time being World War
I'm sure
One,
it's probably
and they
pretty
don't miss that here.
fine.
Well, the uniforms
But
have so much attention to detail.
dude, we have
Even
like
have
no
some
good
unique
pirate
gameplay
games.
systems,
Apparently,
like
Black
the
Flag
suppression
is good.
system, Where
coolest thing.
it's
Which
basically like
I don't know. I haven't played it. I can't talk about it.
Like you'll start
Apparently
to
it's
struggle
good.
reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen I'm sure I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever because of course you'd struggle
Yeah,
reloading
Tarkov.
when bullets are whizzing
What
by.
that does for your level of immersion is
Tarkov.
And
Yeah,
just
it's
to-
terrible
to
mechanic.
Remind you guys, this game I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single player campaign.
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual battles that did take place, and they're going to continue this string. Like they're going to continue. I even asked them like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War One. It was a big war and it lasted a long time.
It was a
And
big
so they're not
war.
even done here, and luckily they have found themselves
It's one
a
of the
diehard
big
audience
ones.
that wants to see this story told, battle to battle.
World War One, kind of one of the bigger
to be able to
wars.
preserve
What can I say?
Piece of history.
Yeah.
A lot of
in an
motherfuckers
interactive way where
died.
People can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version. But
That's
I think
crazy.
it helps
Yeah.
educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of be forgotten.
Crimson Desert. Okay.
Now our
Dino Blade.
here a very
Dino Blade. Dino Blade.
Say and use the word I haven't used so far.
Let's
for
go.
the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out. I love it. But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team
W.
Spino. Incredible.
Where Winds
looking
Meet,
game.
also known
And we
as,
also have
China
exclusive
Slop.
interview content with Crimson Desert.
Big China slop. Open up wide for all the people that come into my streams and they love their China slop.
But thou still shine bright.
Get ready, pay piggies. Another $20,000 ship for you to buy. Oh, did Donkey do a Where Winds Meet video? Why do I feel like he just goes through the fucking character creator? Dude, the amount of glazing this game has gotten from like people I've talked to online is actually insane. This just looks like Neo if it was just way worse and bad. It's like we have Neo at home, but with like none of the cool mechanics of Neo with the shifting of stances and like stamina management through canceling shit. I don't, it just looks like a mobile game to me, bro. This looks like just slop. This looks so bad. If this was a mobile game, I'd be like, okay, this is very impressive. But I don't know. This is... It looks so much worse than even, like, mid-Souls-likes. Oh god, and he just keeps repeating the same fucking line as he's attacking. I don't... Okay, I do know what people see in this game. The fact that it's free and they don't have the money to buy the premium games that are just better. Like, that's... If this game wasn't free, people would shit on it so hard. For me, I think that that's a really bad selling point for a game, is just the fact that it's free. Like Warframe, I would glaze Warframe even if it was a paid game. That's how you know it's a good game. Even Apex. Like, I would actually be on the glaze trade back in the day, more so than now. But like, even like Apex. If your main selling point for your game is it's like, hey, you want to play Neo or you want to play Ghost of Tsushima, but you're poor, play this Chinese knockoff for free. I don't know. I mean, the whole like ink aesthetic is cool. I'll give them that. The fact that it's like ink, this boss is like ink on like a white background. And I like the whatever is happening like on the bottom when he's flying around. It's cool looking. But just like, I don't know, the combat doesn't look like it has like any oomph to it. What the fuck? Did that even do anything? Well, they sold me on never playing this game. W. But hey, in a month, we get Neo 3. We get an actual good version of this. Ah. Free to play. Oh, it is a mobile game. It is on the App Store. Okay, wait, lock in Dino Blood. Dude, I remember seeing a video on like Twitter of the dev sharing his like idea for a game. I think it's just one dude. He's been working on this for years now. Did he just judgment slash that fucking little baby dinosaur? What? The T-Rex is using another dinosaur as a weapon. What in the goddamn? What? What the fuck? Demo available. We're playing the demo after this. Real talk though, this is probably right. This is probably the biggest game of 2026. Crimson Desert.
Is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them, but you can slay them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
This game comes out
Sorry to the Lua fans, but at this
in
point we're
2
not
months.
confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
I hope this game is good.
Big this game is. We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map of a Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions.
What the
So we
fuck is
wanted
he
to create
writing?
A world that's not only
See, this is what a good game looks like.
obviously you and your community, Lua,
Not fucking
care a
where
lot about
winds
romance
meet.
systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms
God,
of
I hope this game is good.
within the systems in the game. And then through
This is one of those games that looks too good to where I think it's fake.
because of the
What
scope
the
and
f-
scale of the game.
Is he in a
When you're
mech?
distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience.
I wish I could turn it up more.
Than someone
So
else,
quiet.
even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices.
What is this game? You haven't seen Crimson Desert?
In March.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest game of 2026.
Elaborate on those
Assuming
systems,
GTA 6 doesn't
show
come out.
people If they have, say, I have an hour
Comes out in
to
March.
jump in and play this game after work, what is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not
Yeah,
in combat.
it looks
how you're
insane.
taking advantage and interacting in the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game for equipment as well as
You can build your house, apparently.
there is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned
What?
and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team
No,
over
this is a premium release. I think it's a $70 game.
last September.
This is a full premium single player
glimpse of a
massive
bunch of
open
different
world.
One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there. That's a
I don't think
that's
there's
a
any multiplayer
very
at all.
important and pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe.
What
if you
in
will,
the
and then
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? There's Sky Islands?
Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Yeah.
First, let's
I'll
start
believe it
with
when I see it. I still don't believe the game is
since
real.
The game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out.
I don't believe it, dude. It's I've always said it. It looks too good until I'm actually playing the game, like Black Myth Wukong. Until I'm actually playing it, I'm on team. It's fake.
Play with friends. You can have a guild.
But I'll pick it up. I'll be playing it day one.
It's mind blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Meet is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively.
See, everyone talks about it being
They
free.
even said we will never monetize.
That's all anyone says about this fucking game.
But they also want to like.
It's
has kind of
free?
two sides to it, where it does have the single-player adventure side, because you can play by yourself. You can play co-op, going through like the new boss fight together with your friends, and then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where like a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart, and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. Like, we love seeing those kind of things, and those are the kind of things that also appeal to.
I'm getting
Doesn't
attacked
matter
by a dog
Eastern or
right now.
Western, but those are the kind of things that people are going to talk about.
This game is shocking on how much depth it has.
There
like,
really is nothing like it.
He has
Like,
so much
God,
energy.
the game is beautiful.
It's absolutely crazy, and every boss fight is different and visually like pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it,
Were we looking at the same game?
You were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking,
Where Winds
well,
Meet,
maybe
I would not say it's a visually stunning
It looks so
game.
satisfying. Like there's something about it.
I mean, maybe like for a phone game, it's a really good looking phone game.
Almost like in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. Like all that stuff you said, very true.
Yeah, it's
Very
Neo
expansive.
Combat.
And then the flip side is,
But not as cool.
Really good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's like
Oh,
what Luke
Jesus.
was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's like there's no way that there's a catch. There's got to, because naturally with
Yeah,
the
there is a
nature
catch.
of our industry, there's
All
been
of
so
the
much free-to-play
cosmetics cost
stuff
an
that
arm and a
I'm
leg.
not what I expected.
That's the
but
catch.
This seems to be like a really, really quality game.
Then we also saw Dino Blade here, which
W.
an action
Dude,
game.
another
That's why I'm here.
game.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so you can play it if you want. Have some fun. We got to see the
playing it.
Dinosaur in that trailer that has never been seen before, and it's planned for release still.
Install
in
demo.
2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, like it's a dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur.
Soul. Like, dude, like just watching the trailer, like I could feel my testosterone rising. Like my bench press max went up like 20 pounds because I could.
The music and everything.
Dude,
really...
dude, the Linkin Park.
Is it a
montage-
Souls-like? I didn't know it was a Souls-like.
Weird.
It's
but
ridiculous.
So good.
Like,
I love
give it
it.
to me. I want it.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board, just because it's like so fun. It's such a game.
Dino Blade about to be peaked.
Dinosaur of Swords, like you can't really beat that.
Yeah, I love it.
Then to end things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game
Another crazy good.
everyone familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from Pearl Abyss, which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like, you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where like they have sky islands. You can jump down from straight down to the surface.
Can I just just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about? So, for example, if you have like a siege weapon and you throw a boat at a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the boat hit and everything else falling through it.
Well, and people see that, and from our frame of like,
I don't believe it.
standard open
I'll believe
worlds
it when
in
I
Unreal
play
Engine
it.
5 or something. Not that that's a bad engine or anything, but like we see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run terribly. Okay, it's going to have frame drops or it's going to stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground up with this game basically in mind. And it's just absolutely
Stop
crazy
the
because
cap.
we've had the chance to play it. And that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy.
I don't
And what's
believe
even
it.
Crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first
Huh?
time.
The size of the game is
2 Skyrims.
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that.
No,
just
that just
insane.
happened.
It's twice the size of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Like, quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that
It is not the first game. It is not
If
the
there was a
first
dinosaur
game.
to ride, we'd be in trouble.
Next year for the next show, and you're just gonna be walking around.
Guys, it's not the first game that you can ride a bear.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Not the first game you can ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of rep.
Baldur's Gate 3 rep.
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like, you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
you
putting
mentioned that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket.
She's
as
talking about
Skyrim and
fucking
Red
the
Dead 2,
bear.
and I think that tells you all. You need
She's
to know
talking about
their
fucking the bear, guys.
coming March 19th.
Why are
Coming
women
March
like
19th.
this?
Let's go. Thank you, those of you who
Women
stayed
are
with
all
us from
about
beginning to end.
fucking
We really
animals,
appreciate you.
bro. What?
This has been a blast
What
to
the
work
hell?
with
What's
on
going
background.
on
Those
with
guys have
them?
been amazing.
I think there's a
I
thank
think
you
it's
in
our
a few
fault as
different
men.
directions.
We need to be
all
better.
probably feel. One,
We need to be better
obviously,
partners. We gotta be more
myself,
attractive, bro.
the team.
There's
production
a
team as
reason
well,
why
I
all
think
these
this
chicks
is
want to
awesome.
fuck werewolves
Very cool that
and
you guys were all down to try to do this.
fucking
It's like a new
bears and
thing.
stuff.
Also, thank you to the audience, right? Like whoever is watching this and trying
She
to
asked about dating
engage
the
in something
dragons
new, it does
too.
mean a
A
lot
girl's girl.
to us and the developers.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
she's
to
the
them
reason
for
why I'm
taking
getting
us
all these
seriously
ads.
And, you know, being excited to share with us what you have shared, to talk
Okay.
with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower the barrier for a lot of developers to be able to showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, you know, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit, where we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us.
They had Crimson
out
Desert and
participate
Ubisoft,
in it.
Obsidian
And a lot of
too,
people we talked to
yeah.
that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this.
I
But hopefully for the
wonder
next
if
one,
they
we
helped
can
pay
plan
for
more in
it.
advance, and people can be a part of it, and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right, and do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested.
Okay, I think that's basically it. My thoughts on the showcase. They showed some good things. I think they showed 40 or 45 games. And most of them were new. There's probably about like 20 or 25% of them that were like already out, or they were like DLCs or something like that. But most of them were new. Yeah, there was like, I think maybe like 4 or 5 games that I added to the wish list. Like, there was some good stuff. I think they kind of touched on it there, and I follow Luke Stevens, the guy on the left here. I recommend his content for like gaming news and stuff. He has very similar takes to like me, not to like, be biased or anything, but I think he does a good job of like coming at things from, he tries to be unbiased, and he just, plays the things and gives his honest opinions on it. And like, I appreciate the way that he does things. I don't really feel like he's one of the people that bends the knee to, what the grifters are thinking or anything like that. So I like his content. I think he does a good job. And he was talking about this showcase, and yeah, they had like 3 or 4 months to put it together before when they had the idea. So this is like a very rough version, and they want to do this going forward. And I think it's a great idea because really the main 2 showcases are both ran by Jeff Keighley, and it's the Summer Games Fest, which is usually in like May, June-ish. And then obviously the Video Game Awards, which is at the end of the year. And both of those, you don't see too many really small games. You see mostly big games, and it's because for the Video Game Awards, I mean, it's came out that it's like fucking 800 grand or something like that to get your game in the VGAs, which is insane. You know, usually it's like over $1 million, which is wild. And I don't know, I don't think any numbers have come out for Summer Game Fest, but you know, it's probably still very high. Even though they do show more small things. The one that Nolan North does, that one that's always like really cringy, Future Game Show. I think that's the Future Game Show. That one usually has some small games. I actually like the Future Game Show, other than the cringe of like Nolan North and whoever the hell he's with. I feel like most of the time they show some cool small games and stuff like that. But I like the idea of a game show that's ran by like actual gamers. You know, not saying that the VGAs isn't, but like these are like actual content creators. Like this chick right here, Luality or whatever. I mean, she's more of a gamer than I am. Like she's more of a gamer than anyone that I know. Like this chick games like freaking 15 hours a day type shit. Like she is a total degenerate gamer, turbo nerd, you know. And like Luke Stevens as well, he's been gaming for like forever. I know Jake Lucky just from like he tweets a lot of like video game news and stuff, and I don't know these two guys at all, but like definitely these two are pretty big gamers, you know. So it's nice to have like a showcase for some of these games that can't really advertise themselves, and you see some bangers, right? Dino Blade, which you know is kind of big, but like EXE Killer, which for me is like the standout of the show. You know, it's got a little bit of Pacific Drive, it's got some Deus Ex, it's got some Cyberpunk. I thought that game looks like really, really cool. That's very high on my list, and I had never even heard of it before, right? And then you have like Densha Attack, this crazy like grinding rails as a train game. Like some really cool stuff here. But definitely like this should not be 3 hours. Like it shouldn't be 3 hours. It shouldn't be 3.5. I think like even the Video Game Awards, when me and the boys were watching it, that was like 3 hours or 3.5. Even like the Video Game Awards, which has like the biggest reveals of the year, we were all like, yo, this is a little long, bro. Like this is running a little long. So like even if the biggest show of the year can't do 3 hours or 3.5, this show definitely can't. So I think like if they can manage to squeeze it down, get it down to I'd say like an hour and a half at the most. My favorite thing about this showcase though is that they have the rule for no CG trailers. That's like the biggest W for me. I hate CG trailers. Don't get me wrong, I'll get excited about stuff. You know, I got excited about fucking FOTOR and stuff, Fate of the Old Republic, you know, like I'll get excited to a CG trailer, but when it comes down to like, do I want to see a CG trailer or do I want to see gameplay? I always want to see gameplay. So I really like the rule of like no CG trailers. You're going to show gameplay. A lot of the ones like we're going to have interviews with the game devs so we can actually hear what the game is. Versus like the VGAs where they show a CG trailer and then they show Jeff and he's like, yeah, looks great. Can't wait to see more on that in the future. Anyway, and then you're like, wait, but what the fuck was the game? Like, what was the game? What do you do in the game? What's the, what is it? You know, if you're lucky, then he'll say something like he did after Photour, right? Where he's like, coming in the future, a single player, narrative based RPG. And then everyone's like, oh, okay. I mean, at least we kind of know what it is, right? But yeah, overall, I think if they can shorten it down and stuff, it could be really good. And they did get a couple big games, like Crimson Desert is a very big game. Division 2 is Ubisoft. You know, and then Obsidian is quite big though. Like Obsidian is much larger than, I mean, I think most of their games are probably like pushing the limits of AA. Like Grounded 2 is a AA game for sure. Like AA production. There's no way they have the whole scope, you know, on it. But like Outer Worlds 2 is a AAA game. Avowed is like it's AAA, but like barely, you know. I think it is AAA just because for some reason they charged 70 for it, like a bunch of dummies. But realistically, it should probably be 50. But argue that the prices for VGA ads might actually be kind of cheap for the audience that it reaches. Yeah, that's true. It's true. There's no doubt that the Video Game Awards is the new E3. It is the biggest game showcase of the year. And they do get millions and millions of viewers across all of their official streams and all of the watch-along streams. It is essentially the Super Bowl for, you know, gaming. So, I mean, it makes sense that it's so expensive, but as a result of it being so expensive, you don't really get to showcase those indie games and stuff like that. And like, I can attest to some of the games being shown here that are really good, like Far Far West. Far Far West is a fantastic game, very, very fun. And I'm about to tell you how good Dino Blade is. Let's boot it up, Dino Blade. Hopefully it works with my controller, because I didn't know it was a Souls-like. I don't play Souls-likes on M&K usually. So. Hopefully this will just work. I haven't used a controller in a very long time. This is not the music I expected for Dino Blade. I don't think my controller's plugged in. So we're gonna mouse and keyboard it. Let's go to game capture. Nope. Yep. There we go. Borderless. I think we're Ultra. What the fuck is this menu? Ew, 60. Ewy, ewy. Okay, sure. Graphics. Crank it. Crank it, gamers. Ultra. Ew, not motion blur. Gross. Oh, yeah. Camera FOV. That mouse sense is probably going to be way too high. Oh, it does have gamepad. God damn it. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Can't be that hard, right? New game. Oh, shit. So this just in. This tree is not loading. And the game's running at like 80 to 90 FPS. Which is terrible. You know what? I'm a fucking dinosaur with a sword. Oh my god. What's up, bitch? Ugh. I'm a goddamn dinosaur with a sword, son. Block or deflect. Time it right before the attack to deflect. A well-timed deflect restores both stamina and resonance, but beware, an empty stamina bar leaves your defense shattered. Square up. Hit me. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm getting owned. Oh my god. I died before you. I was trying to hit that parry. Okay. I've got it this time. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. Yeah. God damn it. Oh, there we go. That was the parry. I think, maybe. Does it not give you a stun or anything? Oh, that had to be the parry, right? Ow. Does it not stun them? Huh. I guess it doesn't stun. That's definitely the parry, I think. Okay, so parry doesn't even stun, but it gives you some stuff back, I guess. So still worth doing. Got it. Square up, son. Oh, that attack is fucking quick, man. Hello. All right. The game kind of controls like ass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm locked on and my attacks are just missing. It's like they're too small. Are you still alive? Okay. Killed him that time. Control his heavy attacks. Click multiple times the combo. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. I leveled up. What's this? Oh, save. Hold the teleport. I just roll as a Spino. I don't know. Am I a Spino? I don't know anything about dinosaurs. What if my dodge has iframes? What's up, homie? It has auto lock on, which I don't really like. I don't really want to lock on if I'm on mouse and key. Not really a reason to lock on mouse and key. Tap R to heal. Number next to your icon represents how many healing charges you have left. I don't want to use it. Where up? Oh yeah, you like that? My turn, bitch. Where the boss is at? Hold C to channel your power. Release early to send a swift blade of energy, or hold the full charge for a devastating strike. Cost of 5 resonance. Ah, so your resonance, it said you get back. Oh, shit. Wait, What button did it say to press? Shit, I don't remember what button it said to press. God damn it. So wait, look at the door. I'll just look at I'll look at the keybind. Charge attack C. Let's do C. Alright, I'm gonna hit him with the fucking laser beam. Hadouken! You like that, bitch? Huh? Fucking like that? You want some of this? I'm fighting raptors and carnos. So you got that, like, dinosaur-tism, huh? Like a fucking 12-year-old. Oh yeah, that's right. Learning. How much gameplay did they show? What do you mean? How much did you miss, brother? Everything. It was a 3.5 hour long fucking conference. When an enemy's resolve bar maxes out, a clean deflect unleashes a bone-shattering counterattack. Wait, that sounds sick. Okay. Oh, look at this guy. Kira, the Exile. Square up, bitch. Oh, shit. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh, he can parry me? Shit, I was not. Oh, shit. God. I was not familiar with his game. I did not know he could parry me. Okay. All right. Bring it on, bro. Hit him with the fucking big one. Ooh, there we go. That's a lot of damage. Ooh. 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 Oh, I'm fucking on fire. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh, shit. Hadouken. Ooh. What the heck? Ooh. 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 Hurry. 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 Try and hit me. Try and hit me, pussy. He's scared. He's scared. Hurry. お前はもう死んでいる。何？いやいやいやいや。It's challenging. Oh god, I don't. Okay. Mog him? Mog him? It's too late. He's already gone. Any pasta sauce by scratch? Listening to System of a Down. Well, you missed the whole ass conference. Uh-oh. Time to take my creatine! Take it after the show. Please cut me open with your jawline. Wow. Press tab to open your character page where you can unlock new abilities from Boss SP, increase your attributes from blue souls you've collected, and use new weapons you've found. I already have big sword. What else do I need? A Kai's great sword. Oh my god. They're all big swords? Damage. Boss SP. Dance of Steel. Beautiful, fierce, and fatal in every motion. 40 resonance to activate. Instantly dash forward. That's kind of nice. All enemies nearby freeze for a short moment. Slow down your breathing to unleash blows to anyone. Is that a fucking judge? It's a judgment cut! Say less. Have 3 to activate. Judgment cut unlocked. W. I'll give myself a little more stamina. Thought this was a showcase? I'm playing this? Yeah, so I'm playing this. The showcase is over. It was 3.5 hours long. I am brutal. Is there a jump? There is a jump. Let's try the new ability. Let's judgment cut this bitch. Omae wa mou shinderu! Shing 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 shing! Hell yeah. What's the name again? This is Dino Blade. Oh. Motherfucker. I like that you get health when you kill enemies though. Or maybe actually that's just because I leveled up. Ow. Did I just get shot? Oh, there's a fucking little baby here. I was like, did I get shot? There's fucking dinosaurs with guns? This guy's got a hammer. Hammer time, bitch. Let's get it. What you got? What you got, huh? What you got, huh? Yeah? You better attack me, boy. He's scared. Kills my aura. Bro's just not attacking. Alright. I'm gonna beat your fucking ass then. You better attack. Breaking news, Border Patrol just shot 2 people in Portland? Wait, Border Patrol? What the fuck is Border Patrol doing in Portland? What the fuck are they doing there? What is happening, dude? What is going on? What is happening, dude? We're fucking 1 year into this guy's presidency. Holy. What the fuck? Shit's a mess, bro. That's putting it mildly. Hey, leave him alone! Ooh, judgment cut! Oh no, I killed him on accident. Summoning skill. The one who wielded this blade will now answer your call. I can summon a weeb dinosaur with a fucking katana? Oh my god. I can't wait for this game to actually come out and then people go, actually, you didn't really play the game, you used summons. I can't believe you summoned the weeb dinosaur. You didn't even really play the... Oh, a T-Rex. Fuck that guy up. Ever since the administration changed the definition of border to 100 miles away from the border, including airports and coastlines, they've been here. Oh, I did not know that terminology even changed. That's crazy. Oh, shit. That was sick. Are you good, bro? Are you good? That be the insidious nature of this administration. That is a way of putting it for sure. At what point is it too radical to exercise our American rights and, you know, band together with a heavily armed militia? I mean, that's just our God-given right, right? Oh, shit. He parried me. Oh my god, these guys are owning. Oh my, I have 1 health. Oh my, dude, whatever dinosaurs these are, these guys are the strongest dinosaurs in the fucking game. Holy shit. These guys are fucking OP. They're parrying me. Fuck you. How do you... He's parrying. Am I playing Sekiro? What is happening right now? You parry. I parry. What the fuck? Bro, I'm out here playing Sekiro with these guys in parry fights. What in the goddamn... Getting owned by a pair of Parasaurolophus. Man, you guys really be knowing these dinosaurs, bro. Are you serious right now? It's a parasaur. Brother, how would I know that? Why are we acting like this is common knowledge? okay. I'd be a paleontologist in another life. Yeah, you'd own at it, bro. Uh-oh, this guy looks like he's bad news. Oh! Nah, I'm hitting him with Judgment Cut. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. Too many of you little freaks. Oh, shit. Oh. I bit him. You learned the shit in like 4th grade, I swear, but for real, I already said I've lived Earth for damn near 5 years. I don't remember learning any dinosaurs in 4th grade. I remember going through the dinosaur books as a kid because they had blood in them. Like the pictures would have like a dinosaur eating another dinosaur, and I was like, yo, cool. Blood. Blood in a book in school. I don't really remember learning anything about dinosaurs. But also, to be fair, I learned so many like genus and species names and shit like that when I was getting my biochem degree, and I don't remember any of those either, and that was just a few years ago, so, you know, not really too surprising, I suppose, that I don't remember this shit. My brain, I like to call it very efficient. The moment it determines I no longer need knowledge, it kind of just throws it away. So like, I will learn stuff for a class, and then the moment I no longer need that info for class, it's gone. I mean, it's pretty crazy how fast that shit just disappears. I mean, I probably couldn't even do like basic. When an enemy's weapon glows red, their attack cannot be blocked. Uh-oh. Axe. I probably couldn't even do like a basic calculus anymore. Oh shit. Bro's got delays. I summon my stand. Weebosaurus Rex. Whooshing. Hey, like that? Ow. Oh. Ooh. Oh, get him, stand. Hold my wobble. Uh-oh. I'd like it if he made it a little fucking quieter for my ears. Judgment Cut! I really do be going fucking deaf out here every time I parry. Weebosaurus. This is just making me want to play Sekiro. Oh, I hit the fucking axe in his head. That was sick. This game is making me want to play Sekiro so bad. Getting in these fucking ding ding ding, ching ching ching, ding ding ding, ching ding ching ching ding ding. So fun. Basically just like a rhythm game. forgotten some names and it makes me sad, so no. Doesn't make me sad. What makes me sad is knowing that I have learned and then completely forgotten more than your average Joe will like ever learn in the entirety of his life. That's what makes me sad. Is just like the wealth of knowledge that I have had, that if I was like blessed with the like savant syndrome autism and could remember everything, I would be so fucking smart. Oh my god, it would be amazing. It would be so cool. Okay, awkward. So, I'm out of range. They built a wall! Get Border Patrol to take them out! Uh-oh. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, you like that? Ooh. You know, for this game being like turbo early in development, it's actually pretty cool. $144p right now. Oof. Yeah, that's bad. That's like next level bad. Can't see, it's so granulated. Rip. Well, you're missing out on peak. This shit is peak. I still would know you're letting the Wi-Fi out. Gotcha. Ow. I get this off. Ugh. Oh yeah. Judgment cut, bitch. Oh yeah. I am the parry king. You know what's crazy is that for the longest time there was this conspiracy theory that ISPs or the government could work with ISPs in order to tell your location in your home and track you in your home using your Wi-Fi. And it was like everybody called those people crazy, including me, by the way. I was like, you guys are fucking insane. And just recently, it actually came out that that is real. It's actually real. Utilizing the signals from like your Wi-Fi and your modem, they can like tell the positioning of things in rooms, including like the positioning of where people are in a home. Which is pretty fucking crazy. Now, it's not confirmed that like government agencies, work with ISPs in order to access that information and shit like that. That's not confirmed. But the fact that it actually can be used in that way is pretty crazy. Oh, yo. It's the dinosaur from the trailer that's using another dinosaur. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. You like that? Oh, shit. He's quick with it. Oh. Summon the weave. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Dude, he does not have a lot of tells for his attacks. Weebasaurus! Go! Judgment cut! Uh-oh. Phase 2? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What the fuck? What? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yo. They actually just went crazy. Oh. Are you gonna stun on that? Whoa. Oh! Shit. Oh! Judgment cut. Oh, Ushka. Hurry. Oh. Fuck. Weebasaurus! Stun him so I can heal. Oh. Why is this game actually like kind of fucking great? I have played a lot of worse Souls-likes in my time. This shit's better than Lords of the Fallen, I'll tell you that much. Judgment cut! I don't have any more heals. Ah, fuck. I have 7 health. Oh, not the throw, dude. It's a T-Rex with paleo feathers. Most of the conspiracy theories are true. I don't know about that. I think they're probably mostly wrong, but that is one that's pretty interesting. Fuck. Okay, so the first attack in the spin, I can't parry, but the second I can. I can parry that. I can't parry that. And then I can parry the third and fourth. I can parry that. I can't parry that, but then I can parry the next one. Damn it. The timing's tight on me, bro. I like that you can cancel your light into your heavy. Oh! I don't think you can dodge that. Oh yeah, that's big. That's good damage. Judgment cut. I like that it makes you invulnerable to damage while you judgment cut. Oh fuck! Fucking throw. Oh! Send out the weeb. Free damage. Fuck. Fuck! I'm getting greedy! Damn. I'm getting way too greedy. I feel like I do no damage. Oh wait, I need to level up. That's why. I gotta level up. What am I doing? Silly bee. I need to dump all of my points into fucking damage. What am I doing? Okay. There should probably be an easier way to do this. Almost all conspiracy theories are wrong. If they were true, then they wouldn't be conspiracy theories. Can't argue with that logic. Dash would be good. Tap to use that. Okay. Alright. We win these. Now I'm strong. I was doing a fucking soul level 1 run. God damn it. Oh yeah, that damage. Oh, look at that damage. Holy damage. Oh my god, the damage. Holy damage. Oh shit. He started it a different way. Oh! I didn't know he could start a different way. Okay, I need to turn down the game though. It's so loud. There we go. Should be good. All right. One, two into the heavy cancel. I think is really good. I think that's optimal punish. Whatever, bro. I'm so far from you. Send out the stand. Ah, fuck off. Okay. Hopefully I can heal. Oh! Get away. Ah, motherfucker. Oh! There we go. Big. Ooh, I finally dodged that. Optimal punish. Oh, fuck. Suboptimal punish. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. I can't move. Oh! Oh! I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. That was not fair. I literally couldn't move. I was pressing every button on my keyboard. I got stuck. That doesn't count. Clearly does not count. That shit was rigged. Is going well. Uh-oh. That fucking delay. Holy shit. Am I fighting Margaret? I know he doesn't have to start this phase with the horse shit. Oh! Okay. I'm gonna fucking beat you, you piece of shit. Dude, that fucking attack is so goddamn delayed! Like I'm playing shitty fucking Elden Ring again! All I have to do is not die. Okay. W punish. All I have to do is hit a parry. That fucking attack is the bane of my existence, and whoever designed it, I hate him. Oh my god, bro. I hate whoever designed that attack. I hate him. And when I say whoever designed that attack, I mean this game's made by one guy, and I hate the one guy. This entire game's made by one dude. I pressed the wrong button. Ow. Dude! Oh my god. Never mind. I actually dodged it. I'm stuck again. I'm stuck again. Oh my fucking god. I keep just getting stuck and I cannot move and then I fucking die. You know, considering this is probably like very, very early alpha and like barely in a playable state, it's actually like in a pretty good spot. When you view it through that lens. Come on. Come on. Fuck was that attack? I cannot even, words cannot describe how fucking bullshit that attack is, genuinely. Words don't exist to describe how fucking shitty that attack is. Oh my god, are you just gonna keep spamming the same fucking horseshit? Apparently. Okay. We in the rigmarole now. I dodged that. You can fucking frame by frame that horse shit. I dodged. I've been robbed. That was a dodge on land. I know it. You know it. We all know it. It was a dodge on land. Roll the clip. Uh-oh. Okay. Dude is actually just throwing out all of the horse shit. I'm not gonna get greedy. The one attack I wasn't ready for. Fuck! Dude, this is hard. I mean, it's janky, don't get me wrong, and I don't like playing these types of games on mouse and key. It's very weird, and I keep pressing fucking R for some reason to do heavy when R is heal, but definitely when this comes out, I will play it on controller. Obviously. I don't know why my controller's not plugged in. Maybe causing issues or something. Ow. I wonder if that's normally the button for heavy attacks is control. I feel like it should be right there. I feel like that seems like the normal button. Maybe I'll just do Judgment Cut when he does the spin. I don't know why I wasn't locked on for some reason. Unlocked me on? Oh, you motherfucker. That's right, bitch. It's a full punish. I don't have the mana for Judgment Cut! Ah! He's doing it again. He's doing it again. I die. Oh my god, I lived! Send out the weeb. Ah! What the? Oh! Ah! That attack is such fucking bullshit. Holy hell, it's like a blink. Can you stop doing the same fucking move? The fuck out of my face! Judgment cut! Make Virgil proud! That attack was fucking bullshit. Some Dark Souls 2 ass fucking hitbox. Some fucking bullshit. Try breaking it? I'm trying. That's it. That's it. You're gonna give me a new sword? And that's it? I don't know. I'm still playing. No! Okay. Well, that's Dino Blood. Obviously, nowhere close to coming out. It's like early alpha. I'm buying some platinum and then I'm buying some slots in Warframe when I get back home tomorrow. That is what you should buy with your plats. Yes, you should buy slots. Definitely buy slots. That is like the #1 use of plat. Buy your gun slots and buy your Warframe slots. Just buy a ton of them. Just buy an absolute like metric shit ton of them. Don't buy slots, just do Nightwave. Nightwave won't get you anywhere near as many slots as you need. The entire Nightwave gives you like 3 slots. Brother, that doesn't even give you a 50th of an MR level. Like, if you're gonna be leveling MR, which you have to anyway if you want to do the content in the game, you have to have slots. Can I get a lot of slots with 20 bucks of plat? I mean, you can get some. Honestly, when it comes to buying plat, I always tell people to just wait for them to get a login sale. I never ever recommend people to just buy plat outright. I recommend waiting until you got a 50% off or 75% off. If you're on console, then they don't do percents off. They do like bonus plat or something like that. But I always recommend people to wait for those because you get way more for your money. Like, I always just wait until I get the 75% off, and then I buy the $200 bundle, which is only like $50, and you get like 4,300 plat. It's an absurd amount. That's how I'm sitting on like 7,000 plat or something, is because I just did that once. And then, actually, I think I did it twice, and then I bought one of the Prime Resurgence, the Caliban Prime Resurgence thing, which was like, I think 140 bucks, 150 bucks, but it gave you like $200 of plat as well, on top of all the stuff. But, yeah. Slots is the most important thing, though, because you really don't want to be in a position where in order to level up your MR, you have to sell stuff. Once you get further in the game, you get you get a thing called the Helminth, and that can help you a lot when it comes to like your Warframes and saving slots on your Warframes. But definitely, like, I would just wait. I'm buying classic standard color thing and slots. For colors, I think classic saturated is probably like the best bang for buck, because it kind of has everything. Classic saturated has like every single color that you could want, I feel like. It has like a pretty good gold. It's got, I think it's got a white in it. It's got a black in it. It's got a reds. It's got blues. It's got greens. I think it's got basically like all. I think that my first pack was the light and dark pack for colors and the classic saturated. And then I think I got, it's called Eximus or Exilos or something like that. I got that one too. That one's pretty good. But yeah, colors kind of just comes out of personal preference. I think classic saturated though is what most people say is like the GOAT. Color packs. But yeah, primarily you want to be just spending plat on your slots. Eventually you'll get to the point where you'll be able to farm pretty easily for plat. And then you'll just be able to get your slots and stuff super easy. But until you get to that point where you can like very easily farm for plat, you're kind of just forced to spend money. You're forced to spend money or you're forced to just sell shit a lot. Unlocked Void yesterday. Yeah, Void relics are the basis for a lot of platforming. There's like, I think like Void relics are an okay way to farm plat. Once you get the arbitrations, you can farm the galvanized mods, and that's a really good way as well to make plat. It's through the galvanized mods. And then there's like obviously like more niche shit. Like you can run nightmare missions in order to get some of the like really rare mods to get quite a bit of plat. There's a whole like fish market. You can fish and like sell the fish for plat. It's kind of the nice thing about Warframe. I mean, at the end of the day, the best, I always say this, it's kind of a joke in the Warframe community, is the average, or no, the best, most optimal platform is always going to be to work an hour at your job. You know, it's like kind of the joke. Is it like, oh, what's the best platform? Clock into work. You know, you're never going to be able to come anywhere even close to like pay to win rates for plat. But I mean, if that's like really not an option for you, then there's some ways that are like pretty okay for farming plat. At least for farming plat for like not expensive stuff. Like if you want to farm plat in order to get like really good Riven mods or something, you're kind of fucked. I mean, you're going to be farming for so long to get enough plat for that. To be honest, because some of those can run like thousands of plat. But I mean, those aren't even necessary as well, though. Rivens in general are not really necessary at all. You can do all of the content in the game, even like level cap content with the right gears and mods and no Rivens. So Rivens are never worth farming for. Take consistent damage over the chance of getting some good roll luck. Yeah, no. I mean, like, actually buying someone else's Riven where they've already rolled it and stuff. You know what is worth with Rivens is Rivens, using Rivens for Endo. That is worth. Like, if you really don't want to farm Endo, you can go and you can buy like real cheap Rivens, like Rivens that are only like 10 to 30 plat that people have re-rolled like a bajillion times, but maybe they're for weapons that like nobody uses, so they're really cheap. and you can salvage that mod, and the amount of endo you get from a salvaged Riven is proportional to how many times it was rerolled. So if you get Honda, thank you for the follow, dude. But if you get like someone's Riven that they've rerolled like a fucking 100 times, and you can get it very cheap, then you can salvage that and get a ton of endo for like very, very cheap. But I think for most people, they don't really mind farming endo. It's only if you really don't want to farm endo. But that's like technically the best way to get endo. You could also like trade Iathan sculptures and stuff, but that's not really worth. Those are like, people sell those for too much. Got a dual Toxicist Riven, and if it's scrapped, it'll give 53k endo. Yep. Yep. You can get some crazy amounts of endo. Like you can get hundreds of thousands of endo for super cheap. If you do some good deals. I don't need any endo anymore. Yeah, you do, Bradley. Yeah, you do. You'll never not need endo. You'll always need endo. And just when you think, oh, I don't need endo anymore, I've already leveled up all my shit, then you'll go and they'll drop a new prime mod, and that's another, you know, 150, 200,000 endo or whatever the hell it is, 300,000 endo. That's what they just did. They're just like, oh yeah, by the way, we dropped a new fucking prime mod. I was like, god damn it. And it's like a really good one too. Oh, you quit the game? Alright, yeah, that'll do it then. Bottled it, then. What's with everybody like getting to MR4, MR5, and then quitting? What's up with that? Jason quit. Bradley, you quit. What's up with that? Is the new player experience just not very good, or? Feels boring. Probably Star Chart. Yeah, but like MR4, MR5, you're still going through the story. I don't want to play the same map 8,000 times. Why are you playing the same map 8,000 times? To get stuff? Hmm? What are you trying to get that has you playing one map a million times? Like early, at that point in the game, you're farming for like what, like Rhino, maybe some of the other starter frames like Volt and Excalibur and Mag. That's like an assassination mission that, like, assuming you're running it on public, you'll probably have dudes just flying through it, and it's only like a couple minutes a run. Like, did you like Jackal for Rhino, for example? It's like a couple minutes for a run, and then like you probably have everything within like 30-40 minutes to make him. I mean, all the parts, you still need to farm for, you know, the actual stuff to craft it, but you'll have like the blueprints and stuff. I don't know, I don't think that the farming is bad. I've never felt like I had to run one mission over and over and over and over again. Like, probably the most repetitive thing is like leveling Earth, doing Earth bounties. But that's like a big open world, you know, because you're like doing it in Cetus for the bounties. So it's not, and there's also other ways to level it, but yeah, like most of your farming is going to be farming void relics, and those are, I mean, those missions change what, every hour, every 2 hours? It's a different mission. Usually it's like multiple different missions that you could do. Not bad, just boring. Huh. Yeah, I guess to each their own. I don't think it's boring at all. I think the combat, the movement, is like very, very fun and very satisfying in the game. And I think that each of the frames has a very different playstyle from one another that makes them really fun. Makes it fun to play. Like, there's some frames that I don't like, but like some people really like those frames that I don't like, you know? So like that just comes down to personal preference. But really, I think what makes or breaks people is how much they pay attention to the story. I think everybody I know that drops Warframe, they didn't pay attention to the story. Either they skipped the dialogue, or just didn't really pay attention, or they just didn't click with it. Because like for me, it was super easy for me to continue playing because I love the story. The story is incredible. Like, the story in Warframe is the best free-to-play story in existence. Like, I can confidently say that. I've never played a free-to-play game with a better story. Like, the story, the world, everything is so immaculate in Warframe that kept me going. Amount of times I've told him and Jay to look up what missions drop what and keep doing the story. My jaw will be as yoked as yours. New players don't even make it to Deimos or pass it and then quit. I think it's because they're just focused on the wrong things. Like, just play the story. That's literally it. Just play the story. And then if it's like, oh, in order to do the next story mission, you have to go to this planet. And then that's when you do side stuff, is because then you need to do your missions to get to that planet, right? And then as you're doing your missions to get to that planet, you'll get to the junction. And then the junction will have your challenges. And I think the junction challenges, some of them can be ass. For sure. I agree with that. Like, some of the junction challenges are terrible. Like, the Dragon Key one is fucking awful. But yeah, I have arc wings, K-drive, pets and stuff, even ikaw. But how do you keep, how far are you in the story though? Only primes I have are Wisp and Savagoth and Protea. You shouldn't even be thinking about primes at this point in the game. Honestly. Primes shouldn't even, like, cross your mind until you know what the fuck a drifter is. If you don't know what the fuck a drifter is, don't even worry about primes. Get back on the main story, bro. And don't look up what a drifter is, goddammit. Don't look it up. Figure out this shit by playing, but like the primes are like so minusculely better than just the normal frame that like it's literally not even worth messing with until you're at the point of the game where you're like, all right, it's time to like start grinding out MR. Typically is when you're like, okay, I want to start doing primes. I didn't get my first prime until probably like 40 hours into the game. 40, 50 hours in the game. Like MR9. MR10. Unlocked 8 planets? That's a lot. I didn't pay a lot of attention to the story as I was busy trying to figure out how to do the Arcwing mission. Trying to do the Arcwing mission. I don't know what that means. Got my Arcwings? I was like, yeah, job done. I mean, you like never use the Arcwing though. Like, the only time you use Arcwing is if you're doing open world stuff. Because you can't use it in missions. I don't know. Arcwing is like, it's nice if you're doing a lot of open world stuff, like you're running like Demos bounties or something like that, or like Cetus bounties. There are missions specifically just Arcwing. Yeah, I know. There's like 12 in the entire game, if that. Actually, there's probably less. Like 10 in the entire game. I'll look it up right now. How many Arcwing missions are there in Warframe? There's like barely any. Yeah, a dozen. Yeah, there's like a dozen, which is like nothing in the grand scheme of things. There's like one each planet. It's so lame that I can't. I work so hard to get it too. I mean, it wouldn't really make sense, right? Because it's an anti-gravity like thing for navigating at really fast speed. I mean, literally when you dash forward, it's like a fucking FTL blink forward. So it's not really something like for indoor use, and most of the missions are like indoor. See, but this is what I mean, like new players, they get so focused on like things that don't matter. And I think maybe that's why I stuck with the game, is because like my friends helped me through and they told me like what to worry about and what not to worry about. And I even said this, like, I don't think I would have played through the game if I didn't have somebody like constantly telling me what to worry about, what to do, what to not do and stuff. Because I was definitely like that too, where I was like, oh, I need to get a fucking pet. Oh, I need to make sure I get a pet. And then Josh was like, don't even worry about that. Or I'd get like void relics. I'm like, oh, should I be opening these? Should I be cracking these void relics? And then he'd be like, no, don't even worry about it yet. Don't even think about it. You know? He's like, just do the story. And that's really what all it comes down to, is like, you just do the story until you finish the story. Like, like literally, you do the story until it won't let you do story anymore. And then it's like, okay, now it's time to do the other content. Because like the story, not only does the story get you some of the best items in the entire game for free already, like with catalysts and stuff on them and everything, which normally would cost you like real world money in order to do. So not only does it like give you some of the best gear in the game that's only acquirable through the story, already with like catalysts on it, But also, it's just necessary in order to have access to a lot of the really cool stuff in the game. And a lot of the more efficient stuff, right? Because it's like, oh, do you want to farm for like endo in order to level your mods and shit and spend 100 hours to get 5 mods leveled all the way up? Or do you want to just do the main story for like 10 hours so you can unlock the higher level stuff and then just, you know, spend like, instead of spending 100 hours endo farming, spend 5 hours endo farming, you know? If that. Because like the farms at the high level, and when I say high level, I don't even really mean high level, just like at the end of the story or near the end of the story. Like the farms near the end of the story are literally like 100 times more efficient than the farms at the beginning. So it's like, if I didn't have Josh or Chris there to be like, yo, don't even bother farming this shit right now. It's just a waste of your time because like it's going to take you forever, you know? Whereas you could just like farm this out so fast later, then I probably would have like burnt myself out. The only part that like I agree with people about is star chart. Like doing the star chart in order to get steel path, that is AIDS. I 100% agree with that. And I agree with leveling up Earth rep. That is AIDS. Luckily you don't have to do it. And I 100% agree that leveling up I think it's Venus, Fortuna, is pretty AIDS. If the story is so good, I could just YouTube it. But why? You're already playing the game. Like, you're already playing it. You may as well just listen to it and pay attention while you're playing it. Not like you could skip it anyway. Like, it's already going on while you're playing the game and doing the missions, so you have to do in order to progress, so you may as well just like listen. But yeah, I'm in. Sounds like you can go back to World of Tanks and enjoy a super anti-consumer team that the game has like a unanimously negative reviews because they constantly take advantage of their users and they paywall stuff and they have premium ammunition and shit like that, and you know, loot boxes and all sorts of shit. Sounds like you could go back to that. I shook a hornet's nest, then stuck my head into it. I mean, you're just saying stupid things. So, like, if you say stupid things, yeah, people are gonna say that they're stupid. You know, that's all. Addicted to Warframe, no matter what. I'll never get tired of Warframe. I mean, you'll probably get tired of it. You know, once you get to a certain point and like you've hit like a couple of the grinds, you know, you'll want to take a break. But that's the thing about Warframe is like even people that love Warframe, every single one of them that I've ever talked to, and even like the big YouTubers and stuff like that, all of them agree, like, yeah, you'll get to a point where like sometimes people take a year off. Sometimes people take like 2 years off. You know? Skill gets kills. Brother, I have like 2 friends that have spent over 1,000 hours each easily in World of Tanks, and they would not agree with that. Maybe that's how the game used to be, but like it has become so fucking pay to win. And that's been like a very big complaint with World of Tanks for a very long time now. Like at least for like 8 months, it's been a pretty big complaint with the game. It just, there's a lot of like pay to win shit now, unfortunately. Which, like, don't get me wrong, there's pay to win, in my opinion, pay to win in Warframe. Because, like, there's pay for power. But at least that's only PvE. Technically, Warframe has a PvP, but nobody plays that. So, like, at least if you're going to do pay to win, I feel like it should just be a PvE game. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with like taking breaks from Warframe or from any game really. Like, I don't really play a ton of Warframe right now because I've kind of done everything that I wanted to do. You know, I have like 350 hours in the game, all from this year. It's all from, well, not this year, not 2026. I have 350 hours in 8 days. In 2025. And really that's actually in like 6 months because like I did play a little bit in March and a little bit in April, but it was like predominantly like June is when I started playing a lot of Warframe. As someone who spent 9 years of my life, I respectfully disagree. It's only pay to obtain new crap. The tech trees are still OP. Yeah, but how many hours do you have to invest into that when somebody could just buy the stuff, right? Like, you have to invest so many hours in order to unlock the new shit that somebody else could just buy. And I think that that's where the pay to win aspect comes from. It's the same reason why I say Warframe is pay to win, even though a free-to-play player can get to the same place as somebody that pays money. If the person has to spend significantly more time as a result to achieve the same level of power as someone that doesn't have to spend any time to achieve that level of power, then the person that didn't have to spend that time to get to that level of power can now invest that same amount of time into, you know, powering up whatever it is that they've unlocked, or just like leveling up their skill or whatever, and they will be significantly further ahead. Said the exact same thing to Jason, and he said Oscar ruined Warframe for me, and it's getting annoying. People try Warframe and not heed advice. I mean, it's not going to be for everyone, you know. No game is for everybody. Nothing wrong with it. My bounce back is towards misinformation. You know, saying that you have to farm the same mission 8,000 times is just misinformation. Right? Like, there's nothing in the game that requires that amount of grinding. So that's where I bounce back. It's fine, like, if you don't enjoy the game or whatever. But where I bounce back is when it's, like, misinformation. When people are, like Jason, right, are doing things and they're literally doing them wrong. And on one side, it is the game's fault, right? Because the game is not providing the information that the player is needing, right? So it's like, not that Warframe is completely guilt-free here, don't get me wrong, but we live in a digital era where you can Google things, right? And at this point in time, if you're not Googling things when you're playing a game, you're kind of dumb. Like, I'm not really gonna like sugarcoat it, right? Like, if I'm playing any video game and I'm like, man, I wonder where I get this thing, I'm not just gonna like mindlessly wander about until I get the thing, right? I'm just gonna look up where to get the thing if I want the thing, right? So like, a really good example that people who are new to Warframe rightfully complain about is that Warframe does not tell you what drops where in terms of like frames, right? And so, like, for example, to use Rhino, right? If somebody wants Rhino, in game, they have no idea how to get Rhino. Like literally none. There's no way to even figure out that information. So they would just have to like play every single mission, right? Which is like obviously not realistic. But it is the problem with the game, you know? It is like the game should tell you. That's one of the very few things I think First Descendant does better, which First Descendant is a ripoff of Warframe. But like at the same time, it's also kind of on you for not just Googling, where do I get Rhino? Right? And then it will tell you, oh yeah, here's the mission and here's the, you know, here's the drop chances and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Game's repetitive, already got a tank. Yeah, I mean, you could say the same thing about World of Tanks, right? World of Tanks is like fucking 12 maps or something like that. You're spawning at the same place on the map every time. Maybe you're on the other side, but like it's always like the same two sides. And then you're coming together and you're fighting, right? And it's like, I've watched a ton of like Josh and Jose play World of Tanks, and this shit just looks the same every time. Like it looks almost the exact same every single time. And it's maybe this tank moves a little faster, and this tank turns a little faster, and this tank is a little more armored on the front, and this one's a little more armored on the back or whatever. But you know, you could break it down the same way of like, yo, World of Tanks is so repetitive, you know. Point in Warframe where it could be so OP I could just farm for like a whole day and get so many resources. Yeah, I mean, it's really not hard, honestly, to get to a place in Warframe where you're like very strong for normal game content. 40 maps? And do you know how many maps there are in Warframe, Bradley? A lot more than 40. A lot more than 40. So you see? You see what I'm saying? If 40 maps doesn't get boring, how does 4 times, 5 times as many maps get boring? You see what I'm saying? Aha, gotcha. Aha. Yeah, I farmed out Rhino like 3 times. For reasons that I won't say because of spoilers, but like there's a use for getting the same frame, and Rhino is one of those frames that people typically farm a lot, right? And yeah, I farmed it out like 3 times, and it never takes me more than like 6 or 7 goes at the mission. And like, as long as you're doing public, since especially like for Rhino, since people constantly need Rhino, you'll usually find people that are high level like me or just like flying through, obliterating Jackal in like a fucking millisecond, you know? As long as you're playing public. Like, it's very fast. I feel like my average clear for the Jackal mission was like 4 minutes or 5 minutes. Takes a lot more intelligence and skill than running around zapping, etc. at enemies. Well, it's a PvP game. Yeah. PvP games are always going to require, like, more skill. Unless it's like a Souls-like or something. Warframe's not trying to be hard. Warframe is a chill game. It's not trying to be, you know, it's like a Diablo or really any MMO. Like, they're not trying to be hard. Maybe like raid content is hard. And there is hard content in Warframe. There is definitely hard content in Warframe. There's content I haven't even done in Warframe because it's really hard, you know. But yeah, it's supposed to be chill. Warframe is like that game that you play when you want to put on some music, or you want to put on a podcast or something like that. You want to chill, you know. Like it's a chill game. It's not like I'm like turbo focused. Warframe has PvP, yeah, but nobody plays the PvP. It's not very good. It's not very good because it's like impossible to make it good because of the disparity in power between players. So I think what they do in the PvP for Warframe is they actually just make it so you don't use any of your shit. It's like randomize what you use, I think, and it's all like low level or something. They were gonna have a system that allowed you to play as Stalker and invade people's missions. And they actually had that like fully fleshed out, and I thought that would be awesome to like fully implement in the game, where you could invade people's missions and like be the bad guy. But once again, they said it was just like impossible to balance, which makes sense. Like the power disparity in Warframe is crazy. You have people that are doing 100 damage, you have people that are doing 1,000 damage, you have players doing 10,000, 100,000, a million, a billion, a trillion, a quadrillion amount of damage. PvP gives you a random frame and a random loadout. It's AIDS because the fairness between all the weapons is non-existent. Yeah, it's not very fun. It's not what people play Warframe for either, though. Like, that's the kind of against the whole point of Warframe. It would be like adding a PvP mode to fucking Stardew Valley, you know, or like American Euro Truck Simulator, or like fucking you know, one of those games. It's like nobody plays the game for PvP, right? Like adding PvP in a game that's not meant for PvP just doesn't really work. That used to be very popular, like back in like the 360 days, the PS3 days. Every game had like some tacked on PvP multiplayer, and they were all fucking terrible, and they all died, you know. And then people like finally realized, like, oh yeah, if our game's not multiplayer, let's not shove multiplayer in, you know, or like PvP specifically. Like, imagine if they added PvP to something like Helldivers, you know? It would just be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it's just not made for it. Let our use our stuff for the PvP? Yeah, but you can't, because people are so like I said, you have people doing 100 damage, and then you have people doing a quadrillion damage. But yeah, I mean, to each their own, Bradley. I'll be honest, man. It sounds like you're just like a very different gamer than me. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. I don't even know how you found the channel, to be honest with you. It sounds like you're just like a very different gamer than I am. I'm a gamer that's very much about story and about like, you know, lore, and it sounds like you're just like a gameplay type of guy with like World of Tanks and stuff, which You know, there's nothing wrong with that at all, but I mean, not really the type of games that we play on the channel. Skill level based somehow. Yeah, I think the problem is just that they didn't have a player base. You know, they don't have a player base. So when you don't have a player base that like wants to engage in PvP, you can't really have like skill-based matchmaking or anything like that. MR9 fights MR9. Yeah, but the problem with that is that there are people doing quadrillions of damage and they're MR8. And there's people who are MR8 that are doing like hundreds of damage. Because MR only levels up when you want it to. Right? You do your trial for MR. And also, when you do your... in order to level up your MR, you have to use a bunch of different shit. And if you're a turbo retard like Oscar, who's using the Not the Rook for like 10,000 years in the same frame for 10,000 years, you're not leveling up your MR at all. But you're probably going to be leveling up your mods and your weapons and stuff like that. So they're like really strong because like that's the stuff that you're using, right? So your MR is going to be low, but you're going to be, you know, hitting for like millions of damage. Whereas maybe somebody that like cares about their MR and is like going through leveling up everything they can and stuff like that, their stuff isn't going to be like very highly leveled. Yeah, MR is literally not an indicator of anything. Like, you can be... There's videos of it on YouTube of people who are like MR2 and they're doing 1 billion damage. Like, literally doing 1 billion damage in their MR2. Because, like, you don't have to do your MR trial. And all they do is they buy, like, a really strong weapon. They get a bunch of the really good mods. They farm endo. They level up all their shit. And then they just fucking delete everything. And they're still MR2 because they've only leveled up like one thing, like one frame and one weapon. You know, so like they're not leveling up their MR, but they're actually pretty funny videos. Like they join a match and people are like, what the, how are, like, dude, you're not high enough level for this content. And then he's just going around not dying, just fucking deleting everything on the screen. And everyone's just like, what the fuck? This gotta be glitched. This guy's MR2. He's just deleting everything. He's like, yeah. Like, obviously, that's not the norm. But it happens. Like, I know for me, since I was pay to win, when I was like MR5 and MR6, I was stronger than the people who were MR14, MR15 in my games. Because, like, I was pay to win. I got a bunch of the highest, like, the best mods in the game, and they were fully leveled. You know? Been using Ember this whole time. I used Excalibur and then, Atlas for, like, at least, bare minimum 30 hours of gameplay. Minimum. Probably way more. Like, Atlas carried me. Because all I would do is spam his punch, and it would just fucking delete the entire screen. And it was doing, like, 200,000 damage when my weapons and my gun was doing, like, 80 damage. My sword was doing more. My sword was doing, like, maybe 1,000 on, like, a crit. But my Atlas punches were doing, like, 200,000. And so like I just played Atlas for the longest time and just spammed his punches and just punched the shit out of everything. And did like content that was really, really high level, and he just carried me. But I don't know what WOS is. World of Ships? I thought it was World of Warships that they had. Yep. I don't really play anything that's PvP that has pay to win. I feel like PvP pay to win like crosses a line for me. Whiteout Survival? I've never heard of that. Never even heard of it. Is it a mobile game? I think it's a mobile game. Whenever I haven't heard of a game, it's a mobile game. But yeah, I don't play anything that's PvP that has pay to win. If I boot up a PvP game and there is any aspect whatsoever of player power that is achievable by money, I'm uninstalling the game. I don't play it. And I've been that way, like, even back as a kid, like playing League of Legends and shit like that. I was like that. Like, I do not do any, like, pay for power. If it's PvE, I genuinely don't care. Like, if people want to pay to win on PvE, I don't care. Let them. You know. But yeah, any type of PvP. That why I don't play Delta Force? No, I don't play Delta Force just because it doesn't seem interesting to me. I'm not really into extraction shooters, and like if I want to play the Battlefield mode, I could just play Battlefield. Like I just play Battlefield 6. Evany, I've never heard of that. Grand Mafia, I've never heard of that. 90% of every other mobile game. Yeah, I don't do mobile gaming. I've never done mobile gaming. Last time I did mobile gaming, I mean, I got balloons. I bought balloons on my phone for the trip to Japan. I played that a little bit. But, really last time I mobile game was on an iPod Touch when I was in like 6th grade. I was like 12 years old. So 17 years ago. I don't mobile game. All I do is you know, PC game. I'll console game very rarely if there's like an exclusive that I want to play. And when I'm on vacation, I'll play my Steam Deck, which is basically just like a portable PC, or my Switch. I am mobile gaming. Yeah, I don't. That's for people in third world countries, you know? That's for people that's, you know, they're in India and they don't own consoles and they don't own PCs. I'll leave that to them. That's their fucking territory. And no, that's not racist. That's an actual objective fact. That like 90% of mobile gamers are in those countries. Okay, it's not racist. Pull up the Call of Duty mobile analytics or the PUBG mobile analytics. You'll see real quick. Because they don't own consoles and they don't have PCs. So like literally all they do is mobile game. Yeah, India is the most popular for mobile stuff. Here in the States, we don't really mobile game. The only like mobile gaming you'll see here in the States is like Clash of Clans is somewhat big. I don't know if it's still big. I know it was in the top earner for the States for mobile games. Like Bejeweled, I think. Not Bejeweled, Candy Crush. That one. Candy Crush is pretty big. I don't know if Raid Shadow Legends is on there. You would think with how much money they offer everyone. What can I say? I'm not rich. Brother, I was not rich the first 20... I mean, I'm still not rich, but... First 23 years of my life. 24 years of my life. I still never mobile gamed. I don't know. I've always thought the games were ass. Honestly. I've always thought that they were just ass. Like, they just seemed like inferior games. Everyone that I've played. I was just like, ugh. They always had, like, timers, which is, like, one of the things I hate the most about Warframe as well. I fucking hate the timers. Oh, God. Don't even get me started on that horse shit. But, like, they always had timers, or they always had, like, limits to how much shit you could build in a certain time frame. And it's like, oh, in order to build this, you gotta build this, and then build this, and... oh, you gotta expand your base. In order to expand your base, you gotta do this. It's like, brother, there's always like so much fucking money or so much time. And I just hate that. Geometry Dash? But isn't Geometry Dash like a pay? Like you buy it, right? You've looked in the wrong directions. No, it's also just like there's no period in my life where I would mobile game. Like, there's just no period in my life where I would mobile game. You know? Like, I work from home, so it's not like I'm on public transportation or something like that and have a chance to mobile game. It's not like I'm at work and I have to mobile game or something, you know, because I'm at home. I have access to my PS5. I have access to my Switch. I have access to my Steam Deck. I have access to my PC, you know. So there would have to be something on my phone that would be like more interesting than the stuff on my PC or my PlayStation or my Switch or whatever, and that's just never happened. You know? But there's just not really a point where I would maybe when I'm on the toilet, when I'm shitting, that would be like the only time where I would mobile game, as if I was like shitting. But I'm about to say something real crazy. I've started not taking my phone in when I shit. Yeah. And let me tell you, it's actually crazy how much less time you spend on the toilet. It's insane. Like, my shits without my phone and my shits with my phone are like sometimes 10 to 20 minute differences. Like, I just be sitting doom scrolling on my phone or something when I'm already done shitting. Grim Souls Mist. I've never heard of any of these. I've never heard of any of them. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't really, I think it's good to have a separation. It's a good to have like a separation between your hobby and like degrees of separation between your hobby and like your phone or whatever. Momo, stop it, baby. So I don't know. I keep games off my. I don't think I have any games on my phone. Let's see. Does Duolingo count as a game? It's kind of gamey. That's about it. I got Duolingo. I've got the PlayStation app and the Steam app, which are like game adjacent, but I don't think you can play anything on those. Yeah. You're doing something actually hygienic now. I'm proud of you. Let's not act like you guys regularly clean your phones, okay? I've seen the data. Almost nobody regularly cleans their phones, okay? And I've seen the data. And your phone, statistically, is likely dirtier than the average public toilet. All right. So, let's not get it twisted. Okay. Let's not act like we're a bunch of fucking OCD enjoyers. And we're using hand sanitizer on our fucking phones every single day, multiple times a day or something. Come on now. You can look up the data. It's pretty disgusting how dirty the average smartphone is. I mean, it's bad, bro. It's real bad. It is nasty. Lick the public toilet, then lick your phone after? Tell me which one was worse. Oh, I would 100% lick the toilet before I would lick my phone. 100%. Yeah. Bullshit? No, I swear on everything I would. 100%. Do it? Sure, give me a bunch of money. I'll do it. 10 grand. 10 grand, I'll lick a toilet over licking my phone. 15 grand, I'll lick the phone. Hell yeah. I'm a scientist. I go by the data. Data says toilet cleaner. I believe toilet cleaner. Yeah. That's how it be. As long as it's flush, man. Like, obviously not when fucking pee and poo is in there. As long as it's flush, I'd lick a toilet before I'd lick my phone. Yeah. 100%. Because toilets are cleaned like multiple times a day. You know, those janitors, they be putting in work, man. Obviously, there's going to be some variance. Like, if you're going to a truck stop toilet or something, like, those things are, like, never clean. Right? But if you're going to, like, a Target's toilet. Target's toilet. That's a pretty clean toilet. Hell of a lot cleaner than my toilet, I'll tell you that much. And hell of a lot cleaner than my phone. I'll tell you that much. I could not tell you the last time I washed my phone. I don't think I have. Actually. Since I got this phone. Which I don't remember when I got this phone. I feel like it was like 6 months ago or something. No. No. It was like 9 months ago. Or 10 months ago. Donating 10,000 so Zach could lick a public toilet? I will. I will lick a public toilet for $10,000. I will. I will film it. I'll tie my hair back and everything. I'll get deep in there. Oh, hell yeah. %100%. Yeah, it was before the Japan trip. Hot take, your use of data in this case is retarded. I'm a scientist. I go by the data. That's it. I would not be very good at my job if I didn't go by the data. All personal feelings go out the window with me when it comes to data saying stuff to the contrary. You know? I could live my entire life thinking the sky is blue, and if new data comes out that says it's actually green, it's green. That's how quick I'm a swap. Like, as long as it's reliable, peer-reviewed scientific data, I swap. Starbucks I worked literally never cleaned their bathroom unless it got dirty. Your Starbucks had a bathroom? I've never been to a Starbucks that had like a bathroom that customers could use. They always only have like an employee bathroom. I don't think I've ever seen a Starbucks with a normal bathroom. Man's been yapping the entire time I left. I'm trying to stay up to like a decent time because I know if when I end stream, I'm gonna go to sleep. So I'm trying to, you know, extendo patronum. There's Total War to be done. Josh isn't even online. What have you been? Yeah, Josh isn't even online. Yeah, most people don't wash their hands, which is true. Yeah, the surveys that I've seen, like when they actually tested people's phones and they tested like average toilets, the phones were dirtier than the toilets. Yeah. And by like a pretty significant margin. So. Phone has more bacteria on it, but toilet has way worse bacteria. Your usage of dirty isn't being used properly. I don't know. You might be right. I don't know if you read the study or not. I'd have to look and see. Was the phone in a case with a screen protector thing on it? I don't think it said anything about a case. I don't know if a case matters. They're talking specifically about the screen. The screen of a smartphone. Yeah, I don't know anything about if it had a case or a screen protector. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you have a screen protector on it or anything, right? Because, like, you're not taking off your screen protector unless it breaks or you're, like, replacing it, which I don't think most people really do. The only time I ever like swap out a screen protector is if it breaks. How do you rename Bradley to Gabriel? Pretty easily. You just did it in the chat right now. You have multiple people's urine and fecal matter on your phone. You could honestly, because we know how you use porta potties. Oh, yeah, I've used some porta potties. Oh yeah, and by the way, porta potties way dirtier than toilets. Not even close. And porta potties way dirtier than my phone. I'd be willing to bet on that one. I don't have the data on that one, but I'd be willing to bet that the porta potties way dirtier than my phone. Yeah, because they don't do fucking nothing to a porta potty, bro. Very little. You might make sure, you know, there's nothing on like the rim. But that's about it. But no, urine, you're not gonna get very ill from urine. You know. Urine's fine. I mean, it's not great for you to like chug or anything like that. But you're gonna be fine. You lick some urine. I mean, you might get like physically ill because like the thought of it or the taste of it or whatever. Like you might get like physically ill from like a, you know, that perspective. But in terms of like getting a bacterial infection or something, you'll be fine. Now, fecal matter, that one's a little dicey, but there are people who literally eat poo and they're pretty fine. So, you know. Toilet looks clean, but you feel wetness from the other side of the toilet seat when you sit. A little squirty action. Hell yeah. Baby vomit on it. See, now vomit I wouldn't fuck with. I don't... Yeah, vomit's gross. Vomit's pretty nasty. I mean, for 10 grand I would, though. There might be more vomit joining the vomit afterwards. But... why is there water in your porta potty? You have water in your porta potty? Mine was just like a fucking... like a big ol' bag or a container or something down there. If I had splashback in a porta potty, that would be worrisome. Yeah, I've never been in that situation. That would have to be some buildup. That'd be scary. Wash them here as they pressure wash them out? I don't know. I really haven't used a porta potty since, you know, since the fabled days that we've talked about many a time on the stream. It's been a long time. I feel like I've had enough porta potty escapades to last a lifetime. God, I'm so tired. I feel like 8 is a pretty decent time to go to bed. Right? I could go to bed at 8. You give me It give me a lot of sleep. There's no way I can sleep like 9 hours, 10 hours. That'd be a lot of sleep. Never use public toilets anymore after the weird fat guy walked into the bathroom. Only use them if it's a last resort for the kids. Oh, I love a public bathroom. Yeah. Can't do urinals though. I got that pee anxiety or whatever. I cannot pee at urinals. I can't do it. There's a higher likelihood of me pissing my pants for 52 seconds straight because I got a bladder full of piss ready to burst than me getting even a single sprinkle out into a urinal. I don't know what it is. I pull the wiener out, nothing comes out. Like, literally nothing will come out. I could be holding it for 2 days and, like, have to pee more than anything and be in agonizing pain. Nothing will come out at a urinal. But you get me at a toilet, you know, and everything comes out just fine. I could pee just fine. I could be standing, I could be sitting at a toilet. Urinal, though, I don't know. I have a mental blockage. It won't let me. It's probably because of how small my wiener is, you know? Just got this thing mentally that doesn't let me take out the millimeter peener and go to town. He took a deep smell. Nah, that's diabolical. That is diabolical. That's crazy. I don't know, maybe I could sleep 8 hours. Actually, it wouldn't be 8 hours, right? 8 hours would have me up at 4 a.m. I start at 6 tomorrow. Maybe I could sleep 9 hours. I'm just so tired. Especially ever since I started like going really hard on weightlifting. I'm just like, ugh, fucking catatonic. Forced myself to sleep more last night. Yeah, it's tough, dude. Lately, I've been, my schedule's been so fucked. I've been going to sleep at like 1 or 2 a.m. I've been waking up at like 5:20, 5:30. So I've been getting like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. And then after work at like 2, I've been just racking out. And I'll sleep from like 2 to fucking 7 or something like that. So like total in a day, I'm getting like 7-8 hours of sleep. But it's like 3 hours here, 5 hours here. Like I'm just taking like these huge naps after work. And it's really fucked me up. That's why I'm yawning so much right now, because like my body is so used to fucking napping after work, and I went right into the stream because of the stupid showcase. It wasn't stupid. It was a pretty good showcase. Oh. I should really buy a new fucking mic arm. I've been saying that for so long. But yeah, I mean, for me, you know, I'd probably still lick my phone. I probably would. I'd probably lick my phone, and I would lick a public restroom toilet. Yeah, I'd lick both. Honestly, I'm not like. I'm not a germaphobe, bro. I'm not. I'm a dirty, nasty little gremlin. You know? I'm a guy that, like, if I've left steak out for like 5 fucking days or chicken out or something like that, I'll eat it, and it's all like crusty and hard, you know, and I'll still eat it. Like I'm just a nasty guy. I've eaten ass so many times, you know, and like that ass wasn't prepared ahead of time. That ass wasn't prepped. They didn't full enema or something like that. And I went to town, bro. You know, I'm just a nasty little degenerate. I'm not gonna hide it or anything. I've done much worse. I've done much worse. Naps don't help much. 1 solid sleep session is what the mind needs. That said, I only sleep about 5 hours a day, so I'm not much better. Well, when I talked to my doctor about it, we were talking about like getting on a decent sleep schedule and stuff. He said that like it's best, obviously, to get like 8 hours solid, but he was like, there's no way you're gonna be able to. Like, he's like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. There's no possible way the human body can go from, you know, 4 hours of sleep average a day for like 6-7 years to 8 hours. Like, it's just not possible. Your body is adapted. So he said really what matters is that like you try your best to at least get 6 in a single, you know, rest period. And the most important thing is like you get your average sleep up. You know, even if that is, he said, even if it means like taking naps and stuff like that, like as long as you get your average up, you're good. We did not need to know that, man. Listen, I'm an open book. I don't get embarrassed. Okay. I'm an open book. 100% honest. Okay, if you're in the stream, then know that you're gonna hear about my small, bumpy, weird-looking wiener. Okay? Know that you're gonna hear about the many times I fornicated in a porta potty, or at a you know, in a child's playground, or you know, in the middle of recess, you know. Or in the middle of a mall once. Or in the changing rooms of a mall. And to use the clothes to clean up. You know, that we were trying on. I mean, listen. You're going to hear about these things. You're going to hear about how hairy my ass crack is. And how it can filter water. You know, you're going to hear about these things when you're in the stream. And if it's not for you, that's fine. The stream is not for you. That's okay. With that being said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play Total War. Someone got a sperm t-shirt from Zach. They probably found out and cleaned it. Probably. Maybe they didn't. It wasn't just sperm. It was many fluids. But I'm gonna join this voice chat. And I doubt I'll be awake enough to play Total War, but maybe I can stay up for at least a couple more hours. But yeah, good stream. Solid stream, everyone. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna vomit. One time, a chick vomited all over my wiener. But then she was clutch about it. And like halfway through vomiting, she closed her lips and she swallowed the rest of it. She was a real trooper for that. That was a W. W. She was a real one. A little bit started coming out of her nose too. Yeah. It was pretty gross. Cap? Oh, I don't lie. Yeah. I'm 100% truther. Have been for the 13 years I've made content. Yep. No shame. Whoa. Wow. I don't know what she's trying to say. Maybe wow. Maybe she's going with wow. Pack and B, or you got hot Cheeto mustard energy, Monster Energy man gravy. No, it was just her first time ever doing oral. 3 of the chicks I've been with have been virgins. So, yeah. But it was her first time ever doing oral. And I don't know. I guess she's just the type of chick that gags when she has to brush her tongue. When she's, you know, brushing her teeth or something. But yeah. Full on just fucking... And then like a little bit got out. And then she... freaking swallowed the rest. It was impressive. And then she said she never wanted to do oral again. And I understood. The worst thing is I know he's telling the truth. Of course I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie about that? It's a disgusting story. Why would I lie about that? Why would I lie about having a small wiener? Why would I lie about having a bumpy wiener? Why would I lie about any of this stuff? Wouldn't it be better to just, if I was gonna lie, wouldn't it be better to talk about how big my cock was? And I have a beautiful sculpted cock. I have a giant, perfectly sculpted dick. Wouldn't that be better? I think that'd be way better than talking about how I have Fortis spots and I have a bunch of bumps all over my wiener and my balls that chicks think are genital warts or something. Or like an STD or something like that. I mean, come on now. You guys gotta think. You gotta think. What type of psychopath would lie and make themselves seem worse? The only time I've ever talked about having a big wiener is when I was in Japan. And that was the only time I've ever felt like I had a big wiener. Because my wiener was bigger than their wiener. Their wiener, you couldn't even see it through their monster bush. My wiener, you at least knew I had a wiener. So, W. I was kind of owning over there. And that's why I'm moving over there. Because I'm tall over there. And I have a big wiener. 2 things I'll never have here. W. It's true. I swapped regions, bro. I booted up the VPN. Gotta get those bot lobbies. Yeah. Letting virgins experience shortness, so when the next guy comes along, it's huge. Yep. It's true. I remember even telling one girl that you don't want me to be your first. I remember. I told her that. And she's like, yes, I do. I love you and I care about you. And I was like, you don't want me to be your first, bro. Trust. Like, I'm not it. I'm not particularly talented. You know? It's really just going to be a subpar experience all around. Every way, shape, and form. Like, I'm not really going to be into it. You're not really going to be into it. I'm going to last a whole 8 seconds. You know what I mean? And she was adamant about it, you know? So you could say we fucked around and she found out. Which, you know, now she's dating a black guy, I think. So, yo, I really set her up for just being amazed. And honestly, that guy kind of owes me. Like, I think I at least deserve like a 6-year N-word pass for that one. Because I kind of gave him the fucking alley-oop, you know? And he can come in and fucking... he can dunk that, you know? Just saying. Why'd I see their bushes? Because you have to go naked at the like hot springs. The public bath. You have to be naked. You have to have no tattoos, no piercings. You're naked. We were all naked. It was me and a bunch of old men. And they all got small wieners. Very small. Super small wieners. Giant bushes. These guys have never heard of manscaping in their life. Meanwhile, me, like a newborn baby. Both in size, but also in bareness. There's just no hair. And they were staring. But I was staring at their wieners too, so it wasn't like a weird thing, you know. It was weird in the fact that it was like 6 old men looking at my wiener. But I was looking at all their wieners. So really it was, you know, fine. Yeah. They were chill guys. One of them spoke English. He taught in the U.S. Wait, maybe he didn't teach. He did something with school in the U.S. Was he the one that taught? There was a guy in a train that sat next to me that also did something in schools. One of them taught in schools, and one of them went to college. One of them taught in a school in the U.S., and one of them went to college in the U.S. I don't remember which was which. Why do I have no hair? Because I shave. Yeah. Duh. I don't have like a defect that makes no hair grow or something. I shave. I manscape thoroughly, yeah. Like a little newborn baby down there. When you got a small wiener, you know, you got to do everything you can to like make it seem somewhat larger. And it helps a little bit, you know. It's not working any miracles, don't get me wrong. It's not like a fucking microscope or something. But it helps a bit. You're not all sitting in a bathtub. I mean, you're kind of all sitting in a bathtub. You're all sitting in the same hot water. I mean, it's a real big bathtub. You know. Yeah, hot springs are great. What's the benefits of shaving? It's just habit. Why would I do it? Because my sexual partners in the past have preferred it. So it just became habit, and I've just done it. Since, like, forever. It's pretty common practice for a lot of people who are sexually active, is that they take care. I mean, most dudes will at least trim, you know? But no chick wants to go sucking on your hairy balls, you know? Be pulling hairs out of her mouth and stuff like that. Like, chicks don't want to do that. And in my opinion, if you're gonna have your girl shave, then you should shave. It should all be equal opportunity. If you're fine with her rocking a bush, which some guys are, then, like, that's cool. You know, rock your bush too, man. But, like, if you're gonna have her shave, you should probably, like, owe her the same kindness, you know? That's how I see it. Them seeing the giant lizard thing. I know you didn't just call Godzilla a giant lizard thing. That's crazy. I'm not active. Shocker. I know you play World of Tanks. No. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My buddy Josh plays World of Tanks. He's getting late all the time. I think. I don't know. I don't really ask him about it, but girls get bushes? Oh, lordy. How old are you, Bradley? Jesus Christ. I feel like it's just good hygiene to say somewhat, you know, manscaped, to take care of yourself. I do the same thing with my armpits. I do it with all my body hair. I don't like shave everywhere, but you know, like, trim it down. Just be hygienic. Did I just hear some disrespect? I don't think so. Maybe. I made a joke about World of Tanks. Oh, Godzilla disrespect. Yeah, Kenzie called it a giant lizard thing. Reyna and I had to explain what pegging was to him. He apparently also doesn't know where to find porn. I think that part is trolling. I mean, nowadays it might not be trolling. If he lives in one of the states that like actually has it banned. Like here in Arizona, you have to have ID verification for it. I mean, you still like go to the fucking site. Like you still go to Pornhub or whatever, but it's like, yo, give us a, I don't know, picture of your ID, or I think they do picture of your ID, or they have like an AI face scanner thing. But that's way too much work for me. I'm just like, yo, it's not worth that. VA, you gotta have a picture ID? That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, put some respect on Godzilla. But yes, girls get bushes. Girls, will grow hair. Typically, at the very least, above the clitoris, above the vagina. We have to use the scientific terms here. We gotta educate. But some women will also grow hair around the vagina. Around the lips and stuff like that. It all depends. Just like dudes, you know? Some dudes, they got freaking hair growing all the way up the wiener. Some dudes just have it above the wiener. Some dudes have it wiener balls above the wiener, you know? It's all genetic. Feels awkward. There's nothing awkward about the human body, Kenzie, okay? We're all adults here. Come on now. If you should feel awkward about anything, it's not knowing fucking Godzilla, okay? That's what I would feel awkward about, because that is, quite frankly, embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I would be embarrassed if I was you. Okay. I would rather talk about pubic hair and where it grows 1,000 times before admitting readily that I don't know the name of Godzilla. God fucking Zilla, bro. Being in sex and interesting, kinda. Yeah, you know. But, you know, DJ Khaled, Schedule 1. DJ Khaled had a big controversy because he came out and he said that, you know, he wasn't going to go down on his wife because that was gross and he didn't like that. It wasn't king shit. It wasn't alpha male shit. But he made his wife go down on him. And he rightfully got a bunch of hate because of that, because people are like, yo, you're retarded. If you're going to do something for your partner, then, you know, Or if they're gonna do something for you, then you should do it for them, right? Which, true and real, brother. Absolutely. And yeah, I feel like it's the same way. Like, a lot of dudes are very like porn rotted in their brain because they consume so much pornography growing up or whatever, and so like they think that women just need to be bald as hell. And but then they're not gonna like do any type of manscaping or anything themselves. And it's like, brother, if you're gonna go ahead and like have your partner do something, then you should do it too. That's how I see it. Anyone with a name like Oscar definitely get no ass and have to watch porn. Bro, that's where you're wrong, game guy. That's where you're wrong. Because Oscar is somehow a stay-at-home boyfriend. His girl is a sugar mama for him, brother. Yeah. So, like, not only are you wrong, but you're, like, as wrong as possible. You're, like, turbo wrong. Bro literally has a sugar mama that's buying him a gaming PC in this economy, by the way. In the economy where RAM is fucking $500 or whatever it is nowadays. Gotta take up for your buddy. I get it. Nah, bro, I'm just honest. That's all I am. I'm honest. I just say it how it is. Trust me. I don't understand how Oscar has a girl either. But but he does. You know? He does. No, I get it. You know he's packing that meat, bro. He's a fucking unit of a man. He's a Goliath. You know he has the fucking the sledgehammer dong. She got to be at least 80. She doesn't sound 80. I've heard her. She doesn't sound 80. I think she even got on the mic and talked to me once. Or maybe she was just really close. To his headset or something. I don't know. She's funny, though. She's a funny chick. She was like, he has a really nice voice. He should do YouTube or streaming or something. And Oscar's like, yeah? Yeah, you hear that, Zach? You should do YouTube or streaming or something. That's funny. See, Washington's a weird place, man. Anything can happen, Washington. It's the same thing in Oregon, bro. You'll see the weirdest shit in Oregon. You'll see a damn midget with a 11 out of 10 hottie body, and you're just like, yo, what the fuck? You just don't understand it. You're like, she has to be paid. Y'all in Washington? I'm not in Washington. I'm in Arizona. Arizona. No, but Oscar's in Washington. People are crazy in Washington, bro. My mom lives in Washington. People are crazy over there. Crazy shit happens. Same with Oregon. I'm moving to Washington. I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news. It's really not that hard to get a chick. I know. I know. It's crazy. but it's really not that hard. Oscar is retarded, but he is funny. I'll give him that. He is funny. And really, that's kind of all you have to be with a lot of women. You just kind of have to be funny and know how to talk. That's about it. You know? Maryland? What the fuck is in Maryland? I don't know anything that's in Maryland. What are they known for? That's East Coast, right? Don't forget Cali. Well, Cali, everyone's a gay, so you know. They're all gay, so. And spoiler alert, getting a chick is not that hard if you're a dude. Getting a dude is the easiest thing on the fucking planet. If you're a dude or if you're a chick. It's the easiest thing ever to get a dude. Dudes are desperate as hell. It's sad. Honestly, it's sad how easy it is to pick up a dude. So, Cali, yeah. I mean, you could just go down to Cali and just fucking pick up a dude. Now, picking up a chick over there, I mean, do you really want to? I don't know. I once saw a 20-year-old with like a 50-year-old homeless man. Yep. Nothing's in Maryland. I lived in Maryland. There's nothing about it. I figured. I'd never heard anything about it. Southern Maryland, all we got is woods and a nuke plant. Damn. Killer crabs? Like crabs that are really good? Or like crabs that literally kill people? You have to be a liberal or Democrat if you want to date a woman in Cali. That's a fact. I think there's like places that are more conservative in Cali, but not really where many people are living. I'm from EU and have to say for now, the best I've seen are Spanish girls. They're hot and nice. Did you just say Spanish girls are nice? Have you dated a Latina, my brother in Christ? I've dated a Latina. Those bitches are crazy, bro. Those bitches are insane. A Spanish? What's the difference? Spain? A Spain Spanish. I don't know the difference. Do they speak Espanol? Latino is Mexican. Spanish is Spain. Do they speak Espanol? Because it's in their blood then. You know? I've never met a fucking Spain person, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. I don't know. All I know, if they speak Spanish, they've got fire in their fucking blood. That's all I know. It doesn't matter what part of South America they're from. Or Mexico. They're crazy. Not as good as Maryland's. Spanish are what the Italians wish they could be. Damn. If Fuzz was here, he'd be triggered. Can't wait to move to Oregon. I'm getting sick of California. It's not much different, my brother. It's not. It's pretty damn similar. I'll tell you that much. As someone that lived in Oregon to the point where I was 3 to 18, yeah, they're pretty similar. Not gonna lie. And Washington as well. Look, all three of them are kind of just like melding into one, I feel like. They probably start to spread soon. Start to take over Idaho. If anybody wanted to live in Idaho, at least, and move there. That's the thing, is a lot of people are moving from Cali to Oregon. So I think that's why it's spreading. Full of homeless in all three states? Yeah. Yeah. That is true. The homeless population goes burr. You know, that's what's nice about here in Arizona, is that there aren't homeless people because they just turn into like human jerky because it's so hot out. You know? Like, where are they gonna sit? They're gonna sit on the pavement? It's fucking 200 plus degrees that you can cook an egg on? You're not gonna sit there. Not gonna stand out in the sun. It's 115 degrees out. You know, they're cooked. So we don't really have a homeless population issue. Which is kind of a W. The desert calls it. What temperature is it here? Today it's actually been a massive monsoon. It's been raining like crazy. And it is 55. 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Warhammer human rations, yeah. Yeah, it's brutal here, dude. It gets just so hot. It's just unlivable. 55 would be welcome. For me, I think like 75, 80 is like perfect for me. I love like anything up to like probably 88 is good and fine. Anything below 50, I'm like, yo, it's too cold. 50 is still like kind of cold for me, but I can wear a sweater, you know. But like in my house, I keep it 80. Like during the summer, I keep it 80. And people like freak out. And they're like, oh my God, that's terrible. Sometimes I keep it 85. I'm like a fucking lizard. I don't mind it. But, you know, I've lived in the desert for so many years now. I've just acclimated. So, like, now if it drops down to, like, 60, I'm really fucking cold. Like, it's probably, like, 85 in here right now. Because I have a heater, and I have a heated blanket on me right now. I actually brought the heated blanket in because it was just too cold. 80, am I insane? No, dude, I've been living in the desert since 2016. Lived in Vegas for several years, and I've lived in Arizona since, so, you know, I'm just used to being hot. Like 60 degree weather over 115 degree weather. If 60 was as cold as it got, then yeah. I would agree with you. If like 60 was as cold as it could get. If it got any colder than 60, nah. Nah. I'm used to being hot. Mog. It's true, I am. It also helps that I'm not fat, though. You know, most Americans are fat fucking slobs, so they have to keep it nice and cool and my triple chins are sweating in between each other. It feels so gross when my giant man titty sweat is leaking all over my fat stomach. I don't have such issues, okay? And guess what? I work out in my home in 85 degrees. That's right. I get on the elliptical. I do max fucking resistance. I do max height, elevation, whatever. And I'll bike out fucking 5 miles at 85 degrees. And I'm fine, baby. I barely even sweat. Meanwhile, got these fat fucks barely able to walk out to the goddamn fridge. You know? So, you know. It helps when you're not fat. Also, if you're bald, dude. When I was bald, I was like literally 10 degrees cooler. It was amazing. Sometimes. Sometimes it was also terrible. Wet, cold, and dry heat are where it's at. Dry, cold, and wet heat will fuck you. I mean, we have dry, cold, or we have dry heat. And I don't... The only bad thing about dry, cold is your lips just fucking... They get so chapped. Your skin as well will get, like, very dry. Shave your head, return to bald. I will eventually. Don't worry. Once I start balding, I'm gonna go all the way. For sure. I'll be back to bald. I've still got some time. I might have like a little bit of receding on the side. It's hard to say because I don't really have any pictures of beforehand. Could all just be mental. But I've already lasted longer than my dad. My dad started balding when he was like 22, 23. Of course, he did have 2 children and he was married. So that'll do it to you. And he was an immigrant to a new country. So, you know, that'll do it to you. I already played through Dino Blade. I've just been shooting the shit so I could hopefully go to sleep at a normal time. Are there black people in Arizona? Oh, yeah. A lot of them. Mostly Hispanic people, though. But if you want a lot of black people, Nevada. I lived in Vegas for a few years. Went all around Nevada, but like I lived in Vegas for a few years. And it was basically all black people. Like most places I worked when I was in Nevada, I was the only white person there. Here, it's a pretty healthy spread, I would say. It's probably like 25%, maybe like 20% black people, 30%, maybe 35% white people, and then like 50 or 45% Hispanic people. You'll get like an odd Asian every now and then. And there are a couple of like Native American grounds, but I don't really see a lot of Native Americans around outside of those areas. Well, you're also tall, Oscar. A lot of these people who are like really fucking fat are like 5'9", 5'8", you know. Put your leg behind your... I cannot put my leg behind my head. I'm not flexible at all. I can't even touch my toes. Genuinely. I've never been able to touch my toes. I am not flexible. I remember it was like 9th grade. It was like freshman year of high school. And I was sitting and I had my feet up. You know, that thing where they have like the block and then you're supposed to like reach forward. And my teacher thought that I was, she thought I was like lying about how unflexible I was. So she went behind me and she pushed back on my back. She pushed down on my back to like push me forward. And dude, it was just like ding, 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 ding. I just heard everything in like the bottom of my fucking thigh like pull. And I was just, ah! It was so bad. I was so sore for like 2 months, man. Oh my god. She's like, oh. Oh. It's true, yeah. Short people can build muscle more easy. That's why, like, I look pretty good even though I'm only like 130 pounds, 135 pounds. I don't know what I am, actually. It's been a long time since I weighed myself. But, like, it's why I don't look that bad is because I'm only 5'8". Do I have a black friend? I have several, yeah. I can put both at the same time. It's a struggle, but I can do it. Well, you also don't have a cock and balls. So, you know. That helps. I have cock and balls. So, cock and balls can make it a little difficult. You know? And I have giant balls. Like, huge old man balls. Basically down to my kneecaps. Can fucking grab them and throw them and like fucking wrap them around you and reel you in like a fucking lasso. Very big balls. Saggy balls. Small wiener. Big balls. I can touch my toes from a seating, standing position. Yeah, I cannot. I mean, I could touch my toes sitting. I could do that. I think anybody could do that, though. But no, I cannot stand and touch my toes. I can't do that. I've never been able to do that. I'm sure I could if I, like, worked on it. But I don't want to. I mean, I'll do some stretches before I weightlift, you know, some very basic stretches, and then I'll like go through the motions with like a you know, 5-pound dumbbells or a little bit to like stretch everything out. Will you relax, man? Jesus. But I do not do like any big flexibility training or anything. Oh, on the floor? Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way. Oh, it's just grandpa. It's just grandpa. Yeah. Yep. Just grandpa. But yeah. I'm not a flexible guy. I've never been flexible. Join one of the kids' classes. I'll have you doing a split in 3 months. Gonna get abused by a tiny Korean though. Well, why would I want to do a split? I definitely will not be beating the femboy allegations if I could do a fucking split, my brother in Christ. I've got only a few things in my life keeping me from that femboy threshold, okay? I don't like things in my ass. I'm very hairy. I'm not flexible at all. You know? I teeter on the line, but I've got a couple things. I got a couple anchors tying me to the realm of just the fucking skinny guy. You guys, but for me, starting to train in general is not only got better in physical, but also helped mental. Oh yeah, no, it does. It does. Fun fact, the only thing that we scientifically have ever proven helps stop mental and intellectual decline in age is physical exercise. It is the only thing. Your diet has not, like, there's no specific vitamins or minerals or anything that have been directly proven. It is literally just physical exercise, being in shape, which can be, you know, part of that can be diet for sure, but like physical exercise is the only thing that we've scientifically proven will help assist your mental. And it will it'll fight off the deterioration of age that normally happens. So exercise is just great on all levels. Obviously, it helps prevent you know, one of the biggest killers, if not the biggest killer in men at least, which is cardiovascular disease, which is very, very important. It helps fight off all of the problems associated with obesity, which is cardiovascular disease, but also, you know, high blood pressure, also diabetes, stuff like that. Helps fight off several different types of cancer, helps regulate your neurotransmitter productions, all sorts of things, dude. It's so good. Working out is like, it's one of those things where it is aids to start, but once you start and once you get in like the rigmarole and you get into it, you feel like shit and you feel like really bad when you don't do it. And you just have to get yourself to that point. And it's really hard to get to that point. But once you get to that point, like when I was really going hard on bulking, and I went from like 102 or 103 pounds to 148 pounds, which is the heaviest I've ever been. And like all my PRs were like 3, 4, 5 times higher than when I started and everything. I would feel such immense guilt if I missed a gym day. Like I would feel like the biggest piece of shit. I'd feel terrible. Like all day I would feel like garbage because I would feel like I just let myself down, and it just felt like there was something in my schedule that like I just didn't do. So you just have to get to that point. You have to get to the point where it's like so integrated into your daily life and your routine that not doing it feels wrong. Which for me at least is usually about like 2 or 3 months of doing it. Yeah. 2 or 3 months, and then yeah, I get back to that point. Yeah, and your confidence will improve for sure, dude. You want to just be flexing for no reason. Small dicks to bushes to Arizona heat to working out. Where else could I find entertainment like this? I don't know, man. Nowhere where they actually play games. Let me tell you that much. Imagine if I was actually playing a game. We wouldn't be talking about anything. I know, because I was playing a game, and the only thing I was focused on was beating the shit out of giant dinosaurs with giant swords, which was awesome. Don't get me wrong. It was amazing, and I enjoyed it a lot. But this is also nice. Give myself a black eye when touching my toes happened around the same time when I would do stuff under the school cafeteria table and walk off before the class bell rang. Yeah, but I'm gross. And it's so ew. Talking about how when I was a teen, I was doing it in all sorts of like public places. Yeah, totally fine for you to do it at school. But, oh, a guy goes and he does it in a fucking dressing room and it's so awful. At least nobody could see me in the dressing room, Kenzie. No one could see me in the porta potty. Gonna see like bird heretics kill the mutant, and not the least important, purge the unclean. Are you talking about Warhammer? That sounds like Warhammer stuff. Must have one hell of a poker face. I used to think I had a poker face as well. When my girlfriend would be doing stuff. And then I didn't find out until years later. All my friends were like, dude, it was so fucking weird when she would just like jerk you off. I was like, huh? You knew about that? They're like, yeah, bro, we all knew about that. It was so fucking weird. Like you were just trying to have normal conversations when she was just jorking you. And I was like, oh. I didn't think you knew about that. Makes me wonder if, like, her parents knew, you know, when we would be just, like, banging downstairs and they'd be right upstairs. But there was, like, no room or anything. Or, like, I don't think her little brother knew. There were times where, like, her little brother would be down there and we'd be under the blanket and I'd be, like, full insertion and everything. And he'd come down and like want to play or play the Wii or something, and we'd just be like, oh yeah, yeah, go ahead, play Wii Sports. It's like, how are we going to get out of this position and clean up and like put on our clothes? See, this is why it was a good thing that I was honest with my parents, because the amount of underwear that were definitely stained because I had to pull out and pull up my fucking pants and underwear real quick, like, you know, and then like I never did my laundry. My mom always did my laundry. So my mom was like a knower. Who was weirder? You and her or your friends for being like, yeah, twist his dick? I don't know, man. That was like around the time where, you know, Bob finding the crust is crazy. Well, I was honest with my parents. The moment I started to bang, I told my parents. Well, even before I started banging, the moment I felt a boob, I told my parents. Because I remember we were at her place. She had a bunk bed. Her little brother was on the top bunk. We were on the bottom bunk. And we were watching something on an iPod Touch. And she just grabbed my hand and put it on her boob. I was like, yo. This is sick. We're watching some fucking Newgrounds or something. I was like, yo. This is a boob. And then I went home and I went, Dad. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, I touched blah blah's boob. And he was like, what? Like you accidentally bumped into her? Like, I was like, no, she grabbed my hand. She put it on her boob. My dad was like, well, you gotta tell your mom. Because I gotta get ready for work. And I was like, why? And he's like, because your mom's gonna have to take you to the store and get you some condoms. I was like, but we haven't done anything. He's like, you're gonna be doing it soon. You're gonna be doing it real soon. My mom took me to the store. We picked out some condoms. Trojan ecstasy. I remember very clearly. Trojan Ecstasy. That shit was ass. It's terrible. Could not. Literal, like, instant deflation of my boner. The moment I put that condom on. It was so awkward, bro. Just killed the mood instantly. I was just fucking ready to go. And then the moment I was like fucking struggling putting this thing up, put the thing on, it's gone. Just gone. And it wouldn't wake up. So awkward. But you know, I was a creative and resourceful individual, even when young. So I ensured that, you know, she left the situation pleased. But, yeah, then I got Trojan Fire and Ice. Because I saw commercials of it. There were always, like, commercials on Adult Swim of Trojan Fire and Ice. And I was like, yo, these ones are gonna do it. And I don't know where the ice was, bro, but it felt like I just put sriracha on my cock. That shit was so hot. Oh my god. It was so hot. It just felt like my dick was on fire. Like I had wrapped it in like a heated blanket. But like I turned the heated blanket all the way up and just wrapped around. It was so hot. I was like, where is the cooling? She liked it. She enjoyed it. I will say the hotness kept it so I didn't just like completely deflate and lose my boner instantly. Definitely helped with like the blood circulation and stuff like that. You don't put menthol on your dong? No, it was a literal type of condom. It was called Trojan Fire and Ice. You can Google it. Trojan Fire and Ice. It was a condom that was supposed to have heating and cooling. You can look it up. I'm not talking about fucking icy hot or something. Or menthol or anything. It was an actual full-on brand. And, maybe it was inside out? No. No, it was the right way. I just think it was for some people on that freaky shit, bro. It was like... It was for the freaks out there. And I was not in the freak phase yet. I was not ready for that. That was like a level, you know, level 7 freak. I was like a 1 or a 2 on the freak scale. You know, I'm still trying to figure out how things worked, man. I was still trying to find the hole half the time. But yeah, no. I told my parents, and then that's when, of course, the patent pending Zach ballsack attack took form. And I never wore a condom again. And all I would do, Zach ballsack attack, I'd flick my nut when I would start to get close and give me an extra 20 minutes minimum of still erect, but no way I was gonna finish. And I did that shit for years. I mean, I have done it easily, being conservative, 1,000 times. I have done it and used the Zach ballsack attack, and it's worked every time. There was one time where one of the girls I was dating, she was late on her period, and it was like, uh-oh, did the Zach ballsack attack fail me? But it was tried and true by then, you know. It was already like basically family tradition. I was ready to pass it down. I was ready to, like I said, get it patented, sell it. So I still had faith, and luckily we were good. You know. What in the continental fuck did I walk into? Just usual CZ Productions stream, you know. I'll put aloe vera on your dong's friction burn? Why would I have a friction burn? You'll never understand unless you casually sound with a cactus. Okay, well that's why, yeah, I wouldn't understand. Okay. Being 14, going to Josh Fuzz to buy them, and he bought the wrong size like 3 times. See, I never had that issue. They're pretty good at like stretching, you know, or like conforming to small sizes. I never had that issue. CIA level torture. But yeah, those were interesting times. But yeah, the moment I touched a boob, I told my parents, and they knew. And then the moment that we did it, I told them. And then the moment that we were, she told me she wanted to try anal and stuff. I was like, okay, but not today. And then like I talked to my dad about it. I told him about it. I was like, yo, is this safe? He's like, way safer than what you've been doing. I was like, okay. All right. But you know, that chick, she was afraid to tell her parents, so she never got on birth control or anything. Meanwhile, like the moment my little sister started, you know, engaging in her escapades, she told my parents, and it was like same thing. They got her on birth control right away. So, see, I've always embraced the honesty, because I've always felt like as long as I'm honest, things can't go as bad as if I lie and get caught. You know, that's always been my thought process. So that's why I've always just like, I always told my parents everything growing up. I told them when I was going to skip school, I would literally text them and be like, yo, they're about to have an assembly. I don't want to go to the assembly. I'm leaving. They'd be like, all right, just text me, you know, every hour so you're alive or whatever. Like I was always just completely honest. Yeah, I think that's the difference between good parents and bad parents. Like, my parents would give me their opinion. Don't get me wrong. Like, they would tell me if I was doing something fucking stupid. They would tell me if I was, if I shouldn't do something or whatever. But ultimately, they knew that it was going to be my decision at the end of the day. And they were, even if I was a turbo retard, they were going to support me through that dumb decision, you know? So, like, it was safe. The first 2 partners I had were both virgins. So, like, I knew it was safe because I had been tested. I was not a virgin, but, like, you know, I had been tested and I was clean. And so, both of them were virgins. So, it was, like, you know, pretty safe that it was good. And then after that, it was like, yeah, we're going to be at least tested, you know, ahead of time. So it was at least smart, but like, even still to this day, bro, I just can't use condoms. I don't know what it is. It might be like public peeing, you know, where I just get to that urinal and I just cannot piss. I can't do it. It doesn't matter if my bladder is going to explode, I'm going to die. Piss will not come out at a urinal. It might be just like that. It might be all mental. I don't know. But the moment a condom gives on, it's over. Which is also why I wanted to get a vasectomy for so long. Like I've been asking doctors since I was 18 to get a vasectomy because I've always known I didn't want to have kids. And yeah. You know, it was one of those things where they always told me no. They still told me no. They still tell me no. So I'm gonna try again at 30 and we'll see. Now it's not so pressing because like I'm not sexually active right now. So like it's not that big of a deal to me. But at the time I was, you know, very sexually active, and so it would have been nice instead of relying on the old Zach Ballsack attack. If they could have just... But they're so hesitant to do it, man. They just refuse. Oh, you might change your mind someday, and you know, it'd be really good for you to have kids, and Think about who's gonna take care of you when you're older and blah 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 blah. It's like, brother, I've been pretty consistent since I was 18. It's been over a decade now. I'm 29 now. I've been consistent this whole time about not wanting kids. I don't know at what point they're just gonna be like, all right, we believe you. "30 or had 2 kids?" Yeah, I've been told that if I had kids, it would be different. And then I've been told if I was 30, it would be different. So we'll see. I honestly don't think they'll give it to me even when I'm 30. What you know? I always talk about how ridiculous it is that if I were to go into the doctors and tell them I was trans and I wanted to be a chick, they would cut off my cock. No problem. And give me gender reassignment surgery. Easy peasy. But, oh. God forbid I'm a dude and I just don't want to have kids. They won't give me a vasectomy, you know? It's the stupidest shit on the planet. Just do it yourself. That's not how it works, Oscar. That is not how it works. That is not at all how it works. I'm not a doctor. Skill issue. It is a skill issue. I trust the guy that's fucking, you know, went to school for 12 years to do it. I don't trust me. I trust the guy that's done it hundreds of times. If I got a doctor and he was like, yeah, dude, you know, I just finished watching the YouTube video on this. Seems pretty easy. Never done it before. I'd be like, yo. No. Nah. You weren't cutting open my sack and snipping some things and tying some things. Nah, bro. No. Pliers? No. No kids. Peace and wealthy enough to enjoy the life. It's true, man. It's a peaceful life. You know? That's the thing about being single, or at the very least not having kids, but just in general being single. It's a very peaceful life. You will never ever hit the lows of like being in a relationship, being madly in love with someone, and then having them cheat on you and just fucking throw everything away, and you feel like the biggest piece of shit, useless garbage, and you just want to end it all, right? That low of a low, you'll never go through that, right? You'll never ever hit anywhere close to those lows when you're single. But you'll never ever hit the highest of the highs either. You know, you'll never hit the you found your perfect person and you're in love and you're raising a family together and shit like that. So it's like choosing to be single is choosing the safe bet. It's choosing just the constant good chill life, right? Some people, they want to roll those dice. You know, they want to roll the dice, they want to keep rolling the dice, and they want to keep rolling the dice until they get the jackpot or they fucking die trying. For me, I've rolled the dice a couple times. It hasn't, you know, it hasn't panned out. I'm good. I'm good living the chill life. I'm good paying off my home, building a healthy retirement fund, retiring early, hopefully like 45 to 50 I retire, you know. I'll be living in Japan. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet a nice Japanese gal. Who knows? But, you know, at least for now, I'm good living the peaceful life, bro. Spending my time how I want, my money how I want, only worrying about my problems, not worrying about, you know, someone else's problems, all their baggage, having to deal with their family. Oh,
Are we doing Christmas with my family or your family?
Well, my family doesn't do anything for Christmas. We don't do anything for any holidays. That's how we like it.
Okay, so we're gonna go to my family then, and we're gonna go to Christmas, and
You have to go, because if you don't go to Christmas with her family, then you're a fucking asshole, and they're all going to talk shit about you, and they're all going to hate you, and a lot of, you know. You don't have to worry about any of that. You know? It's chill. It's nice. The extra money doesn't help, you know? Or it doesn't help, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. But really for me, it's just the drama aspect, man. Even if you have the best relationship ever, like my aunt and uncle, they have a very good relationship. I would say like they're perfect for each other. You know, they have personalities that really mesh well. Both of them have like been divorced, so they like, you know, have been through a marriage that didn't work. They're not afraid of like ending things if it doesn't work, but like both of them are now in a marriage and they're very happy, and they've been married, I think, for like 30 years now. It's a beautiful thing. And, you know, they lived with us for several years. We moved them down in the last house, and they're our neighbors now. They have a great marriage. Even then, they argue. You know, even then they get into stupid arguments about dumb shit, and they bicker and stuff. And it's just how it is, right? Like you're gonna get into arguments, you're gonna get into disagreements and stuff like that. It's gonna happen. Even the best relationship on the planet, right? And just even that little bit of drama, I just don't want. I just don't want it, you know? It's just extra drama. It's like I have no drama. You know the biggest drama I have in my life? Sometimes someone on the internet types some mean words. That's it. That's it. That is my biggest concern in life, is sometimes a mean word appear on screen. Oh no, what will I do? I'll forget about it the next day, probably. You know, it's like, I live such a peaceful, chill life. And I've had really good relationships in the past. And my last relationship was actually like very, very healthy, very good. It was just unfortunate with COVID happening. You know, it kind of ruined things, unfortunately. But, you know, even that relationship, there was still like some arguments and stuff. And it's just chill. It's just chill. But some people, they don't like being alone, you know? Some people, they really like the companionship and the partnership, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think most people are like that. Most people crave that, like, human, I mean, like, we're taught at a very young age, right? And it's just evolutionarily baked into us that, like, it is normal and necessary for human beings to, like, partner up and to procreate, right? It's how we've survived this long. And you have those drives. So, like, I understand. A lot of people are like that. But for me, and, like, my dad is, like, after my dad got divorced with my mom, that was it for him, bro. And that was when I was like 11 or 12 or something. So that was like, you know, 16, 17 years ago, 17, 18 years ago. Like, and he's been good. Like, he has no desire to get into another relationship. He's never even dated again. He's like, yep, I'm good. I went through that whole arc of my life, and it's over, and now I'm being chillin', you know, and he's doing better than ever. Like, he's gotten promoted a million times in his company. He's literally as high up as he can go in his company without having a degree. Dude makes bank. He makes like 150K a year or something before bonuses. He's fucking owning. Went to Japan, you know, which, like, he's wanted to do his whole life. Went to Japan this last year for, like, 3 weeks. His working is just him playing his MMO shooting the shit with his buddies on Discord in his guild. Like, it is fucking chilling, man. And I'm like very, very similar to him of like, both of us are totally content being single. Like, we can entertain ourselves. We keep busy ourselves. We don't get bored. We don't like, you know, and then we have our friends for any type of, you know, social needs, right? And like, I had a moment like that with my last girlfriend when she asked me, and we had been dating for like 3 years, by the way. And she asked me, she's like, so why are we dating? I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, it's basically like we're just friends. I was like, how so? She's like, well, you're not really that much of a sexual guy. I was like, yeah. And she's like, so we just like hang out and like watch movies and play games and, you know, talk and stuff. She's like, how's that different from like just being friends? I was like, well, you're living with me? She's like, okay, well, like, other than that, like, how's it different from being roommates? And I was just like, I mean, she's kind of right. Like, she kind of is right. You know? I'm like, I mean, yeah, I love you, but I mean, I love a lot of my friends too, you know? It's like, ugh. And I think that that was a big indicator for me where I was like, I think all of the things that I get out of a relationship, I also just get out of friendships. So like, there's not really too much of a reason for me to, you know, pursue it. Other than like, that person could take care of me if I got sick or ill or something. I guess that's a bonus. But like, that's kind of a selfish bonus, I feel like. Like, you're getting in a relationship just so they can fucking take care of me if I have a stroke and, you know, or something. Like, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Or like, you're just having kids so they can take care of you once you get old. Like, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? You're creating this little being, the little mini-me, so it could just take care of you once you're fucking old and frail and decrepit and stuff. Instead of going to like a nursing home or whatever, or just dying. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of fucked up. These guys are trying to fucking hack my Facebook for the 9,000th time. I don't know why they're obsessed with my fucking Facebook. Oh, a guy in India. I'm surprised. It'll be adoption. I want to skip the diaper phase. That's OP. Yeah. That is OP. Skipping diaper phase is OP. It's like getting a dog that's already potty trained, you know? It's just like the smartest thing to do. And trust me, I had Momo, like, I picked him up like a week after he was born. The little frailest, stupidest little version of him, you know? Fit in my little hand. You could just crush him. Little baby Momo. And I had to potty train him and train him everything. Let me tell you, when he dies and I get a new dog, I'm definitely getting a dog that is potty trained. I'm not going through that shit again. That shit was ass. It was basically like having a real baby. You wake up after the puppy's been crying all night, and then you go and you're like, all right, let's check in on the dog. Oh, yep. He pissed and he shat everywhere and he ran around in it. And now all of the floor and the walls are covered in his piss and shit. And he's covered in it. Nice. That's fun. That's enjoyable. Yeah. It's OP. Just skip the fucking the poo-poo pee-pee phase. You'll probably still have like some incidents, like if you you know, you're getting a dog. You'll probably have some incidents still because they're new to the environment, but you'll cut out so much of it. Hard to be sad with a new boy. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, my mom is incapable of being single, which I think a lot of women are like this. A lot of women, once they've started being in relationships, they need that companionship. And so once a relationship doesn't work out, they instantly are rebounding to the next guy. And like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with needing companionship or like really wanting companionship. But I think that like the need for it can outweigh their logical thinking a lot of the time. And so like my little sister did this a lot growing up. Girls that were friends that I had did this a lot. Girls that I had dated and then broke up with did this a lot. So, you know, it's all anecdotal, but like I've seen it a lot with women where they will just rebound and try and like get in another relationship very quickly. And my mom has done this like her whole life. She's done it for so long. And you know, she's out of relationship with my dad, and then the next guy, and then that doesn't work, and then the next guy, and then that doesn't work, and the next guy, and it's like it's just like this constant thing. And I think she's finally hit the point now. I think she's like 52, 51, 52. She's finally hit the point where she's like, okay, I'm a chill. You know, I'm gonna chill a little bit. And I think that that's nice. Like, once you hit that point where you're like, I need to learn to be good with myself, I think that that's probably when you're going to be much happier than just hopping around, man. Because it's good to be alone, right? If you're not capable of being happy on your own with yourself and like being content with yourself, then being happy or content with someone else is literally just putting a band-aid on a wound that will never heal. You're not addressing the wound whatsoever, you're just covering it up. And then once that relationship falls through, if it does, you know, but once it falls through, you're going to once again be met with the realization of, oh shit, I never worked on myself. I never learned to be content with myself and happy with myself. And now I'm back in this spot. And maybe now I'm even lower than I was before because I had really built up a reliance on this other person that's not here anymore. You know? And I've told friends this like forever, and some of them have listened, some of them haven't. The ones that haven't realized that, you know, I was right and made the same mistakes over and over again. But, you know, sometimes that's how it is. But yeah, you really have to learn to love and care for yourself and just be content in your own company. Like for me, I'm Gucci, man. Like, I love having Momo. Like, Momo's awesome. I love just having a fat little furry tub of lard to just beat up. Like, oh man, I just really lost that deadlock match and I need to just beat the shit out of something. Boom. I got Momo right here, right? I just beat him up. He's right here. You know, I could just slap him a little bit, punch him a little bit, and it's great to have him around. He's just awesome for that. Saves me a lot of money on, like, you know, punching keyboards and stuff like I used to do before I had a dog. I could just... Don't get me wrong, you could do that with a woman, too. You know, they're pretty good for that, but it's easier to see the bruising, I think. Much easier to hide it with Momo, you know. Who's it gonna tell? Huh? The other dogs. But yeah, no. I love having Momo around, but overall, bro, I just like chilling. It's nice. Just the thought process of having to go through the whole dating rigmarole again, it's just, oh, it's so gross. I just don't even want to think about it. Hi, baby. Hello. Hi. Hello, baby boy. Well, Momo needs water. Women are trouble. It's true. It's true. And I'm trouble for women. Especially in dark alleys in the middle of the night. That's a joke. For legal reasons. But anyway. Momo needs water. I think it's a perfect time. I've managed to yap. It's 9:30, which means I can sleep 8 hours. There's no way I'll sleep for 8 hours, but I can try. There might be a stream in the morning if I can't sleep before work, all the way to work, which I probably won't be able to. We'll see what happens, but overall, it was a fun stream. Took a look at the brand new video game conference, New Game Plus. Not a fan of the name. I kind of hope that they change that. New Game Plus Showcase. Not a fan of that name. It's kind of ass. And then we played some Dino Blade. Dino Blade seems cool. Excited for it to hopefully progress a lot more. It's definitely in a pre-alpha, super buggy state. But I'm going to try and get some sleep because I am very tired. Appreciate everybody stopping by, shooting the shit, hanging out. Have a fantastic rest of your day, everybody. And I'll see all of you in the next video or stream early. Bye-bye.